Chapter 29. To Genoa and Rapallo. The Soviet government assumed that the conclusion of the Anglo-Soviet Trade Agreement of March 16, 1921, completed by the treaties just concluded with the three eastern nations, Persia, Afghanistan, and Turkey, and followed 2 days later by the final peace treaty with Poland, would at once break the ice and result in the establishment of normal relations with the outside world. This expectation took too little account of the persistence of hostile attitudes in the capitalist countries. The example set by Great Britain failed immediately to inspire any important number of imitators. Of European countries, only Germany, like Russia an outcast from the European community, made haste to conclude a provisional trade agreement with the RSFSR. This was signed on May 6, 1921, and it was probably no mere coincidence that it was signed on the day after an Allied ultimatum to Germany threatening further sanctions in the event of non-compliance with reparations and disarmament demands. The trade agreement settled some of the practical difficulties of trade between private firms and a state trading monopoly. But its most important provisions did not relate to trade at all. Both countries agreed to accord diplomatic privileges to the accredited representatives of the other, and the German government undertook to recognize the Soviet mission as the sole representative of Russia in German territory. This meant a withdrawal of the informal recognition hitherto extended to White Russian organizations in Berlin, and was the official burial of the anti-Bolshevik crusade. Henceforth, whatever might be the Russian policy of the German government, it would be directed to maintain relations with the Soviet government, not to overthrow it. Nonetheless, the persistence of an unfriendly atmosphere is indicated by Khersson's complaint that the German government not only failed to carry out its obligation under the agreement to put suitable premises at the disposal of the trade delegation, but did not give the trade delegation proper help in obtaining possession of the few houses which the delegation had acquired for this purpose. One of other European countries, Italy, agreed to receive a Soviet trade mission in March 92. But its welcome was cool, and not till the end of the year did protracted negotiations lead to the signature of a trade agreement. By this time Norway and Austria had concluded similar agreements. An agreement with Sweden was signed at the beginning of 1922, but not ratified by the Swedish government. An agreement with Czechoslovakia followed a little later. All these were based on the British model. The list of countries where Soviet trade delegations were established at the end of 1921 included Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Sweden, Norway, Germany, Czechoslovakia, Austria, Italy, Great Britain, Turkey, and Persia. 6 On the other hand, two great nations remained implacably hostile. The Republican victory in the United States and the replacement of Wilson by Harding inspired vain hopes of a change in the American attitude. The indefatigable Raymond Robbins had for some time been canvassing in the United States for recognition of Soviet Russia, and apparently believed himself to have obtained an election promise from Harding of his readiness to reopen the Russian question. This may have been known in Moscow, and Vanderlip, passing through Moscow on his return journey in March 1921, spoke of Harding's favorable views on trade with Russia. A note addressed in the name of VTSLK to the newly installed American Congress on March 20, 1921, suggested negotiations for a trade agreement between the two countries, but met with the chilling response that any attempt to restore trade relations would be futile until Soviet Russia had laid a solid economic foundation, implying safety of life, the recognition of firm guarantees of private property, the sanctity of contract and the rights of free labor. Unofficial attempts by the Far Eastern Republic to establish discreet contact with Washington were, on the other hand, more successful, and American observers visited Chita in May 1921. France was the other great power which remained implacably hostile. She had concluded a treaty of alliance with Poland in February 1921, and was busy during this year consolidating the Little Entente under her aegis. These political and military entanglements, as well as the claims of French holders of Russian bonds, dictated an attitude of no compromise with the defaulter. French acrimony on the subject of the Anglo-Soviet trade agreement, which found expression in the summer of 1921 in a series of official notes for, as well as in the French press, contributed to the deterioration of Anglo-French relations at this time. Within 4 months of the signing of the Anglo-Soviet agreement, the situation in Russia itself was overshadowed by the impending disaster of famine. Reserves had been exhausted, transport was chaotic, and drought had seriously affected the new harvest. The appointment on July 21, 1921, of an all-Russian committee for aid to the hungry five was followed a few days later by an appeal from ICI to workers of all countries. A prompt response came from Herbert Hoover, then at the height of his reputation as an organizer and dispenser of American aid, and on August 20, 1921, an agreement was signed by Litvinov in Riga with a representative of the American Relief Administration. A week later a similar agreement was signed in Moscow with Nansen, representing a Red Cross conference which had just met at Geneva. 3 The terms of these agreements, which involved the admission to Russia of large numbers of foreign agents to carry out the distribution of the supplies, were humiliating. But the need was dire, and the fact that they were made not with governments but with private organizations seemed a mitigating circumstance. A proposal of the Allied Supreme Council to send a commission for the study and investigation of means of rendering help to the Russian people was rejected immediately afterwards in language of the greatest bitterness, the more so since the former French ambassador in Russia, Newlands, who had distinguished himself by his hostile utterances at the outset of the revolution, had been designated as president of the commission. 4 Throughout the winter of 1921 to 1922 the American and Red Cross relief missions were active in the Volga area, where starvation and disease reached catastrophic proportions. In spite of the generosity of the help rendered, ERA was still regarded with intense suspicion, at any rate at party headquarters. Its desire to secure for itself a monopoly of relief, manifested in its attempt to exclude other American organizations from working in the same field and in its boycott of the Nansen Mission 6 was disliked, and many members of its staff were suspected, at worst of direct espionage, at best of attempting to further their own or their country's commercial interests. 7 Most of all, the work of ERA was felt as a subtle form of foreign intervention. Few of those engaged in it professed anything but unqualified hostility to the regime, and Hoover and other Western leaders often stressed the part played by relief in combating Bolshevism in Europe in 1919. The immense value of the practical aid furnished by ERA was none the less fully recognized. Both Kamina and Chicherin emphatically stated that it far exceeded the help received from all other sources. The Ninth All-Russian Congress of Soviets, meeting in December 1921, devoted a long resolution to the famine. It expressed warm gratitude to the workers of all countries who had come to the help of their suffering comrades, adding that the Russian toilers especially value the fraternal support of the horny hands of European and American workers. It noted that a part of the bourgeois world looked on the famine as a convenient opportunity for a new attempt to overthrow the Soviet power and another part as a favorable chance to acquire for itself in Russia an economically dominant position. Nonetheless, the Congress expressed its gratitude to Nansen, to ERA, and to other countries which have rendered help to the hungry in whatever form. Apart from the resolution, it voted a special address of profound gratitude on behalf of millions of the toiling population of the RSFSR to the great scientific explorer and citizen F. Nansen, who heroically forced his way through the eternal ice of the frozen north, but was powerless to overcome the boundless cruelty, greed, and heartlessness of the ruling classes of the capitalist countries, the disasters of the famine, the hostility of the capitalist world towards the Soviet regime, and continued skepticism of its capacity to survive, the suspicion and sensitiveness bred by this attitude in Soviet minds. All these factors made the latter part of 1921 a troubled period in Soviet Russia's foreign relations. The results of the new foreign policy, like those of NEP at home, did not really mature till the following year. For a long time the Anglo-Soviet trade agreement did not appear to have done much to allay the friction endemic in relations between the two countries. A permanent British commercial mission, as provided for in the agreement, established itself in Moscow on July 31, 1921, but was soon plunged into political controversy. If councils were divided in Moscow on the relative importance of concord between governments and propaganda for world revolution, British policy towards Soviet Russia was equally a battleground between warring factions. The Anglo-Soviet agreement had represented a victory for the Prime Minister and the Board of Trade. The letter simultaneously addressed to Kherson on Soviet activities in Afghanistan bore every stamp of a joint product of Foreign Office, War Office, and India Office. The underlying situation in Great Britain seemed for some time little changed by the agreement. Lloyd George had his way where he chose, or found time, to exercise his power. But, while he was occupied elsewhere, the daily course of Anglo-Soviet relations continued to be determined by these three influential departments, and, especially so long as Curzon ruled the Foreign Office, they were conducted in a spirit of profound mistrust of Soviet actions and intentions. The first major diplomatic clash occurred less than 6 weeks after the arrival of the British mission in Moscow and at a moment when Soviet fortunes seemed at their lowest ebb. On September 7, 1921, Curzon dispatched to the Soviet government a long memorandum of protest against a series of utterances and activities of the Soviet government and of Comintern which were declared to be contrary to the undertaking in the Anglo-Soviet agreement to refrain from propaganda against the institutions of the British Empire. The general charge that anti-British activities in Asia had not been abandoned was certainly true. Such activities were cited in India, in Persia, in Turkey, and in Afghanistan. But the note appears to have been somewhat light-heartedly compiled from reports of secret agents which did not withstand scrutiny, and were easily refuted in detail. On September 27 the Soviet government replied in a skillful and disingenuous note signed by Litvinov, and a counter-reply from the British government on November 12 closed the correspondence for the time being. The correspondence throws a valuable light on the attitude and state of mind of both parties to the agreement. The Soviet authorities, who had been willing almost from the moment of the revolution to undertake to abstain from hostile propaganda against other states, interpreted that undertaking in a purely formal sense. It applied, so far as they were concerned, only to direct and avowed government policy and did not cover the action of agents in receipt of confidential instructions. Thus, they felt entitled to deny, in the face of well-known facts, that there was a propaganda school in Tashkent for Indian revolutionaries, or that Gemal had received support from the Soviet government for his mission to Kabul, and the whole rejection of responsibility for the activities of Comintern and its agents rested on no more than a formal distinction. They would have been on stronger ground if they had been content to argue that the British, no more than they themselves, had allowed the conclusion of the agreement to interfere with the unfriendly behavior of their agents. In fact, both sides, undeterred by the agreement, continued to regard the activities of their own agents as legitimate retaliation or legitimate self-defense and those of the other party as unprovoked aggression. The significant difference between them was that, while the British departments mainly responsible for the conduct of Anglo-Soviet relations at this time would willingly have seen the agreement break down, the corresponding Soviet authorities merely wanted to see how far they could go without causing a break. Nor were there any signs of improved relations between Soviet Russia and her immediate neighbors on the west. The conclusion of a treaty of alliance between Romania and Poland in the spring of 1921 with evident French encouragement was calculated to complete the anti-Soviet triangle, and confirmed Soviet suspicions that Romania, like Poland, had become a pawn in the French diplomatic and military game. On September 13, 1921, Narkomindel issued a communiqué quoting an alleged note to the Polish and Romanian governments in which the French government had proposed a simultaneous ultimatum by all three countries to the Soviet government, to be followed in case of non-compliance by a joint declaration of war, and offered in that event substantial military aid to its partners. Friction with Romania had been endemic ever since her annexation of Bessarabia in 1918. In October 1920 the Allied governments concluded a treaty recognizing Romanian sovereignty over Bessarabia, and at this moment Frunze and Voroshilov, flushed with their easy victory over Rigel, seemed to have made a proposal for the military reconquest of Bessarabia which was overruled by Lenin, acting on the advice of Rakovsky. After the new turn of March 1921, the opposite proposal, to wipe a troublesome question off the slate by recognizing the Romanian annexation of Bessarabia, is said to have been made, somewhat surprisingly, by Trotsky, supported by Litvinov. But Chicherin and Rakovsky opposed this act of appeasement, and it, too, was vetoed. 3. The summer and autumn of 1921 saw a flood of joint protests, signed on behalf of the RSFSR and the Ukrainian SSR by Chicherin and Rakovsky. 2. The Romanian government against alleged frontier incidents, encouragement given to White Guards I and Petli Ura bands, and failure to extradite the anarchist Makhno, who for some time found asylum in Romanian territory with a remnant of his forces, and a joint note of November 11, 1921, recapitulated the whole Bessarabian controversy, and reiterated the refusal to recognize Bessarabia as Romanian territory. One alone of the border countries, Romania still refused to maintain any relations, diplomatic or commercial, with the Soviet government. But Soviet-Polish relations, though conducted with all the forms of diplomatic intercourse, were no better in substance. The peace treaty with Poland signed at Riga on March 18, 1921, favorable as it was to Polish aspirations, left behind it a persistent legacy of friction and mistrust. Between April and September a long and acrimonious correspondence turned on Soviet demands that the Polish government should cease to tolerate and encourage white comma organizations on Polish territory, notably those of the SR conspirator Savinkov and the former Ukrainian dictator Petli Ura, and Polish demands for the return of prisoners of war and Polish civilians still in Soviet territory. 2. It was not till August 1921 that diplomatic relations were established, Karakhan arriving as Soviet representative in Warsaw, and Filipovich as Polish charge d'affaires in Moscow. Even in the Baltic, where the Soviet government had achieved its first diplomatic breakthrough in 1920 with the treaties with Estonia and Latvia, for the tide in the latter half of 1921 seemed to set once more against Moscow. As early as October 1919 the Soviet government had reasserted the traditional Russian interest in the destiny of the Åland Islands and protested against any attempt to regulate this question without its participation. 5. The protest was renewed when a group of powers calling itself the League of Nations placed the question of the Åland Islands on its agenda in June 1920, and again in a separate note to Finland and Sweden in the following year. 6. These protests were ignored. And on October 20, 1921, without any kind of intimation to the Soviet government, a convention was signed at Geneva between the principal Allied powers, Finland and Sweden, recognizing Finnish sovereignty over the islands and prescribing a regime of demilitarization. On November 13, 1921, a Soviet note to all the governments concerned declared the convention unconditionally non-existent for Russia and protested once more against the violation of Russia's substantial and elementary rights. 1. The offense clearly consisted, not in the contents of the agreement, but in the continued intention of the Western powers, notwithstanding the events of March 1921, to exclude Soviet Russia from the Comity of Nations. In the same month the long-standing trouble with Finland over the Karelian Workers' Commune, which had the status of an autonomous republic within the RSFSR, came to a head. For some months past frontier incidents had been a cause of frequent complaint on both sides. In the autumn of 1921 serious disorders occurred in Soviet Karelia. According to Moscow, bandit detachments under Finnish officers organized in Finland had penetrated the territory. According to Helsingfors, a popular rising against Soviet misgovernment had been put down with great cruelty to the local Finnish population. On November 27, 1921, Finland appealed to the League of Nations and invited it to send a commission of inquiry to investigate conditions on the spot. The appeal was denounced by Chicherin as an attempt to introduce outside powers into the internal affairs of the RSFSR and an attempt to settle questions relating to the Russo-Finnish treaty by way of the intervention of third powers, and the result was to breed fresh suspicion between Soviet Russia and Finland. 2. In December 1921 the foreign ministers of Finland, Poland, Latvia, and Estonia met in conference in Helsingfors and decided to negotiate a mutual assistance pact. Poland was the driving force in the alliance, and behind Polish initiative the hand of France, then at the height of her post-war military power and prestige, was plainly seen. Little attempt was made to deny that Soviet Russia was the potential enemy against whom protection was to be sought through common action. One far from having succeeded in opening a window towards the West, the Soviet government began to have visions of a revival of the cordon sanitaire. The pessimistic mood engendered in Moscow by the diplomatic situation in the latter part of 1921 is well illustrated by one of Stalin's, at this time rare, excursions into international affairs. Writing in Pravda in December 1921, he noted that the period of open war has been replaced by a period of peaceful struggle. His review opened with a noteworthy diagnosis: "Gone on the wing is the terror or horror of the proletarian revolution which seized the bourgeoisie of the world, for example, in the days of the advance of the Red Army on Warsaw. And with it has passed the boundless enthusiasm with which the workers of Europe used to receive almost every piece of news about Soviet Russia. A period of sober calculation of forces has set in, a period of meticulous work in the preparation and accumulation of forces for the battles of the future." Suspicion of foreign intentions held a conspicuous place in Stalin's estimate. Trade and other agreements were good in their way. But we should not forget that commercial and all other sorts of missions and associations, now flooding Russia to trade with her and to aid her, are at the same time the best spies of the world bourgeoisie, and that now it, the world bourgeoisie, in virtue of these conditions knows Soviet Russia with its weak and strong sides better than ever before, circumstances fraught with serious dangers in the event of new interventionist actions. Turkey, Persia, Afghanistan, and the Far East were being flooded by agents of imperialism with gold and other benefits in order to build round Soviet Russia an economic ring fence. In this process Poland, Romania, and Finland were also playing their part, arming themselves at the expense of the Entente and hurling onto the territory of Russia the White Guard detachments of their Savinkovs and Petli Uras. All these were separate links in the general work of preparing a new offensive against Russia. 1. The article, which bears marks of Stalin's long-standing antipathy to Chicherin, was significant, not because Stalin was at this time concerned in the framing of Soviet foreign policy, but because it appealed to prejudices and discouragements common in party circles about the policy of rapprochement with the Western capitalist world which had been inaugurated in March 1921, and of which Chicherin and Kherson, with Lenin's support, were the most active exponents. When a week later Lenin addressed the 9th All-Russian Congress of Soviets on the work of VTSIK and Sovnarkom during the past year, he too served notice on the representatives of the military parties and aggressive cliques in Finland, Poland, and Romania that the Soviet policy of concessions and sacrifices for the sake of peace was not unlimited in its scope. 2. But Lenin was more concerned to dwell on the positive achievements of the past 9 months. Having noted the existence of a certain equilibrium in the international situation, he proceeded to draw a reassuring picture. Is such a thing thinkable at all as that a socialist republic could exist in a capitalist environment? This seemed impossible either in a political or in a military sense. That it is possible in a political and in a military sense has been proved, it is already a fact. The past year had begun to prove that it was possible also in an economic sense. The capitalist world needed Soviet Russia as 1. Stalin, Sakhinaya, v. 117-120. 2. Lenin, Sakhinaya, XXVII, 117-118, on the eve of the Congress Lenin telephoned to the Politburo suggesting that the Congress should register a protest against the adventurist policy of Poland, Finland, and Romania, and adding, about Japan better keep silent for a variety. 304, this was done, pages 239-243. Ch. XXIX to Genoa and Rapallo 351. Much as Soviet Russia needed the capitalist world. Lenin quoted figures to show that Soviet imports for 1921 were 3 times as great as those for the 3 previous years taken together, and exports for 1921 more than 4 times as great as the total of the 3 previous years. The figures were miserably small, but it was a beginning. Among particularly valuable imports were 13 locomotives from Sweden and 37 from Germany. 1. The unemployment crisis in Western Europe made the pressure for export markets particularly acute, and Khrushchev and the other Soviet negotiators were quick to profit by this fortunate circumstance, especially fortunate for a country which was eager to import almost everything, and had hardly anything to export. The de facto recognition of the Soviet government by Great Britain had validated Soviet nationalization laws in the eyes of the British courts, so that the Soviet authorities no longer had to fear action by alleged previous owners of cargoes exported by them to Great Britain or of gold used in payment for imports, and the British example was accepted as decisive by most other trading countries. Boycotts of Soviet goods were still sometimes attempted by private traders or trading organizations. But after 1921, direct interference with Soviet trade by governments was as a rule no longer practiced. The forms of trade were more difficult to establish, especially as merchants in capitalist countries retained all their objections to dealing with a state monopoly. The precedent of Arcos, which was a Soviet-owned company registered in London under British law, too was followed elsewhere, notably in Amterg, the corresponding organization set up in New York. The year 1921 saw the birth of the fruitful experiment of mixed companies. These were formed jointly by a foreign capitalist group and a department of the Soviet state, and had the dual advantage of helping to mask the governmental character of the concern and of securing an investment of foreign capital in an enterprise operating partly in Soviet Russia. 3. At the 11th Party Congress in March 1922, Lenin reported the existence of 17 mixed companies with a capital of many millions, 9 sponsored by Vneshturg, 6 by a newly created committee presided over by Sokhonikov and attached to Sto, and 2 by Severols. 8 months later, at the 4th Congress of Comintern, Lenin rather apologetically defended the system of mixed companies on the dual ground that in this way we learn how to trade, and that it was always possible for the Soviet partner to dissolve the company if it became dangerous. 1. Whatever steps might, however, be taken to revive normal commercial relations between Soviet Russia and the capitalist world, the basic obstacle remained. Soviet Russia, as an importer, had an almost unlimited hunger for machinery, equipment of all kinds, and even foodstuffs. Soviet Russia, as an exporter, had little to offer by way of immediate return except unworked timber, hides and limited quantities of flax. Her potentially rich resources were undeveloped and therefore inaccessible. If the aid of foreign capital and foreign technical skill, which had already played so large a part in the industrialization of Russia before the revolution, could once more be invoked, these unused resources could be developed in such a way as to enrich the country both directly and indirectly, directly by promoting fresh industrial expansion and indirectly by making raw materials available for export in exchange for foreign goods. This conception had underlain all Soviet thinking about foreign trade since the opening of 1918, and had been responsible for the vitality of the idea of foreign concessions. The purpose of concessions as contemplated in the decree of November 23, 1920, was to provide for the development of unused natural resources in order to make them available for industry and for export. In expounding the concessions policy to the 10th Party Congress in March 1921, Lenin justified it on the ground that we cannot by our own strength restore our shattered economy without equipment and technical assistance from abroad, and that the mere import of this equipment is not enough. In order to obtain the necessary assistance, he was ready to give extensive concessions to the most powerful imperialist syndicates, for example, a quarter of Baku, a quarter of Grozny, a quarter of our best forests. Later he named 1 Lenin, Sakhinania, XXVII, 240, 350. Ch. XXIX to Genoa and Rapallo 353. Timber and iron ore as typical products for concessions. 1. This was indeed the only type of concession which fitted in with the scheme of war communism, where the main industrial undertakings were owned and operated by organs of state. The introduction of NEP appeared to stimulate and broaden the whole conception, partly because comparatively free and unembarrassed contacts could now be established with the capitalist world, and partly because the recognition of the role of private capital in Soviet Russia itself, and all the consequences resulting from it, removed many of the obstacles, practical and psychological, which had stood in the way of the introduction of foreign capital in the era of war communism. If industrial enterprises were to be leased to entrepreneurs to be run on a profit-earning basis, there could be no objection of principle to similar leases being granted to suitable foreign capitalists, who might thus play their part in producing consumers' goods for exchange with the peasant. In April 1921, Lenin already thought that it would not be dangerous if we let concessionaires have a few factories. To the Third Congress of Comintern 2 months later, he explained the dual purpose of the concessions policy: to hasten the revival of our heavy industry and a serious improvement in the position of workers and peasants. Nevertheless, the record of the first year of NEP in the field of foreign concessions was one of discussion rather than of realization. The first concession would appear to have been granted by the Far Eastern Republic on May 14, 1921, to the American Sinclair Exploration Company for the exploitation of the oil of northern Sakhalin. Since the whole island was in Japanese occupation, this was a political gesture rather than an economic proposition. About the same time, it was stated in Moscow that negotiations were in progress with an Anglo-Canadian firm for a timber concession, with German firms for mining concessions, and with a Swedish firm for the construction of a turbine factory. An experiment of a different kind was tried in the autumn of 1921, when a concession for a mining area in the Kuznetsk Basin in western Siberia was given to a group of American engineers and workers, who had come to Soviet Russia not as investors of American capital but as enthusiasts eager to participate in the building of the workers' state. The concession agreement was signed with Rutgers, the Dutch communist engineer who had attended the founding Congress of Comintern, and Bill Haywood of the American IWW, on November 26, 1921. The resourceful Krusin in London set on foot 2 highly promising projects. At the beginning of June 1921 he was approached by Leslie Urquhart, a mining engineer who had spent many years in Russia and was now chairman of Russo-Asiatic Consolidated, a company which had owned and worked a large mining area in the Urals, the source, among other things, of 60% of Russia's total production of lead. Krusin explained to Urquhart the Soviet policy of concessions, and preliminary discussions so far succeeded that in August 1921 Urquhart paid an exploratory visit to Moscow to discuss terms. This project broke new ground by introducing the element of compensation, the concession being offered to the former owner of the property concerned in satisfaction of claims arising from the expropriation of the property. An agreement was drafted in 27 clauses, and prospects seemed favorable. But in October Urquhart, having consulted his board, called the deal off. The points on which the negotiations broke down, though the breach was not treated by either side as final, were the Soviet refusal to concede the principle of compensation or to grant a lease for so long a period as 99 years, and Soviet insistence that engagement of workers should be subject to Soviet labor legislation, and, in particular, that workers should be engaged or dismissed only through the trade union concerned and with its consent. About the same time a representative of the Royal Dutch Shell Oil Group, a Colonel Boyle, approached Krusin with the specific backing of the Foreign Office to request a concession for the oil-bearing areas formerly owned by the group in South Russia and the Caucasus, and Boyle too made a pilgrimage to Moscow. These negotiations appear to have made a good start, and were brought to an end in the following year only by the intervention of other oil interests. The ice seemed to be melting rapidly. Meanwhile a further initiative came from the Soviet side. The question of responsibility for the financial obligations of former Russian governments was clearly still the main psychological barrier to trade relations with the capitalist world. On October 2, 1921, Chicherin issued a further note to the Western powers. Having proclaimed the principle that no people is bound to pay the cost of the chains which it has worn for centuries, The Soviet government nonetheless announced that it was opening a possibility for private initiative and capital to cooperate with the power of the workers and peasants in exploiting the natural wealth of Russia, that, in order to meet the wishes of the powers and, in particular, to satisfy small investors, it was willing to assume responsibility for Tsarist loans. Before 1914, that it regarded this concession as conditional on the cessation of hostile acts by the powers and on their willingness to recognize the Soviet government, and that it proposed the summoning of an international conference to settle these questions and elaborate a final peace treaty between Soviet Russia and the powers. 1. The idea of a new world conference at which all peoples and powers will be represented was taken up by the Soviet press. 2. Khrushchev worked hard to instill it into the not unreceptive ears of Lloyd George and his immediate advisors. 3. This initiative converged, almost by accident, with a very different project launched simultaneously from another quarter. The activities of Khrushchev in London, and the British response to them, had made a certain stir in other countries, notably France and the United States, which feared that Great Britain might steal a march on them in a lucrative market. Thus the rivalries between capitalist countries, which had been responsible for the formal lifting of the blockade in January 1920, now stimulated an active campaign for the opening up of relations with the RSFSR. After the end of 1921, the question was no longer whether the capitalist countries could or would do business with Soviet Russia, but what form that business should take. The United States was the one country where the impulse to trade with Soviet Russia was still curbed by official disapproval. 4. France was in a more vulnerable POS1T10N. Knowing her weakness if the powers engaged in a scramble for the Russian market, she sought to establish the principle of collective action. Loucheur, the ingenious and resourceful Minister of Finance, had successfully encouraged agreements between French and German industrialists, the purpose of which was to bring France much-needed reparations through a share in the output of an expanding German industry. The Wiesbaden agreements of October 1921 had been a first step along this path. He now conceived a still more ambitious plan. In December 1921 a group of industrialists and financiers of Allied countries met in Paris, and proposed the establishment of an international corporation for the reconstruction of Europe. It was understood that large-scale investment in Soviet Russia would be one of the major functions of the corporation, since the exploitation of Russian resources was now recognized as a condition of European recovery. German industry, by playing its part in the development of Russia, would make Germany capable of paying reparations to the West. The presence of Worthington Evans, the Secretary of State for War, in the British delegation, though theoretically explicable on the ground of his business experience and connections, was a clear indication of official backing. Rathenau, the German Minister of Reconstruction, who had been initiated into the scheme by Lloyd George himself while on a visit to London in December 1921, was also present in Paris during these discussions, though he took no overt part in them. Such were the origins of the famous Genoa Conference, the product, on the one side, of a Soviet project for a general conference to settle relations between Soviet Russia and the capitalist world, and, on the other side, of an Allied project for the international development of Russia as the byproduct of a plan of reparations. It required only the ingenuity of Lloyd George to marry these two projects. On his proposal, the Supreme Council in its session at Cannes decided on January 6, 1922, to convene an economic and financial conference, to which all European countries, including Soviet Russia and the ex-enemy countries, would be invited. A united effort by the stronger powers, declared the resolution, is necessary to remedy the paralysis of the European system. Certain principles were, however, laid down. On the one hand, nations can claim no right to dictate to each other regarding the principles on which they are to regulate their system of ownership, internal economy, and government. The possibility of the peaceful coexistence of socialist and capitalist countries was recognized. On the other hand, governments must recognize all public debts and obligations and compensate foreign interests for confiscated property. It was specifically added that this was a condition of the official recognition of the Russian government by the Allied powers. But the other project was not forgotten. On January 10, 1922, the Supreme Council approved the establishment of an international corporation with affiliated national corporations for the purpose of the economic reconstruction of Europe, and decided to set up an organizing committee with £10,000 at its disposal to work out the scheme. 2 days later, Rathenau, summoned to Caen to undergo a further examination on German reparations policy, concluded his speech with a carefully drafted peroration on the reconstruction of Europe. Germany, though without capital to invest, was qualified for participation by her familiarity with the technical and economic conditions and practices of the East. Neither Russia nor Bolshevism was named. But the speaker noted that Germany, even in the midst of defeat, collapse, and revolution, had nonetheless resisted the disintegration of state and society. Not perhaps for the first time, the hint was heard on the J.S. of a German official spokesman of Germany's role as a bulwark of the West against Bolshevism. While Rathenau was actually speaking, news arrived from Paris of the downfall of the government of Briand, the French Prime Minister and principal delegate at Caen. This brought the Caen meeting to a somewhat confused end. The replacement of Briand by Poincaré, who had bitterly attacked the projected conference in the press, had an important effect on its prospects. Poincaré insisted that it should refrain from any discussion of German reparations, so that Soviet Russia remained as the major, if not exclusive, item of the agenda. Moreover, the change dealt a death blow to the conception of the international corporation, for this turned for its realization not only on close Anglo-French cooperation, which was no longer available, but also on a policy of economic cooperation with Germany, which Poincaré was determined to reject in favor of a policy of coercion. This consequence of the change was not, however, realized at once. Experts in London continued to draw up conditions for the resumption of trading with Soviet Russia, which soared into the realm of pure fantasy. Not only was the Soviet government formally to recognize the obligations of former Russian governments, but a schedule of payments on the lines of German reparations plans was to be drawn up, and control established over Russian assets. A system of capitulations was envisaged under which courts in Soviet Russia would apply foreign law. In cases affecting foreigners, and no foreigner resident there could be arrested without the assistance or consent of his consul, and no judgment against him carried out without the consent of the consul concerned. One limited knowledge in Moscow of what was on foot encouraged perhaps an unduly rosy view of the prospect. At a session of VTSIK on January 27, 1922, which was devoted to preparations for the conference, Chicherin spoke with unusual tolerance of Lloyd George, with his flexibility, his feeling for all environmental, political and social forces, with his understanding of compromise. Having made it clear that the Soviet government would accept no form of cooperation which might take the form of economic domination, he went on, "The prognosis of Lloyd George and our prognosis of historical development are diametrically opposed, but our practice of policy coincides with the striving for the establishment of full peaceful relations, for the creation of economic links and for common economic cooperation." At the end of the session the appointment was announced of an unusually large and influential delegation for the conference, with Lenin as president, Chicherin as his deputy, and a membership including Krasin, Litvinov, Joff, Vorovsky, and Rakovsky. 2 postponements on the Allied side delayed the meeting till April. Lenin, in a speech of March 6, 1922, in welcoming the conference, declared that we are going to it as merchants, because trade with the capitalist countries is absolutely necessary for us, but added that any plans of imposing conditions on Soviet Russia as on a conquered country were simple nonsense not worthwhile answering. A few days later Chicherin issued a warning to the Allied governments reputed to be engaged in private discussions of such plans: if it is true that this group of governments intends, as their press has stated, to present proposals that are incompatible with the sovereign rights of the Russian government and with the independence of the Russian state, it must be stated that disregard for the principles of equality and free exchange of views between all governments participating at the conference will inevitably result in its failure. The note went on to explain that the essential point in its policy is the desire to create in Russia conditions that will favor the development of private initiative in the fields of industry, agriculture, transport, and commerce, and ended with some highly reassuring, if questionable, statements about the legal guarantees available to foreigners trading in Soviet territory. The state cannot confiscate property except for the same reasons as are admitted under all civil codes. Special decrees guarantee the freedom of trade within the country, while the monopoly of foreign trade is reserved for the state. But even in the latter field of enterprise, special conventions authorize participation by private capital. This note represents, just a year after the introduction of NEP, the high water mark in the application of NEP principles to the task of attracting foreign capital and foreign trade. At this point, the road that led to Genoa, the uneasy road of rapprochement with the Western powers along which Soviet policy had traveled ever since the Anglo-Soviet Trade Agreement of March 1921, was joined by another road which Soviet policy had been simultaneously following, the road that led to Rapallo. The road to Genoa with all its ups and downs had been throughout in the full public view. The road to Rapallo was a clandestine path carefully shaded on both sides from any form of publicity. In April 1922 this road suddenly emerged into the open, and the two roads converged to form a single coherent foreign policy in which rapprochement with Germany predominated over rapprochement with the Western powers. But the earlier stages of the road that led to Rapallo were not fully revealed, and much of it is even now shrouded in obscurity. The possibility of a surreptitious trade with Russia in military material whose manufacture in Germany was prohibited by the Versailles Treaty may have dawned on German minds very soon after the conclusion of the treaty itself. The flight, or attempted flight, to Moscow as early as October 1919 of a Junkers plane, carrying a representative of the firm, too, is scarcely explicable on any other hypothesis. But for a long time these ideas remained in the air without awakening any visible response from Moscow. The secret department of the German Ministry of War known as Sondergruppe R is said to have been established in the winter of 1920 to 1921-3, and may have been an obscure outcrop of German interest in the Soviet-Polish War. The first occasion when these issues are known to have been seriously considered in Moscow was in January or February 1921, when Kopp, then on leave from Berlin, discussed them with Trotsky, the People's Commissar for War and President of the Military Revolutionary Council. Kopp evidently returned to Berlin with instructions to carry conversations further. The moment was propitious for overcoming any hesitation still felt in German military or industrial circles. The astronomical demands of the Western powers and their increasingly menacing attitude continued to drive Germany towards the east, and this quite effaced any adverse impression which might have been created by the March action of the KPD. The Reichswehr might indeed well draw from the rapid collapse of the Rising a new assurance of its ability to deal with communism at home. In any event, it is certain that, at the moment when the KPD was receiving more or less direct encouragement from Zinoviev to overthrow the German government, the German military authorities and German industrialists were in secret negotiation with Kopp for the rebuilding of the Russian armaments industry under German technical management and control. On April 7, L-92L, Kopp reported to Trotsky, sending copies of his report to Lenin and Chicherin, that a project had been worked out under which aeroplanes would be manufactured in Russia by the Albatros Werke, submarines by Blom and Voss, and guns and shells by Krupps, and suggested that a mission of 5 or 6 German technicians, headed by Neumann, who is known to you, should proceed to Moscow for discussions of detail. Strict secrecy was enjoined. In May 1921 the British ambassador in Berlin recorded without special comment a visit to Berlin by Krassin, who had meetings and luncheons and dinners with various German industrials. In the early summer of 1921, the proposed German mission of experts visited Soviet Russia. It was headed by Colonel Oskar von Niedermeyer, whose exploits in Asia in the First World War earned him the name of the German Lawrence. 2 other members of the mission were Colonel Schubert, who had been German military attaché in Moscow in 1918-3, and Major Chunk, an officer on Sieck's staff. Among the projects examined by the mission was the rehabilitation under German management of the derelict armament factories in and around Petrograd. The mission inspected the factories, escorted by Karakan, then Deputy Commissar for Foreign Affairs, and Kopp, but the technical report was unfavorable, and the plan was dropped. 4 The results of this first German visit were inconclusive. But it was followed by the foundation in Berlin of a company with the meaningless name of GEFU, which later acted as cover on behalf of the Reichswehr and of German firms for illicit arms transactions with Soviet Russia. 5 Meanwhile, on September 10, 1921, at a meeting of the Politburo, a dispatch was read from one of the German negotiators whose identity cannot be established, but who was evidently favorable to the Soviet cause. He reported hesitations in German business circles, due to new moves in Western Europe for intervention in Russia. 6 And to hints from Lusher to Rathenau of concessions in the decision on the Upper Silesian plebiscite if Germany refrained from a separate agreement with Russia. The informant thought that it was necessary to enhance confidence in German business circles in Soviet stability, and advised the Soviet negotiators to play the Polish card, i.e. to harp on fears of Poland. Concrete positive conclusions had already been reached on the military side, but difficulties were still to be expected from the politicians. Lenin observed that the idea of combining military and economic negotiations is correct. The establishment of German arms factories in Russia was to be camouflaged under the heading of concessions. A curious detail which emerges from the record is that Kherson was at this time purchasing munitions for Soviet Russia in the United States. 2 In the same month, Sieck's biographer records the opening of the negotiations in Berlin. They took place for the most part in private apartments, generally in that of Major von Schleicher. The principal Soviet negotiator at this stage was Kherson. The principal German negotiators were General von Haas, who had succeeded Sieck as head of the Truppenamt when Sieck became commander-in-chief of the Reichswehr, General von Thomson, an aeronautical expert, and Niedermeyer. Sieck, in accordance with his habit, remained in the background. 3 In the latter part of 1921, Haas himself visited Moscow at the head of a mission which included an admiral, an official of the German Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and a director of Junkers, and is reported to have had discussions with Lebedev, the Soviet Chief of Staff, on action in the event of a Polish war. 4 In the autumn of 1921, Allied action removed the last serious hesitations on the German side and, by making it easy for the Soviet negotiators to play the Polish card, smoothed the path of Soviet-German relations in every sphere. The decision on the division of Upper Silesia following the plebiscite was more unfavorable to Germany than most Germans had expected, or had reason to expect, and a wave of indignation against the Western powers swept over the country. This particularly affected those diplomatic circles where hostility to Soviet Russia and hope. 1 In E H Carr, German-Soviet Relations Between the Two World Wars. p. 60, this phrase was erroneously ascribed to Lenin. It belongs to the German informant. 2 This record is in the Trotsky archives. 3 F. von Rabenau, Siegt, Aus seinem Leben, R9 R8 R936, pages 308. 309 Fordrum Nat, No. 2, November 1948, p. 49, H. von Dirksen, Moscow, Tokyo, London, pages 44 to 45. Information from Mr. Gustav Hilger. Ch. XXIX to Genoa and Rapallo 365. Of mollifying the Western Allies had been kept alive. The Upper Silesian decision was reflected in an important change at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Berendt, a former businessman who had been since 1919 director of the Eastern Division, and was strongly anti-Soviet, resigned, and Maltzahn was recalled from abroad to succeed him. 2 Another significant step was taken about the same time. It was characteristic of the relations between the Reichswehr and the German government that the latter had been kept in complete ignorance of the Reichswehr's delicate negotiations with Soviet Russia. Sieck now decided to inform the Chancellor, Wirth, who was also Minister of Finance, of what was on foot. It might be necessary to have the support of the civil authorities, and more finance might be required than could conveniently be furnished out of secret military funds. Point 3. About the same time the secret was imparted to a small circle in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, perhaps at first only to Maltson. Point 4. Henceforth German policy towards Soviet Russia could be fully coordinated, and flowed simultaneously in three converging channels: military, economic, and political. Economic relations now began to feel the stimulus which the trade agreement of May 6, 1921, had at first failed to give. Political negotiations seemed to arise naturally out of the economic negotiations. 5. And had an active promoter at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the person of Maltson. Relations between the two countries were now put on a formal, though still not fully diplomatic, basis. In September Wiedenfeld arrived in Moscow as German trade representative, and at the end of October Krestinsky was received in Berlin as Soviet representative in a capacity which does not seem to have been precisely defined. 1. His status was marked by the fact that his credentials were presented to Wirth as Chancellor, not to the President of the Reich. 2. Stamoniakov, a member of Kressin's staff in the trade delegation in London, was transferred to Berlin as head of the trade delegation there under Krestinsky, but apparently continued to be directly responsible to Kressin. 3. A long tradition built on a solid foundation of common interest favored the rapid development of commercial relations between the two countries. Germany had occupied a predominant place in Russia's foreign trade before the First World War, taking, in 1913, 29.8% of Russian exports and providing 47.5% of Russian imports. Germany was the only important country with which Russia's balance of trade was markedly passive. Kressin in an article of 1922 described the relation in terms which underlined rather than concealed its semi-colonial character. Russia and Germany, to judge by their former economic relations, were so to speak made for each other. On the one side, an immense country with inexhaustible natural riches, contained in her soil, forests, and mineral deposits, with a working population of many millions which had proved its capacity to raise itself in any branch of productive activity to the levels attained by the advanced countries of the West. On the other side, an industrial country with the most up-to-date technique, and with a surplus population for whose maintenance the development of export trade and transport is an indispensable condition. None of the Western European countries has such experience of working with Russia or such profound and exact knowledge of all the conditions in our country as Germany. Hundreds of thousands of Germans used to live in Russia before the war. Many of them are complete masters of the Russian language, and have the most extensive personal connections throughout the length and breadth of Russia. Finally, our whole civilization, in particular our technical development, industry and trade, have been based for decades past mainly on work done in partnership with Germany, and it is easier for the Russian industrialist, merchant, and even worker to get on with the German than with any other foreigner. One link so strong and so profitable to both parties were not easily broken. Refusal in the autumn of 1919 to participate in the blockade of Russia was the first independent act of German policy after the war. From 1920 onwards, with the Baltic ports reopened, Russian-German trade began to flow again in a steady and increasing trickle. The Provisional Trade Agreement of May 6, 1921, was a formal recognition of its existence and an attempt to stimulate its expansion. Early in 1921 Lomonosov, the Russian railway engineer, came to Berlin to place extensive orders for locomotives. 2. On the other hand, Germany was in no position to undertake those capital investments in Russia which the Soviet government was eager above all things to attract, and which were the main object of the concessions. For some time after the conclusion of the Anglo-Soviet Trade Agreement of March 16, 1921, Soviet hopes continued to be centered on Great Britain, and Great Britain remained Soviet Russia's largest supplier and most lucrative market during the greater part of that year. It was only in the autumn of 1921, when Anglo-Soviet political relations had failed to respond to the stimulus of the trade agreement, and when those groups in Germany which still looked to the West had been disillusioned by the decision on Upper Silesia, that both countries began to devote serious attention to the improvement of trade relations between them. The shortage of capital in Germany made it easier to interest German concerns in trading companies which could operate with a small working capital than in industrial concessions requiring large-scale long-term investment. The autumn of 1921 saw the first development of the system of mixed companies, which for many years proved a popular instrument of Soviet foreign trade. The first of them appears to have been a shipping company formed by the Soviet government and the Hamburg-America Line under the name Director for the transport of cargoes between Germany and Soviet Russia. This was followed by Die Ruhrluft, a corresponding company for handling air traffic between the two countries, and Die Ruhrmetall, a company for trading in scrap metal. One later came the foundation of Ruskerderg, a general Soviet-German trading concern, of which half the capital was held by Wienersterg and half by a German group headed by the iron and steel magnate Otto Wolff. Negotiations for concessions were reported to be in progress with several German firms, too, and in January 1922 an agreement was signed with Krupps for a concession covering an extensive area in South Russia on the river Menik, a tributary of the Don, for the establishment of a factory and experimental station for tractors and agricultural machinery. Lenin particularly welcomed this concession and urged the importance of concluding such agreements, especially now before the Genoa Conference, and particularly with German firms. The choice between West and East, which now once again faced German statesmen, was expressed in the indecisive and ambiguous personality of Rathenau, who became Minister for Foreign Affairs in Wirth's government on January 31, 1922. The project moved by the Western Allies at the end of 1921 for an international consortium to develop and exploit Russian resources divided German economic interests into two factions, the interests centering mainly but not exclusively round light industry, which had close commercial and financial links with the West, and the heavy industrial interests which were primarily dependent on Eastern connections and markets. Rathenau's major economic interests, as well as his cultural and temperamental affinities, ranged him with the Westerners, though he also, as his record and his conversations with Radek in 1919 showed, had an active consciousness of the opportunities open to German industry in the East. But, while Rathenau toyed in London, Paris, and Cannes with the idea of cooperation in a Western consortium for joint operations in Russia, the eastward-looking attitude of German heavy industry was receiving strong reinforcements in Berlin from the secret military negotiations, which promised the armaments industry a rich field for recovery and expansion in Soviet Russia. Of this tendency Stens, now the king of German heavy industry, was the chief industrial representative. One its political spokesman was Stresemann, leader of the German People's Party, the party of the great industrialists. Wirth, the chancellor, himself a member of the Centre, had been won over to it, and Maltzahn was its influential champion in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Early in 1922, when the issue still seemed to hang in the balance, Maltzahn told the British ambassador that in his view trade with Russia should be organized by the great powers acting individually, and not through a consortium. And shortly afterwards Wirth, echoing the very phraseology of Soviet protests against the consortium, explained to the Reichstag his objections to any policy that wished to consider and treat Russia as a colony. For the issue was first openly debated in the Reichstag on March 29, 1922, on the eve of the arrival of the Soviet delegation on its way to the Genoa Conference. Stresemann attacked the treatment of Russia as a colony for international capital to exploit, and did not want Germany to become a member of an international consortium economically hostile to her, and Rathenau made a speech which was, in effect, a confession of his inability to face the dilemma: the path of syndicates is not decisive. Syndicates can be useful and we should not cut ourselves off from such syndicates. On the other hand, the essential part of the work of reconstruction will have to be discussed between us and Russia herself. Such discussions have taken place and are now taking place, and I shall promote them by every means. The economic negotiations with Soviet Russia proceeded without concealment. The political and military negotiations, which were being conducted at the same time, were shrouded in complete secrecy, and no full record of them can even now be given. The culminating period for both fell within the first months of 1922, One, when the invitation extended to both countries to the forthcoming Genoa conference complicated the calculations of both. According to Hass's diary, the first conference between Siecht and the Russians took place on December 8, 1921. On January 17, 1922, Radek arrived in Berlin from Moscow with Niedermeyer, too, and was observed by the British ambassador to be multiplying his interviews with German ministers, officials, and party politicians. Rakowski and Kresin joined him in February. In view of Rathenau's close association with the consortium proposal, his appointment as Minister of Foreign Affairs caused some trepidation in Moscow, but did not affect the military negotiations. On February 10, 1922, Radek, at his insistent request, had a personal meeting with Siecht, apparently the first. He asked for German help in rebuilding Russia's armament industries and in the training of Soviet officers, and complained of the closeness of German relations with the West, especially with Great Britain, to which Siecht replied that Germany needed to flirt with Britain as a counterweight to France. For Radek in these talks is said to have made the offer that Soviet Russia, if equipped with German aid, would join Germany in an attack on Poland in the spring. If so, this scarcely represented a serious intention of the Soviet government. Radek was applying with his customary irresponsibility the injunction to play the Polish card. The new element in the negotiations at this time seems to have been the proposal that the Germans should not only organize and run factories for the forbidden weapons in Soviet Russia, but should train Red Army officers in the use of these weapons and at the same time set up training schools there for future German officers. The whole scheme broadened out into a project for a substantial German military establishment on Soviet soil, from which the Red Army would derive its share of advantage both in material and in training. Two political negotiations meanwhile lagged. The need for a political agreement which would carry with it a resumption of full diplomatic relations was not seriously denied, but obstruction still came from certain quarters both in the German Ministry of Foreign Affairs and in the Social Democratic Party, which were certainly unaware of the military negotiations. In February 1922 Radek had an interview with Rathenau. But there is no evidence of the extent of the progress made until, in the first days of April 1922, the Soviet delegation to the Genoa conference broke its journey in Berlin on the way to Genoa. What happened next is fairly well established. No confidence was felt in Moscow that any serious result would come out of the Genoa conference. The Western powers were attempting to impose unacceptable conditions on the establishment of economic relations with the RSFSR, a separate agreement with Berlin, which would prevent Germany from committing herself to the proposed international corporation, and facilitate independent trading between Germany and the RSFSR, would strengthen the Soviet position and break the threatened stranglehold of the Western powers. The Soviet delegation pressed, therefore, in Berlin for the immediate conclusion of a treaty. The rift between Easterners and Westerners in the German Ministry of Foreign Affairs was acute, with Rathenau himself now leaning to the West. The Easterners were strong enough to secure approval for immediate negotiations, and in the next few days agreement was reached on the text of a treaty with only two minor points left in abeyance. When, however, the Soviet delegation pressed for immediate signature, Rathenau held back, still clinging to the hope of an agreement with the Western powers, and perceiving, perhaps more clearly than the Russians, that it might wreck the conference at the outset to present it with the fait accompli of a Soviet-German treaty. Both delegations therefore proceeded to Genoa with the treaty unsigned, with the draft still incomplete, and with its very existence unsuspected outside the inner circles of the German Foreign Office and the Soviet delegation. It is unlikely that the political negotiators broached the questions of military collaboration which were being pursued through other channels. But it is on record that Chicherin appealed to the Chancellor quite openly for the presence of German officers in Russia. 2. The opening of the Genoa conference on April 10, 1922 found the Soviet delegation in a far more impressive position than there had been reason to expect a few weeks earlier. Poincare, refusing himself to attend the conference, had sent Bartho with instructions to be intractable. Lloyd George badly needed an agreement with Russia in order to revive his wilting prestige, Anglo-French friction and Poincare's attitude to Germany had virtually killed the menacing project of an international corporation, and Soviet Russia had the prospect of a separate agreement with Germany to strengthen her hand against the Western powers. On the other hand, Soviet Russia desperately needed capital investments which could only come from the West. Chicherin's initial speech at the conference, delivered in French and inflated by journalistic curiosity into an international event, ranged far. He opened up visions of the vast potential contribution of Russia's untapped resources, developed and made available through the cooperation of Western capitalists, to the cause of worldwide economic recovery. He observed that the measures introduced under NEP go to meet the wishes contained in the Cannes resolution in regard to the juridical guarantees necessary for the economic cooperation with Soviet Russia of countries based on private property. Noting that the restoration of the world economy would be impossible unless the threat of wars were removed, he announced that the Soviet delegation would at a later stage of the conference propose a general reduction of armaments, and support all proposals aimed at lightening the burden of militarism. Finally, he thought that the time had come for a World Congress on the basis of equality between all nations for the establishment of general peace. The Russian government, for its part, was prepared to take existing international agreements as a starting point, while introducing into these agreements necessary amendments, and even to participate in a revision of the Statute of the League of Nations in order to convert it into a genuine alliance of peoples, excluding the domination of some by others and doing away with the present division into victors and vanquished. The seeming naivete of these proposals masked a good deal of subtle calculation. The advocacy of a general reduction of armaments, the insistence on equality between victors and vanquished, and the bare hint of necessary amendments to the Versailles Treaty, were designed to fall on the grateful ears of the German delegation and to remind it where the true friends of Germany were to be found. The raising of the issue of disarmament could also be counted on to deepen the rift between Great Britain and France, who had for some time been quarreling on the subject at Geneva. When Barthot indignantly protested that a reduction of armaments did not figure on the agenda of the conference as drawn up at Cannes, and declared that the French delegation would participate in no such discussions, Lloyd George, while making it clear that his sympathies did not lie with Barthot, suavely begged Chicherin not to sink the ship by overloading it. Chicherin magnanimously waived the point. Next day it was agreed, against the sole vote of France, that the German and Soviet delegations, like those of the three principal allies, should automatically have a place in all commissions set up by the conference. This meant their formal promotion to the rank of great powers. The principle of equality had been recognized and accepted. After this opening business, commissions were appointed to deal with political, financial, economic, and transport questions, and, while these indulged in meaningless generalities, the leaders of the Allied delegations, meeting in Lloyd George's villa, entered into serious discussions with the Soviet delegation on the real issue of the conference, relations with Soviet Russia. Allied claims fell into three categories: Russian war debts, Russian pre-war public and private debts, and the nationalization of foreign enterprises by the Soviet government. As regards the first, a proposal was moved for the mutual cancellation of these claims and of Soviet claims for damages resulting from Allied intervention in the Civil War. And, though this was rejected by both sides, it was clear that a compromise would be reached on these lines if other issues proved susceptible of settlement. 2. As regards the second, the Soviet government had formally recognized these claims ever since January 1919, but declared that it was materially incapable of meeting them at present unless the Allied governments were prepared to make or guarantee a loan to it. 3. This was a subject for hard bargaining, but no longer an issue of principle. The question of nationalization was the most stubborn. The Soviet delegation reiterated Soviet willingness to grant long-term concessions to former foreign owners of nationalized property, but, while the British delegation showed some inclination to close with this offer, the French and Belgian delegations insisted on the return of the properties or an adequate compensation for them. Germany, having under the Versailles Treaty renounced all claims on Soviet Russia, had no part in these conversations, and Lloyd George rashly assumed that it was safe to let the German delegation kick its heels until he had finished with the Russians. This was a fatal error. Rumors reached the German delegation in its seclusion that the Allies were about to clinch a bargain with the Soviet government on terms which included a revival of Russian claims on Germany for reparations. These had been kept alive by Article 116 of the Versailles Treaty, which cancelled the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. The suspicion was false. No such scheme seems to have been considered. But Radek had long ago taken pains to sow such fears in the German official mind, too, and Maltson, whether he shared these fears or not, played on them in the interests of his Eastern policy, urging the importance of signing the treaty with the Soviet delegation before the latter had been further tempted to make terms with the Allies at German expense. The German delegates were in a depressed state of mind when at 1 o'clock on the morning of Easter Sunday, April 16, 1922, Joff telephoned to them to propose a meeting later in the day at the neighboring resort of Rapallo to complete the unfinished treaty negotiated in Berlin. Rathenau's biographer has described how the principal members of the delegation assembled in their pajamas in Rathenau's bedroom, and debated the question to go or not to go to Rapallo. Haas, Sikh's representative in the secret military negotiations, was present at Genoa in the German delegation, but is not known to have participated in this famous bedroom scene. The reluctance of Rathenau was now finally overborne by Wirth and Maltson. 1. The Soviet invitation was accepted. The day was spent in filling up the gaps in the draft, and at 5 o'clock the Treaty of Rapallo was signed. The fact of signature was more important than the formal contents of the treaty. It provided for the mutual renunciation of all financial claims, including German claims arising out of the Soviet nationalization decrees, on the condition that the government of the RSFSR does not meet analogous claims of other states. Diplomatic and consular relations were to be resumed, and the most important article of the treaty dealt with economic relations. Both governments will mutually seek to meet the economic requirements of both countries in a spirit of goodwill. In the event of this question being settled in principle on an international basis, they will enter into a previous exchange of opinions with each other. The effect of this clause was to ensure the exclusion of Germany from any international scheme for exploitation of Russian resources and the establishment of a common economic front between the two countries. This was its main immediate attraction for Soviet Russia. Another clause of the same article bound the German government to support the creation of the mixed companies through which it was proposed to conduct Soviet-German trade. 2. This major diplomatic event shattered the already creaking structure of the Genoa Conference. The Allied powers had attempted to come to terms with Soviet Russia behind the back of Germany. Soviet Russia had come to terms with Germany behind their back. Their wrath fell primarily on the German delegation, and was expressed in a querulous joint note, had not the German Chancellor himself declared at the opening session only a week ago that the German delegation would cooperate with the other powers for the solution of these questions in a spirit of genuine loyalty and fellowship. 1. Formally the proceedings of the conference were not affected. But the result of Rapallo had been to stiffen the attitude of the Soviet delegation, by improving its bargaining position, and of the French delegation, by providing it with at any rate a better pretext for its intransigence. The faint hope that Lloyd George's ingenuity might succeed in bridging the gap between them now vanished altogether. A restatement of the Allied position in a memorandum to the Soviet delegation of May 2, 1922, while no longer sufficiently unyielding to secure French or Belgian approval, represented from the Soviet standpoint a long step back from the compromises discussed in Lloyd George's villa before Rapallo. 2. The week that followed was occupied by abortive private discussions between the British and Soviet delegations. 3. Then, on May 11, 1922, the Soviet delegation sent a long and argumentative reply which was clearly designed to bring the fruitless conference to an end. It abounded in historical precedents. Revolutionary France not only tore up the political treaties of the former regime with foreign countries, but also repudiated her national debt. She consented to pay only 1/3 of that debt, and that from motives of political expediency. The United States had equally repudiated the treaties of its predecessors, England and Spain. The Allied governments of 1919 had confiscated without compensation the property of nationals of the vanquished states. As regards Soviet claims arising out of the Civil War, the British government had paid $15 million to the United States as compensation for damage caused by the Alabama in the American Civil War. The Allied proposal that compensation claims should be adjudicated by a mixed arbitral tribunal with a neutral president provoked an important declaration of principle. In the trial of disputes of this kind, the specific disagreements will inevitably end in opposing to one another two forms of property, whose antagonism assumes today for the first time in history a real and practical character. In such circumstances there can be no question of an impartial superarbiter. The memorandum closed by indicating once more that the Soviet government was prepared to make important concessions, but only in return for equivalent concessions from the other side. If the powers desired to pursue the question of the financial disputes between themselves and Russia, a mixed commission of experts might be convened at some other place and time. One behind the scenes, the Genoa Conference had marked another stage in the struggle between British and American oil. Negotiations between the Royal Dutch Shell Group and the Soviet government had reached a point where the former hoped to obtain an exclusive concession for the whole oil-bearing region of southeastern Russia and the Caucasus. An agreement to this effect was said to be already in draft. This agreement no doubt inspired the British delegation, unlike the other Allied delegations, to lend a ready ear to the Soviet proposal under which nationalized properties would be returned to their former owners, not in ownership, but as concessions for exploitation. The American Standard Oil Company had also acquired oil interests in the Caucasus, but only by purchase from a Russian owner. Since the nationalization decree of 1918, these would not have been covered by the British-Soviet formula. The American counter-offensive opened with a statement made by a director of Standard Oil 2 days after the conference opened to the Times in London. This expressed strong American opposition to any exclusive concession. During the course of the conference, the terms of the draft agreement between the Royal Dutch Shell Group and the Soviet government were published in the American press as if the agreement had actually been concluded. This provoked a flood of denials, including one from Austen Chamberlain in the House of Commons. The struggle was none the less acute, and French and Belgian opposition to the British attitude was believed by many to have been inspired from Washington. In the last stages of the conference, on May 11, 1922, the American State Department itself intervened with an uncompromising pronouncement issued in Genoa by the American ambassador in Rome. The United States will never consent that any scheme whatsoever, national or international, shall be applied unless it takes account of the principle of the open door for all and recognizes equal rights for all. For this statement, which finally dissolved the dream of an exclusive British, or British-Dutch, oil concession in Soviet Russia, happened to coincide in date with the Soviet memorandum. Both together signaled the end of the conference. The Allies, rather in order to wind up the conference with an agreed conclusion than for any more practical purpose, seized on the Soviet proposal for a commission of experts to pursue the study of outstanding differences. It was decided that the experts should meet in The Hague at the end of June 1922. Thereupon the conference dispersed. The Genoa Conference had ended in failure. It brought none of the concrete results which the Soviet government had sought: de jure recognition, foreign capital investments, credits and a settlement of claims. It had nevertheless given something, and more to Soviet Russia than to any other country. The Soviet government, though not officially recognized, had been formally accepted at the conference table as an equal sovereign power. Though no settlement had been reached, the basis of a settlement had clearly emerged: war debts and civil war claims would be mutually wiped out. Something would be paid on pre-war debts, provided the debtors advanced credits out of which to pay it. Expropriated foreign owners would get their properties back in the form of concessions, provided they were prepared to invest further capital. Above all, the Genoa Conference had made possible the Rapallo Treaty. The peculiar importance which the Soviet government attached to this achievement was shown by the unprecedentedly warm and emphatic terms of a resolution recording its approval by VTSIK a month later. According to this resolution, VTSIK welcomes the Russian-German treaty concluded at Rapallo as the only correct way out from the difficulties, chaos, and danger of wars, recognizes only treaties of this type as normal for the relations of the RSFSR with capitalist states, instructs the Council of People's Commissars and the People's Commissariat of Foreign Affairs to conduct its policy in the spirit indicated, and enjoins on the People's Commissariat of Foreign Affairs to admit departures from the type of the Rapallo Treaty only. In those exceptional cases where these departures are compensated by quite special advantages for the toiling masses of the RSFSR and of the Soviet republics allied with it. For the Soviet government, as for the German government, the Rapallo Treaty had the rare and refreshing character of an equal bargain. It was the first major diplomatic occasion on which either Soviet Russia or the Weimar Republic had negotiated as an equal. The two outcasts of European society, overcoming the barrier of ideological differences, joined hands, and, in so doing, recovered their status and their self-esteem as independent members of the society. Confidence in the ability of the Soviet government to play a successful role in the game of diplomacy as a European power began with the Treaty of Rapallo. The long-range implications of the change in Soviet policy and outlook of which the Rapallo Treaty was the expression were not yet fully recognized. It had been a commonplace among Soviet leaders that the RSFSR had been enabled to survive in its critical first 2 years by the divisions and jealousies within the capitalist world. Crude attempts had been made in 1918 to play off the Germans against the Western Allies and the Western Allies against the Germans. Lenin on one occasion said that the whole foreign policy of the regime during its first 3 years had been to utilize the division between the capitalist countries. And at the time of the Washington Conference, American support had been an invaluable asset in hastening the evacuation of Siberia by Japan. But it was the Rapallo Treaty which first made the balance of power a vital, though unavowed, principle of Soviet policy in Europe. The Genoa Conference had confronted Soviet Russia with the danger, exaggerated by Soviet fears but not wholly lacking in substance, of a Europe united to exploit Russian resources and impose terms on Soviet Russia as an economically dependent backward country. This danger was conjured by wooing away one of the essential partners in such a project. The Rapallo Treaty was not, strictly speaking, a treaty of alliance. It did not constitute on either side an exclusive association. Soviet Russia did not cease to be preoccupied with the improvement of her relations with the other European group, notably with Great Britain, or of her relations with the United States, still remote and still secure enough to adhere to neither European group. But Rapallo established the principle that the capitalist world must be prevented at all costs from uniting against the Soviet power, and that this could be achieved by proffering the hand of friendship to one of the camps into which that world was divided, and since, throughout the Weimar period, Germany was the weaker of the two groups, this established a special relation between Soviet Russia and Germany. A few months later Radek, who must be accounted one of the chief artificers of the Rapallo policy, defined this relation in terms of the eternal interests of Russia and the traditional arguments of the old diplomacy. Soviet Russia and the world pt.v. The policy of strangling Germany implied in fact the destruction of Russia as a great power, for, no matter how Russia is governed, it is always to her interest that Germany should exist. A Russia weakened to the utmost by the war could neither have remained a great power nor acquired the economic and technical means for her industrial reconstruction, unless she had in the existence of Germany a counterweight to the preponderance of the Allies. It was perhaps odd that the occasion of this pronouncement should have been a report prepared for the Fourth Congress of Comintern. But the changes which had come over the policies of that institution under the influence of NEP, Genoa, and Rapallo will be examined in the next chapter. Chapter 30. Retreat in Comintern. The predisposing cause of the retreat of March 1921, both on the domestic and on the diplomatic front, was the unexpected delay and the spread of revolution over Europe. The economic hazards of an indefinitely prolonged interim period required Soviet Russia to enter into amicable trading relations with the capitalist world. The political hazards called for amicable political relations with some capitalist states as a reinsurance against the hostility of others, the policy of splitting the capitalist world. The cause which had produced these events, the long postponement of European revolution, was bound to affect even more directly the outlook and policies of Comintern, and required a corresponding readjustment in its activities. After the March action of 1921 in Germany, this conclusion could not be evaded. The readjustment was duly made in the spring and summer of I 921, and recorded at the Third Congress of Comintern in June and July of that year. It was the natural counterpart of the change in Soviet policy, domestic and foreign, represented by NEP and the Anglo-Soviet trade agreement. The change of front in Comintern was, however, unlikely to be achieved without resistance, even within the Russian party, and Trotsky's account of the discussions in the Politburo and in the Central Committee before the Congress, with Lenin, Trotsky, and Kamina standing for retreat and compromise, and Zinoviev, Bukharin, Radek and Belakhon continuing to preach the revolutionary offensive, may be accepted as broadly correct. In any case, Lenin's firmness carried the day. At the Congress the Russian delegates spoke with a single voice, though with varying degrees of emphasis. The staging and organization of the Third Congress of Comintern, which assembled on June 22, 1921, were more grandiose than ever before. A larger number of delegates represented a larger number of parties and party members in Europe and beyond. During the interval between the Second and Third Congresses, Comintern began to organize itself as a large-scale institution, moving from the 2 or 3 rooms in the Kremlin where it had started work in 1919 to the imposing premises of the former German embassy. It also acquired a hotel to house communist delegates from other countries, though this, according to an early British visitor, was in a deplorable condition and was infested with rats. During the same period, as Zinoviev proudly reported to the Third Congress, IKI had held 31 sessions. For the more expeditious transaction of business it had recently set up an inner bureau of 7 members, which was specially concerned with the direction of secret and illegal activities. But, in spite of these outward symptoms of progress, the note of sobriety and restraint contrasted strangely with the revolutionary optimism of 1920. An article entitled "Before the Third Congress of the Communist International," written by Zinoviev when the summons to the Congress was issued 3 months earlier, had admitted that the tempo of the international proletarian revolution is, through a whole variety of circumstances, being somewhat slowed down. Trotsky, who made the first report of the Congress on the economic crisis and the new tasks of the international force, spoke of the recovery of self-confidence by the bourgeoisie since the threatening days of 1919, and the recession of the revolutionary wave. It was true that the apparent stabilization of capitalism was illusory. Mindful of the old question 184-7 or 1849. Trotsky was careful to explain there was no real parallel with the situation after 1848, when bourgeois capitalism had entered on a fresh period of expansion. Capitalism had received a mortal blow in the war of 1914 to 1918, the conflicts between the capitalist powers were increasing, and the success of the revolution was certain. Nevertheless, the workers had suffered a setback and had been thrown on the defensive. Trotsky concluded, "The situation now at the time of the Third Congress of the Communist International is not the same as at the time of the First and Second Congresses. At that time we established the broad perspective and traced the general line and said, on this line, under this sign, shalt thou win the proletariat and conquer in the world. Is this still right? Entirely. On this large scale it is still entirely right. Only we had not worked out the ups and downs of the line, and now we are aware of them. We are aware of them through our defeats and our disappointments, and also through our sacrifices and through our mistaken actions, which have occurred in all countries, here in Russia in great quantity. Now for the first time we see and feel that we are not so immediately near to the goal, to the conquest of power, to the world revolution. At that time, in 1919, we said to ourselves, it is a question of months. Now we say, it is perhaps a question of years." At a later stage of the conference, Lenin registered his final conclusion in the following terms: the development of the international revolution which we predicted makes progress. But this progress is not in the straight line which we expected. It is plain at a glance that after the conclusion of the peace, however bad that was, we did not succeed in provoking a revolution in the other capitalist countries, though the revolutionary symptoms were, as we know, significant and abundant. What is essential now is a fundamental preparation of the revolution and a profound study of its concrete development in the principal capitalist countries. 2. And the resolution did its best to extract a grain of encouragement from a drab diagnosis. Only petty bourgeois stupidity can read a collapse of the program of the Communist International in the fact that the European proletariat has not overthrown the bourgeoisie during the war or immediately after its end. The setting of the course of the Communist International for the proletarian revolution does not mean the assignment of the revolution to fixed dates in the calendar, or the obligation to carry out the revolution mechanically in a certain time. Revolution always was, and still is, a struggle of living forms on given historical foundations. The destruction of capitalist equilibrium on a world scale by the war creates favorable conditions for the fundamental force of the revolution, the proletariat. All the efforts of the Communist International were and are directed to utilize this position to the full. 1. The fiasco of the March action in Germany had played a prominent part in the new diagnosis, and the discussion of it occupied a large share of the time and attention of the Congress. It dominated both the debate on the report of Icke and the debate on the tactics of the Communist International. The principal speakers from the Russian delegation were Radek and Trotsky, but nearly all the German delegates spoke, and contributed to the atmosphere of recrimination which commonly attends a political retreat. The debate presented two delicate issues for the leaders of Comintern. In the first place, it was necessary to dissociate Icke from any share of blame for the March action. This proved relatively easy, whatever the German delegates as a whole may have felt. Only Clara Zetkin referred darkly to the responsibility of representatives of the executive. Secondly, it was necessary, without condoning Levi's insubordination, to condemn the policy of the revolutionary offensive, whose sponsors had driven him out. This proved more difficult, for while nobody, not even Clara Zetkin who had resigned with him from the Central Committee, defended Levi's subsequent behavior, or denied the justice of his expulsion from the party, it was widely felt that the policy now advocated by the leaders of Comintern was indistinguishable from the policy formerly advocated by Levi in the KPD. 1. The resolution unanimously adopted by the Congress betrayed a keen consciousness of these embarrassments. It began with the categorical statement that the March Act had been forced on the KPD by the attack of the government on the proletariat of Central Germany. This dismissed as irrelevant anything that may have passed between Bellicon and the Central Committee before March 17. It then referred to a whole series of mistakes committed by the party, the most important being that the defensive character of the struggle was not sufficiently emphasized and that the call for an offensive gave an opportunity to the unscrupulous enemies of the proletariat to denounce the KPD to the proletariat for incitement to a putsch. The March action represented a step forward, a rather hollow-sounding compliment. But for the future the KPD would listen attentively to facts and opinions pointing to the difficulty of an offensive, and carefully test the validity of arguments against an offensive before committing itself to action. 2. The retreat sounded by the Third Congress was no less disconcertingly obvious in what had previously been known as the national and colonial question, but now became more specifically the Eastern question. The Eastern peoples evoked little interest in the rising communist parties of Central and Western Europe. To the British, and to some extent also to the French, parties they were frankly a source of embarrassment. It was therefore not surprising that, in spite of Lenin's efforts at the Second Congress, Comintern policy in regard to them continued to display a certain element of artificiality and outspoken pragmatism. The purpose of the First Congress of Eastern Peoples at Baku in September 1920 had been to organize a campaign against British imperialism rather than against imperialism in general. The episode with Enver Pasha had shown how real the distinction was, at any rate in Zinoviev's mind. Only 9 months passed between the Baku Congress and the Third Congress of Comintern. but during this interval the signing of the Anglo-Soviet trade agreement had made open propaganda against British imperialism inopportune, and the treaties with Persia and Turkey equally discouraged communist propaganda which might threaten or offend the Persian and Turkish governments. Nowhere in the East had communism made any appreciable advance. Zinoviev's immense report on the work of ICI during the year, which occupied some 60 pages in the printed record, contained no more than 3 pregnant sentences on the subject. In the Near East, the Council of Propaganda created by the Baku Congress is working. From the point of view of organization, however, much remains to be done. In the Far East the situation is similar. The questions which had been debated with such ardor in the previous year were relegated to a hurried session on the last afternoon of the Congress, when successive speakers from Asiatic countries made brief speeches, limited to 5 minutes each, expounding their aspirations. Delegates of the 3 newly formed Transcaucasian republics congratulated themselves on having achieved their destiny, not without some side glances at the menace of Turkish imperialism, and Kemal was openly attacked by the Turkish delegate. Delegates of China, Korea, and Japan devoted themselves in the main to a denunciation of Japanese imperialism. British imperialism, deposed from the conspicuous position which it occupied in 1920, was the theme only of the delegates from Persia and Turkestan. None of the recognized leaders of Comintern, and not one Russian delegate, contributed to the discussion. Only the Indian Roy, mindful of the vigor and amplitude of last year's debate, had the boldness to describe this perfunctory performance as pure opportunism and more suitable for a Congress of the Second International, and to protest against the patent lack of interest displayed by the European and American delegates. One revolution among the peoples of Asia, it seemed clear, had never been regarded by Comintern as an end in itself. The Third Congress damped down its ardor and placed it in leading strings. The change of front at the Third Congress manifestly demanded a change of tactics. Since the Second Congress, the policy of Comintern had been to split parties remorselessly wherever doctrinal or party discipline was at stake. This was, indeed, the essence of the 21 conditions. Thus Rákosi, having triumphantly split the Italian party at Leghorn, had insistently demanded Levi's head in Berlin. According to Zetkin, he declared that it was not a mass party that was valuable to Comintern, but a small, pure party, and that the German party had become far too big. Even Lenin repeated at the Third Congress the favorite remark that the Bolsheviks were a tiny party at the time of the February Revolution. But by this time the tide was setting strongly in the other direction. The Halle Congress had been a brilliant success because it had produced a doctrinal split in the USPD and at the same time brought into being a mass communist party. But this success had not been repeated elsewhere, and there was little prospect of its repetition. In France, the new Communist Party was weaker in numbers than its socialist predecessor. In Italy, it was a mere rump. In Germany a fresh split in the leadership already weakened the party on the eve of the March action. If the Second Congress had seemed to exalt quality over quantity, this was because it assumed that, quality once assured, quantity would follow. Once parties had been split against unfaithful reformist leaders, the masses would flock to the new and purified leadership. This expectation had not been fulfilled. The Third Congress for the first time sounded a note of anxiety. Even Zinoviev seemed now converted. In no case can we have another split in the ranks of the German Communist Party. I really do not know whether our party can bear another split. The British and American parties were warned that it was a matter of life and death not to remain a sect. The British party, in particular, was reproved for its ineffectiveness during the miners' strike, and pointedly told that to be a small party was nothing to be proud of. The first of the tasks of the English Communist Party, ran the Congress resolution on the subject, is to become a mass party. Only the KAPD still openly denounced mass communist parties as a gigantic bluff, useless for serious revolutionary action and only good for command demonstrations in favor of Soviet Russia on Sundays and holidays. 4 The Congress resolution on tactics emphatically proclaimed the new standpoint in terms which, while not theoretically new, marked a noteworthy change of emphasis since the Second Congress, the winning of exclusive influence over the majority of the working class, the drawing of its most active section into the immediate struggle, is at the present moment the most important task of the Communist International. From the first day of its foundation, the Communist International made it clearly and unequivocally its task not to create small communist sects which would strive to establish their influence over the working masses only through agitation and propaganda, but to participate directly in the struggle of the working masses, to establish communist leadership in this struggle, and to create in the process of struggle large, revolutionary, communist mass parties. It was now the Social Democratic and Center parties which sought to split the proletariat. The communist parties have become the bearers of a process of unification of the proletariat on the ground of the struggle for its interests, and from the consciousness of this role they will draw new strength. Theoretically, the shift from the policy of splitting to a policy of unification was an application of the principle enunciated by Lenin 20 years before on the foundation of Iskra: before uniting, and in order to unite, we must first decisively and definitely draw a line of separation. One in practice, since splitting had not led to unification, it represented a transition from the tactics of the offensive to those of defense, a temporary retreat into the world of compromises and expedients which also marked Soviet policy under NEP. So long, however, as the drawing of the working masses into communist parties remained almost everywhere a remote ideal, less direct ways of exercising influence must also be tried. If the hope of immediate revolution was abandoned and the main function of communist parties in the meanwhile was to put up a stubborn defense against the offensive of capital, cooperation with other workers' parties was required. While rigidity of discipline within communist parties was unabated, toleration of non-communist or unorthodox parties was continued and extended. Not only were delegates of the KAPD once more admitted to the Congress in face of the protests of the KPD but the Italian Socialist Party also sent delegates, notwithstanding the fact that, as a delegate of the Italian Communist Party complained, it includes in its membership out and out social patriots not much better than a Thomas or a Scheidemann.J. But such concessions within the framework of Comintern were not enough, and indeed proved valueless. The mass of the workers in the most important industrial countries were organized in parties which still refused to have anything to do with Comintern, to reach them, and to cooperate with them in repelling the offensive of capital. More extensive compromises would be required. Radek, co-author with Levi 6 months earlier of the open letter of the KPD, proposing joint action with all German left parties, including the SPD and the USPD, now proclaimed the watchword, first and foremost, to the masses, by all means. 1. It was not a novel injunction. The Second Congress a year earlier had proclaimed the slogans penetrate the masses and a closer link with the masses. 2. But now the watchword was hailed as the keynote of the Congress. It was perhaps only Levi's disgrace, and the impossibility of embracing too eagerly a policy associated with his now discredited name, which prevented the policy of the United Front being openly proclaimed at the Third Congress. This was to come 6 months later. That the leaders of Comintern at the Third Congress sincerely desired to modify their tactics in such a way as to win the allegiance of the masses is beyond dispute. But they did not understand the conditions which would have been necessary to make this policy a success, nor perhaps would they have been willing to accept those conditions. Any serious attempt to build up mass communist parties in Western Europe and in the English-speaking world, and to use these parties as a spearhead to penetrate other left parties, would have required a willingness at Comintern headquarters to relax the rigidities not only of doctrine, but of discipline, and to concede to national parties and their leaders a far wider discretion in the framing of policies and tactics suited to local conditions, which could never be well enough or promptly enough appreciated in Moscow. Yet, at a moment when the Congress was recommending policies of mass appeal which called imperatively for greater decentralization of authority, it was also strengthening bonds of organization and discipline which inevitably made for greater centralization. A monster resolution of the Third Congress on the organizational structure of communist parties, the methods and content of their work, accompanied by a short resolution on the organization of the Communist International. 3. Attempted to define in the utmost detail the functions and obligations of Comintern and of member parties. The main resolution insisted on the disciplined subordination to the central authority of national parties, of their members and of their press, and on the duty of all party members to engage in active party work. Party members must in their public appearances always conduct themselves as members of a fighting organization. Fresh emphasis was laid on the importance of underground work by the parties, for it was this argument which was principally used, as it had been used by Lenin in the early days of the party struggle, to justify a disciplined centralization of authority. National party committees were made responsible not only to the national party congresses, but also to IKI, the principle of dual subordination familiar in Soviet organization. 2. And in this potential conflict of allegiance the authority of the closely knit central organ disposing of ample financial resources was likely to prevail in the long run over the dispersed and intermittent authority of an annual national congress. This was the resolution which Lenin attacked at the Fourth Congress more than a year later as almost entirely Russian, i.e. everything taken from Russian conditions. It had in fact remained a dead letter, since foreigners could not be expected to understand it or carry it out. 3. Nevertheless, the resolution as a whole was adopted unanimously by the Third Congress, and contrasted oddly with the desire to create mass communist parties in the Western world. Details of organization were dealt with in the subsidiary resolution. The membership of IKI was enlarged. The Russian party still had 5 delegates, other large parties 2 delegates each, smaller parties 1 delegate. This accretion in size of the parent body naturally increased the importance of the Inner Bureau of 7, which received for the first time formal recognition. A keen dispute arose on the question whether IKI could appoint any member of the party to the Inner Bureau, or whether it was limited in its choice to its own members. A substantial majority voted for the unrestricted right, and the authority of the ruling group in IKI was still further strengthened. 1. By way of carrying out the policy of a more active approach to the masses, it was announced that the official journal of Comintern, Komunisticheski International, appearing as an irregular periodical in 4 languages, would henceforth become a regular monthly. This ambition was in fact not realized till 1925, and that a more popular weekly under the title Internationale Presse Correspondence would be issued in German, English and French. 2. In February 1922 an innovation was made in the form of an enlarged session of IKI, to which additional delegates from important parties were invited. This experiment was repeated in June 1922, and 2 months later Zinoviev announced that these enlarged sessions, which approximated 2 small congresses, would be held twice a year. 3. The change had 2 perhaps unintended consequences. Full congresses of Comintern ceased to be annual events and, after 1922, were held at irregular intervals, and ordinary sessions of IKI seemed to have fallen into disuse. The 2 active organs of Comintern were now the Presidium and the enlarged IKI. The implications of the retreat for the outlook of Comintern, and especially of its Russian leaders, stretched, however, far beyond questions of structure and organization. It threw into relief the dilemma inherent from the outset in the dual policy, which sought at one and the same time to stimulate and support the hostility of the workers of the world to all capitalist governments and to exploit the divisions and rivalries of capitalist governments among themselves. Both these factors, the hostility of the workers to capitalism and the internal divisions in the capitalist world, had contributed to the survival of the Soviet regime in the Civil War. Soviet policy could not afford to neglect either factor. Yet the courses of action which they dictated might at critical moments prove difficult to reconcile with one another. The first appeared to require unconditional support of workers against capitalists, the second the backing of one capitalist power against another. But any plan to influence the attitude or action of capitalist governments by means other than attempting to overthrow them stood in potential contradiction to Bolshevik doctrine. At the Halle Congress Martov had put the dilemma briefly and cogently: the Bolsheviks who see in the maintenance of their power the one guarantee for the success of world revolution are thus impelled to set in motion all means, even the most equivocal and dubious, in order to maintain their power, without regard to the effect of those means on the development of the international revolution. Twice during the Third Congress of Comintern was the ugly suggestion heard, only to be brushed hastily aside, of a latent contradiction between the immediate interests of the RSFSR and those of Comintern or of some of its member parties. An article by Cerruti in the Italian socialist press, quoted by Zinoviev as proof of his hostility to Comintern, expressed regret that Comintern should have to meet under the aegis of a great revolutionary government which was obliged to conduct its own policy of defense and offense against international and national capitalism. Cerruti had continued, a policy which, by helping the Soviet Republic, must incontestably also help the whole proletariat may at the same time perhaps not correspond to the tactical needs of a state which finds itself at the critical stage of its still latent revolution. The KAPD, whose delegates at the Congress played the role of a despised and licensed opposition, went further, demanding the political and organizational separation of the Third International from the system of Russian state policy and making a formal declaration on this point. We do not for a moment forget the difficulties into which Russian Soviet power has fallen owing to the postponement of world revolution. But we also see the danger that out of these difficulties there may arise an apparent or real contradiction between the interests of the revolutionary world proletariat and the momentary interests of Soviet Russia. No serious answer to these charges was attempted at the Congress, and the impression remained on many minds, as a friendly Dutch delegate admitted, as if Russia was rather putting the brake on the revolutionary process. The persistence of the criticism evidently demanded a refutation, and it was Trotsky, at this time the most active defender of the official policy, who undertook it. The occasion was a Congress of the Communist Youth International which immediately followed the Comintern Congress, and it fell to Trotsky to defend before this critical and impatient forum what he frankly called the strategy of temporary retreat prescribed by Comintern. He noted that some extremely clever comrades have advanced a hypothesis according to which the Russians are chiefly to blame for the present rightist tendency, because the Russians have now entered into trade relations with a Western state and are greatly concerned lest these relations be disrupted by the European Revolution, and he ironically added that some of these theoreticians of historical development had even extended their loyalty to the spirit of Marx so far as to seek economic foundations for this rightist tendency as well. Having thus stated the opposition argument in its most extreme form, Trotsky had no great difficulty in formally demolishing it. It could be played off against the parallel and seemingly contradictory accusation that the Russian party had, for reasons of Russian national policy, insisted on artificially provoking a revolution in GER. Many on the occasion of the March action. It remained true, as it always had been, that the victorious socialist dictatorship could not be stabilized in Russia except through the world revolution of the international proletariat. But Russia could, for this very reason, be interested only in the internal logical development of revolution, not in artificially hastening or retarding it. This logical answer could have been strengthened by an appeal to current realities. The cautious and self-restrained note injected into Comintern policy at the Third Congress, while no doubt corresponding to an immediate interest of Soviet Russia, which required a respite from incessant and unmitigated strife with a capitalist environment, was equally justified on the ground of the ultimate interest of world revolution, which could not, as events had proved, be achieved by the hasty shock tactics contemplated at the Second Congress. The interdependence of the cause of world revolution and the cause of the Soviet power could once more be plausibly demonstrated. The delay in world revolution which had led to the retreat in the policy of the Soviet government called for a corresponding retreat in the policy of Comintern. When the moment came, both could resume their advance together. But an argument that was theoretically impregnable was bound to seem tainted with self-interest when presented by the Russian leaders of Comintern to foreign communist parties which were required to subordinate their own tactics to a general and uniform line prescribed in Moscow. Meanwhile the task was taken in hand of giving substance to the new slogan to the masses. The attempt to hold out the hand of temporary cooperation to other left parties was not abandoned, indeed, it was to be intensified. In the coming year. But a new and apparently more promising expedient was now brought into play in the form of specialized international agencies possessing a potential mass appeal. Some that already existed could be brought under the general authority of Comintern, others could be created under its aegis. The conception in both cases was the same. The masses, which could or would not immediately enter communist parties or embrace the full rigor of communist doctrine and discipline, might be drawn into subsidiary organizations of sympathizers, and thus make their indirect contribution to the cause of the proletarian revolution. The most ambitious and most important of the subsidiary organizations now established under the auspices of Comintern was the Red International of Trade Unions, commonly called Profintern. Once since the time of the Second Congress of Comintern, Meso-Prof II had been busily laying the foundations of a new international. Its first task had been to woo national trade unions away from their allegiance to IFTU, and to prepare them for affiliation to the forthcoming Red International. For this purpose it set up bureaus of propaganda in different countries. In general these do not seem to have been very effective organs. The British Bureau 3 was active enough to incur the animosity of the most powerful trade union leaders. Inevitably an organ founded for the single purpose of preaching affiliation to Moscow rather than to Amsterdam tended to attract to itself the rebellious or dissentient elements the unions, and this by itself provoked the charge of trying to split the movement. In Germany the charge of splitting the trade unions was leveled at Zinoviev and Lazovsky with great bitterness at the Halle Congress. Such charges made, however, little impression in Moscow, where it was still assumed that the winning over of the whole movement was only a matter of time. On January 9, 1921, ICI decided to convene on May 1 an international conference for the foundation of a Red International of Trade Unions. The invitation was to be addressed to all unions opposed to Amsterdam, and it was issued jointly in the name of ICI and of Meso-Prof. The meeting was later postponed till July 1921 in order to synchronize it with the Third Congress of Comintern. Meanwhile Lazovsky took advantage of the Fourth All-Russian Congress of Trade Unions in May 1921 to deliver a long harangue in support of the projected Trade Union International, in the course of which he claimed that unions representing 14 million workers had adhered to Meso-Prof, and the Congress passed an appropriate resolution. The theme of both was the struggle for mastery in the international workers' movement under the watchword Moscow or Amsterdam. The occasion marked perhaps the high-water mark of confidence in the project of harnessing the trade union movement of the world round a new center in Moscow. During the Congress it was announced amid general enthusiasm that a delegate had presented a gold ring for the striking English workers, and the Congress voted to send the striking English coal miners £20,000 from the funds of the All-Russian Central Council of Trade Unions. At the Third Congress of Comintern a month later, Zinoviev once more attacked IFTU as the last barricade of the international bourgeoisie, and announced the tasks of the forthcoming First Congress of Profintern. To organize better the struggle against the Yellow Amsterdam International, to define in a practical way the relations between the revolutionary trade unions and parties in each country, and to formulate precisely the relation between the Red Trade Union Council and the Communist International. 3. The founding Congress of Profintern, which opened on July 3, 1921, mustered 380 delegates from 41 countries, claiming to represent 17 million out of a total of 40 million trade unionists all over the world. But the proceedings soon revealed the dilemma that those who were most eager to establish the new international were the syndicalists who wanted to break away altogether from the existing unions, and demanded that the new international should be wholly independent of Comintern, the political organ. These views were expressed at the Congress by Bill Haywood in the name of the IWW and by French and Spanish delegates. Speeches from Zinoviev and Lazovsky, however, brought the Congress to order, and Profintern was duly constituted on the lines laid down by Meso-Prof. Its declared function was to oppose to the equivocal bourgeois program of the Yellow Amsterdam International. A dear revolutionary platform of action, the first condition of membership was the carrying out and realization in practice of the principles of the revolutionary struggle. Generally speaking, the rule was asserted that trade unions must disaffiliate from IFTU before affiliating to Profintern. But in certain countries where the major trade union organizations remained faithful to IFTU, it was permissible for individual trade unions to affiliate to Profintern without severing their connection with the old organization. This license seems to have been widely used, and Lozovsky boasted 2 years later, doubtless with much exaggeration, that a third of the workers affiliated to IFTU were also affiliated to Profintern. The most controversial debates of the Congress turned on the question of the relation of Profintern to Comintern, the syndicalists standing out strongly for trade union independence of any political organ. But here, too, the weight of authority proved too strong. A resolution sponsored by Rosmer and Tom Mann provided for the closest possible link with the Third International, to be secured by interchange of delegates between the Council of Profintern and ICI and by joint sessions between the two organs, and for a real and intimate revolutionary unity between the Red trade unions and communist parties in all countries. 3. The statute adopted by the Congress provided for the setting up of a central council consisting of 4 Russian delegates, 2 from each other major country, and 1 from each minor country, and of an executive bureau of 7, of whom 2 were to be drawn from the country where the Red International of Trade Unions has its seat. 1. The Congress had delegates from Japan, China, Korea, and Indonesia, and adopted a resolution urging the workers of the Near and Far East to enter the ranks of the Red International of Trade Unions. 2. The distinction between the Amsterdam International, which was almost exclusively confined to European workers, and Profintern, which offered a warm welcome to the workers of the colonial countries, became important later. Another organization whose fate illustrated the dilemma which confronted the Third Congress of choice between international mass support and centralized control from Moscow was the Communist Youth International. This organization was not, like Profintern, a direct emanation of Comintern, and had a history of its own. A Socialist Youth International had existed before 1914, and at a conference in Bern in April 1915 adopted a pacifist and anti-war attitude. 11 numbers of its journal were published intermittently in Zurich between September 1915 and May 1918, among its contributors being Lenin, Zinoviev, Trotsky, Kollontai, Radek, Angelika Balabanov, Liebknecht and other adherents of the Zimmerwald movement. 3. After the war the organization moved to Germany, and at a congress in Berlin, in November 1919, through the energy of its president, Willy Munzenberg, reconstituted itself as the Communist Youth International. 4. Its program asserted its independence as an organization, while conforming its political activity to the program of Comintern or of the respective national parties belonging to Comintern. 1. Munzenberg attended the Second Congress of Comintern, but failed to induce it to discuss the youth movement. 2. In spite of this rebuff, the Communist Youth International went on and prospered, claiming on its first birthday to represent 45 national youth organizations and 800,000 members. 3. And when it convened its Second Congress to meet in Jena on April 7, 1921, IKKI suddenly awoke to the importance of this quasi-independent communist institution. The official journal of Comintern began by hailing the Congress as an event of great significance and a powerful demonstration of the communist movement. 4. But on April 1, 1921, a letter was sent by ICI to the Secretariat of the Communist Youth International peremptorily instructing it to treat the forthcoming discussions at Jena as not binding and to transfer the Congress to Moscow, where it would meet simultaneously with the Third Congress of Comintern in June. 5. The executive bowed to the decision. Munzenberg received the honor of a seat on ICI, and attended the Third Congress of Comintern in that capacity. The neglect shown by the Second Congress was not repeated. Tribute to the importance of the Communist Youth International was paid by Zinoviev in his general report, and half a session was devoted to a discussion of its affairs, in the course of which Munzenberg made an impassioned declaration of loyalty to the Communist Party, to Comintern and to Moscow. 1. And the resolution of the Congress on the status of the Communist Youth International was categorical on this point. Political influence and leadership must belong on an international scale only to the Communist International, in particular countries to the section of the Communist International in that country. The duty of the Communist Youth Organization is to submit to this political leadership and to merge itself into the common revolutionary front. The Communist Youth International is part of the Communist International and as such is subject to all resolutions of the Congress of the Communist International and of its Executive Committee. 2. The Second Congress of the Communist Youth International assembled immediately after the Congress of Comintern had adjourned. That resistance and criticism was experienced is suggested by the fact that Lenin intervened in person in order to reconcile divergent opinions. 3. And that Trotsky appeared at the Congress to defend Comintern against the charge of subordinating the interests of world revolution to those of Soviet Russia. 4. But difficulties were overcome, compliance registered, and the headquarters of the Communist Youth International transferred to Moscow. 5. Subsequent congresses of the Communist Youth International were held in Moscow simultaneously with the congresses of Comintern. Once more, a step had been taken which favored the centralized discipline of Comintern at the expense of that degree of independence which was necessary for the encouragement of mass movements. It may have been a coincidence that Münzenberg was transferred after the Congress to other work. 1. Both Profintern and the Communist Youth International were specifically communist organizations, and the drive to bring them within the all-embracing power of Comintern discipline proved irresistible. This demand had largely nullified the purpose which they had at first been intended to fulfill of providing a channel of approach to non-communist sympathizers. Some such approach was, however, necessary, and after the end of the Third Congress an attempt was made to effect it through a series of organizations loosely connected with the party by common aims, but free from the same commitments to revolutionary action and from the same stringent requirements of doctrine and discipline. The status of fellow travelers, which had come to be recognized in the Soviet literary world after the introduction of NEP, was thus transferred to the field of international communism. The first impulse seems to have come, almost accidentally, from the emergency of the Russian famine. Under the leadership of the ingenious and ambitious Münzenberg, an international workers' aid society was founded in Berlin on September 12, 1921. Its initial function was to provide a left-wing counterweight to the generous relief supplies sent to Soviet Russia by ERA and other bourgeois agencies to mitigate the horrors of the famine. German workers undertook to work overtime and set aside their surplus production of machines or consumption goods for Soviet Russia. Later, collections of money were made for Soviet workers and a loan was floated, and MRP began distributing popular literature and propaganda on behalf of Soviet Russia. 2. In a report to IKI in March 1922, Münzenberg called MRP the first practical attempt to set up the United Front. He claimed that up to the end of January 1922 a total of 200 million marks had been collected from workers or communist parties, mainly in Germany, Switzerland, and Holland, and that 70,000 starving Russians had been cared for at the relief stations of MRP in Russia. Relief in the narrower sense was being supplemented by assistance in general economic reconstruction through the supply of machinery and tools and of foreign workers. What we must today bring to the Russians is the intensive working capacity and form of organization of Western European and American workers. 1. At a later period tractor stations and even sovkhozy were operated under the control of MRP with foreign machines and foreign workers. The organization had the dual purpose, as a resolution of the Fourth Congress of Comintern clearly explained, of promoting sympathy for Soviet Russia among the workers and of achieving real economic results. 2. It continued to have its headquarters in Germany, but also enjoyed success in other European countries, including Great Britain, where it flourished for many years under the name of Workers' International Relief. In the United States, the Friends of Soviet Russia came into existence in the autumn of 1921 for the purpose of providing aid for the famine-stricken population. About the same time the foundation of the Claret Group in France by a number of prominent literary figures, including Anatole France, Romain Rolland, and Henri Barbusse, served as a model for groups of intellectual fellow travelers in other countries. Another creation of the period was the International Association for Aid to Revolutionaries, which was primarily designed to collect funds for victims of the White Terror, and also received the blessing of the Fourth Congress of Comintern. In Great Britain, a unique and promising experiment was attempted under the auspices of the CPGB. The unemployment CNS-1S of 1921 led to the formation of local committees, which combined to form a national unemployed workers' movement, the organizer and leading spirit being Wal Hannington, a prominent communist. On Armistice Day 1921, some 40,000 unemployed marched to the Cenotaph in Whitehall carrying a wreath bearing the design of the hammer and sickle and the inscription, "To the victims of capitalism who gave their lives on behalf of rent, interest, and profit, from the survivors of the peace who are suffering worse than death from the unholy trinity." The following year saw the birth within the trade unions of a national minority movement which performed among employed workers the same function of a communist-led and communist-inspired ginger group as was discharged among the unemployed by the NUWM. These were only the first of several organizations through which the small British Communist Party sought, with a success which was soon nullified by political complications, to obtain a hold on the mass of the British workers. These measures of cooperation and infiltration adopted in pursuance of the slogan of the Third Congress of Comintern to the masses were sufficiently promising to call for a more precise definition of the new doctrine. The change of attitude was made explicit in December 1921, when E H issued a set of 25 theses on the United Workers' Front. The theses purported to detect a movement to the left, and growing confidence in the communists, among the masses of the workers, who were everywhere feeling an unprecedented urge towards unity. Thus the opportunity presented itself of broader and fuller unity of practical action. Communist parties and Comintern as a whole were called on to support the slogan of a united workers' front and take the initiative in this question into their hands. Certain qualifications had, however, to be recorded. Communist parties must preserve not only their complete independence of organization and doctrine, but also the right at all times to express their opinions about the policy of all organizations of the working class without exception. It was recalled that the Bolsheviks in their struggle against the Mensheviks, and such precedents were never far from Bolshevik minds, had once adopted the slogan "Unity from below." This left the way open for attacks on the leaders of other labor and social democratic parties. Indeed, it was noted that the leaders of the Second, 2.5, and Amsterdam Internationals have hitherto shown by their behavior that, when it comes to practical actions, they in fact abandon their slogan of unity. The proclamation of the United Workers' Front had in it, therefore, an equivocal element from the start. Other parties were to be summoned to join a united front. But the unity in question was confined to practical action in pursuit of defined common objectives. It did not mean a renunciation of those communist objectives which were not shared by non-communist parties, or of the attempt to split those parties against their leaders. So far as the leaders were concerned, Lenin's policy of supporting them as the rope supports the man who is being hanged still held good. The pursuit of united front tactics led Comintern into a unique and unpromising experiment which was nothing less than an attempt to form a united front with the Second International. As long ago as April 1920, the British ILP had approached the Swiss Socialist Party on plans for the re-establishment of an all-inclusive international. A year of consultations resulted not in the realization of this aim, but in the birth, at a conference held in Vienna in February 1921, of yet another international equally boycotted by both the others. This was the International Working Union of Socialist Parties, popularly known as the Vienna Union, and dubbed by its enemies the 2.5 International, the name which stuck. The 2.5 International was an attempt to resuscitate the center group in the international movement, which had been opposed to the war, but refused to accept the full implications of national defeatism and social revolution, and which, as the Zimmerwald majority, had been the target of Lenin's bitter attacks. The ending of the war had left it with no platform except a well-meaning pacifism and an equally well-meaning desire to find a halfway house between the two warring internationals, and it never acquired an independent policy or standing of its own. But, when at the beginning of 1922 it proposed a general conference of all workers' organizations of the world, Comintern, then in the first flush of its united front enthusiasm, accepted the proposal with avidity. The enlarged session of ICI in February 1922 welcomed the project on behalf of communist parties everywhere, suggested that the trade unions, whether affiliated to the Amsterdam International or to Profintern, or non-affiliated syndicalist unions, should be invited to the conference, and emphatically declared that unity of action of the working masses could be realized forthwith in spite of differences of principle in political opinions. 2. The Second International was far more cautious, and agreement could only be reached on a preliminary meeting for discussion between delegates of the three internationals. On April 2, 1922, this strange gathering opened in the Reichstag building in Berlin. The delegation of the Second International was somewhat overweight by a British group of 6, led by Ramsay MacDonald. Next in prominence came the Belgian group headed by van der Velde. The delegation of the 2 Annahof International was led by the Austrians Adler and Bauer and contained members from several countries, including Longuet from France, 2 Russian Mensheviks, Martov and Abramovich, and Wallhead of the British ILP. 3. The delegation of the Third International contained Bukharin and Radek from Soviet Russia, Clara Zetkin from Germany and several minor figures. Germany was the only country which had representatives in all 3 delegations. Cerruti was also admitted to the conference as a delegate of the Italian Socialist Party, which belonged to none of the 3 internationals. Few can have expected any substantial result from this ill-assorted gathering. What was achieved, little as it was due almost entirely to the eagerness of the Comintern delegation to record some agreement at almost any price. The proceedings opened with a cautiously worded statement by Clara Zetkin proposing a conference of representatives of all 3 internationals and of all trade unions. The agenda was to include assistance in the reconstruction of the Russian Soviet Republic and the Treaty of Versailles and the reconstruction of the devastated regions. Van der Velde replied with a highly provocative speech. After objecting to discussion of reparations or the Versailles Treaty by the proposed conference, he raised 3 issues on which the Second International required guarantees before consenting to any conference: the forming of communist cells in workers' organizations, the overthrow of the Menshevik regime in Georgia by Bolshevik imperialism, and the impending trial of SR leaders in Moscow. Van der Velde, as a former socialist supporter of the war, and as a socialist minister in a bourgeois coalition government, was highly vulnerable, and Radek turned against him, as well as against Ramsay MacDonald, who intervened later in milder terms, some biting and effective sallies. But, rhetoric apart, cell building was the real bone of contention. The old issue of temporary collaboration for defined purposes between sworn enemies was aired once again with no nearer approach to mutual understanding. Ramsay MacDonald complained that the Third International was trying to use smooth words to bring us closer to it so that its knocks upon us may be all the more deadly. Cerruti, who rather surprisingly rallied to the defense of Comintern, subtly pointed out that the Second International had found no difficulty during the war in temporary collaboration with Clemenceau, and, as regards Neue Judage, thought that a strong and healthy movement need not fear poison. Radek's more direct approach dismissed the problem altogether. We have no confidence in the parties of the Second International, we cannot feign this confidence. But in spite of this we say, it is not a question whether we have confidence in one another. The workers demand a common struggle, and we say, let us begin it. In this uncompromising atmosphere nothing could have saved the gathering from shipwreck but Radek's unshakable determination to avoid a final break. After Clara Zetkin's initial declaration, no other Comintern delegate took the floor except Radek, who spoke twice at length. But his public polemics were matched by extreme conciliatoriness behind the scenes. Radek may well have been the only man present who knew of the advanced state of the negotiations between the Soviet and German governments which was to result, 10 days after the Berlin meeting ended, in the Rapallo Treaty, and was persistent in his demands for a joint denunciation of the Versailles Treaty. But van der Velde stubbornly defended the interest of his country in the treaty and in reparations, and on this point, as on almost every other, Radek had to give way in order to stave off an imminent breakdown. Late on the evening of April 5, 1922, a joint resolution was achieved. It set up a joint organization committee of 9 to prepare for further conferences and to bring about conversations between the Amsterdam Trade Union International and the Red Trade Union International. The conference noted a declaration made on behalf of Comintern that the SRS on trial in Moscow would be allowed to choose their own defenders, that the trial would be public and representatives of all three internationals allowed to attend it, and that no death sentences would be inflicted. It authorized the organization committee to receive from the three executives material on the question of Georgia and to report on it to a future conference. Finally, while agreeing in principle to the desirability of an early general conference of left organizations, it noted the objection of the Second International to the summoning of such a conference in April, that is to say, at the same time as the Genoa Conference. In the meanwhile, it called on the workers of every country to organize immediate demonstrations for certain specific ends. For the 8-hour day. For the struggle against unemployment, which has increased immeasurably on account of the reparations policy of the capitalist powers, for the united action of the proletariat against the capitalist offensive, for the Russian Revolution, for starving Russia, for the resumption by all countries of political and economic relations with Russia, for the re-establishment of the proletarian united front in every country and in the international. In a concluding statement on behalf of the delegates of Comintern, Radek declared that the joint resolution had been accepted by them after much hesitation, and that their hesitation was due primarily to the fact that the Second International refused to adopt as the watchword for the workers' demonstrations the annulling of the Versailles Treaty. The acceptance by the Comintern delegation of this resolution provoked an immediate reaction in Moscow. On receiving the text, Lenin published an article in Pravda of April 11, 1922, under the title "We have paid too dear." The undertakings to admit representatives of all three internationals to the trial of the SRS and to inflict no death sentences had been inadmissible. Besides, no concession had been obtained from the other side. The conclusion was, however, not that the tactics of the United Front had failed, but simply that the bourgeoisie in the person of its diplomats had once more proved cleverer than the representatives of the Communist International. In order to support the proletariat against the pressure of the capitalist offensive against it, concluded Lenin, we adopted the tactic of the United Front and shall carry it through to the end. 10 days later, Pravda was still demanding united demonstrations in all countries by a union of workers, communists, anarchists, social democrats, non-party workers, independents, and Christian Democrats against capital. On May 1, 1922, the customary May Day slogans issued by the Russian Communist Party for the first time made no mention of world revolution. But Lenin was right in the belief that Radek's concessions had availed nothing. 6 weeks after the Berlin meeting, the French, British, and Belgian parties agreed to convene a conference to prepare the way for a reunion of the Second and the 2.5 Internationals without the Third. When the Berlin Organization Committee met for the first time on May 23, 1922, the Comintern delegates announced their secession. This strange experiment in United Front tactics was abandoned. Later in the year, the rump of the USPD rejoined the SPD, and in the spring of 1923, as a natural corollary of this reunion, the 2.5 International was peacefully absorbed into the Second. The application of the United Front policy to particular countries was subject not only to the weaknesses and inconsistencies inherent in the policy as such, but also to the embarrassments of fitting a professedly uniform policy to widely different national situations. The period after the Third Congress was one of general confusion and uncertainty in the national communist parties, which was an index of a decline in the prestige and influence of Comintern itself. What was uniform was the greater patience and tolerance shown by Comintern in handling the affairs of the national parties, the velvet glove donned by Icky after the Third Congress contrasting with the bare iron hand of the previous period. The United Workers' Front resolution, like so much else in Comintern policy, was directly inspired by German conditions and German precedents. United Front tactics had first been successfully applied by Brandler in Saxony at the time of the Kapp Putsch, and had been generalized in the Open Letter of January 1921. But this was a policy more likely to appeal to the right than to the left elements in the party. Levi's expulsion and the March action had crystallized the rift between right and left. The Third Congress of Comintern, while confirming Levi's expulsion, had in effect given its decision in favor of the right. Ernst Mayr, the new leader, was an old member of the Spartakusbund and in the Levi tradition. The left opposition in the KPD, which had begun to take shape at the Third Congress, found leaders in Maslow, a Berlin member of the Central Committee and by birth a Russian, and Ruth Fischer, his close associate, who had been one of Levi's keenest critics before his expulsion. I Comintern was now above all anxious to forestall the danger of a further split. On the eve of the German Party Congress, which was to meet at Jena in August 1921, Lenin wrote a letter to the party in which he suggested that Maslow and 2 or 3 of his sympathizers and collaborators should be sent to Moscow for a year or 2 in order to be digested by the Russian party and kept out of the way of German mischief. At all costs the peace treaty between the right and left wings of the KPD must be upheld and further splits avoided. 2. But when the party failed to take the hint, the matter was dropped in Moscow. The party congress at Jena in August 1921 marked, however, a strong movement towards the right. It not only endorsed the decisions of the Third Congress of Comintern, but issued a manifesto containing demands barely distinguishable from those of the SPD on such domestic questions as the confiscation of the property of the former ruling houses, the placing of reparations burdens on the rich, and the control of production by factory councils. All this made up a radical, but not a revolutionary, program. The Congress went still further along the lines laid down at the Third Congress of Comintern by openly advocating the policy of a united workers' front. This represented a victory for the right and, in particular, for Brandler, and Ruth Fischer, in the name of a small left minority, vainly attacked the right as responsible for the failure of the March action and demanded a return to the offensive. When, therefore, Icky proclaimed the United Front policy in December 1921, it was merely generalizing a decision already taken by the KPD for Germany, and the same resolution also endorsed the policy of a united workers' government for Germany. 2. The implications of these decisions slowly emerged. Cooperation with the SPD and with what was left of the USPD and even the formation of coalition governments might be practicable in local government and even in some of the German states, notably Saxony, but in the national politics of the Reich they were not a serious possibility. Behind this issue lay, however, the broader question of the relation of the KPD to the Reich itself and to the bourgeois governments which now normally ruled it. After the Jena Congress the Rot-Fa-Me proclaimed that the workers have the right and the duty to undertake the defense of the Republic against reaction, and that the Wirth government would have to decide whether it wants to rule with the workers or against the workers. 3. The conclusion that the workers, and the KPD speaking in their name, were not unconditionally hostile to a bourgeois German government was a startling innovation on earlier doctrine. Its full consequences were, however, revealed only with the signature of the Rapallo Treaty in the following spring. This clearly took the KPD by surprise, though alliance with Soviet Russia had so long been a slogan accepted without question by all sections of the party that opposition to it would have been unthinkable. The embarrassment caused was indicated by the prolonged silence of the KPD on the subject and the colorless nature of its few pronouncements. The Rot-Fa-Me, having hailed the Rapallo Treaty 2 days after its signature as an outwitting of the French and British at Genoa, had no further comment for 6 weeks. On May 29, 1922, when the treaty was submitted to the Reichstag, Fröhlich, the spokesman of the KPD, gave it his support with the rather grudging observations that the real content of this treaty is nothing more than a record of facts which have already existed for a long time and that what is included in this treaty of Rapallo is up to the present no more than fine phrases. On the next day the Rot-Fa-Me went so far as to praise the treaty as the first independent act of foreign policy by the German bourgeoisie since 1918. This scarcely hinted, however, at the real issue involved. The notion that national communist parties could not in all circumstances expect unqualified support from Moscow, and that the short-term interests of the local party must sometimes be sacrificed to the long-term advantage of the movement as a whole, which was bound up with the defense and reinforcement of the Soviet power, had already become familiar, especially in the Middle East. But the principle of a European balance of power, consciously or unconsciously grafted onto Soviet policy by the Rapallo Treaty, meant that, among the most advanced communist parties in the world, attitudes and policies would be different according to whether the governments of their respective countries were in hostile or friendly relations with the Soviet government, and would have to be modified from time to time to take account of changes in those relations. These consequences took a long time to develop fully, and were certainly not realized by those who made the Rapallo Treaty in the spring of 1922. Meanwhile, the principal topic of controversy within the KPD during the summer of 1922 was not the Rapallo Treaty, but the so-called Rathenau campaign. The assassination of Rathenau on June 24, 1922, by members of a nationalist organization, following the similar murder of Erdberger in August 1921, seemed an appropriate occasion for an application of United Front tactics with other left parties under the banner of the defense of the Republic against reaction. But the SPD had no great eagerness for joint action, and the campaign fizzled out after a few rather ineffective street demonstrations, leaving only a legacy of mutual recrimination between the right and left wings of the KPD, and bringing on the party the reproach of Icky for having failed to understand that a united front should never preclude the independence of our agitation, yet another revelation of the ambiguity of this form of tactics. About the same time, an agreement signed by the KPD with the SPD and the trade unions undertaking to give support to the demands of the unions against the employers was extolled by the right wing of the party as a means of reaching the masses and winning mass support, and attacked by the left as a further deviation from the revolutionary path. Personal animosities increased the bitterness of the dissensions, which were carried at the end of the year to the Fourth Congress of Comintern in Moscow. The situation in the French party was more complex and the degree of independence greater. But, however severely the patience of Comintern might be tried, the new policy of avoiding a split was pursued at Moscow with stubborn determination. The shortcomings of the French party received little attention at the Third Congress itself, but were the subject of a long letter addressed by Icky to the Executive Committee of the French party after the end of the Congress. The weakness of the party's parliamentary work, its failure to infiltrate the trade unions, the lack of discipline shown by its press and the weakness of its central organization were all brought under fire, and, above all, it was declared unconditionally necessary that communications between Icky and the committee should be conducted more regularly and at shorter intervals. The reproof was ill received. The inspiration of these attacks was traced to Severin, a member of the executive committee of the French party who had, however, resided in Moscow since the end of 1920 as French member of Icky, and was thought to have been won over too easily to the view taken at headquarters. His own Russian origin added point and acrimony to this criticism. On the eve of the French Party Congress, which met at Marseilles at the end of December 1921, a fresh letter of admonition and instruction, this time from Trotsky's mordant pen, arrived from Icky. It conveyed the greetings of Comintern to its French section, but once more complained that the French party has always stood too much outside the life of the International, and protested against the indifference displayed to gross breaches of discipline by the party press. This did not mollify the substantial body of opinion in the party which resented the interference of Moscow. The Marseilles Congress passed off quietly enough so long as it debated abstract questions of doctrine. But, when it proceeded to the election of the Executive Committee, feeling ran high, and the unpopular Severin failed to obtain a place. This was rightly interpreted as a demonstration against Icky and all its works. 4 faithful members of the committee who had been re-elected resigned in protest, and the Congress ended in noise and confusion. The situation was not improved when, after the ending of the Congress, the Executive Committee received the Icky resolution enjoining parties to adopt the policy of the United Front. In France, where the Communists now formed the largest political party of the left, the call for a united front, whatever its utility elsewhere, made no sense, and any hint of a united workers' government recalled the past scandal, always deeply resented by the French left, of socialists whose ambition had led them to ministerial posts in coalition governments. The new executive committee under the leadership of Froissart was therefore on popular ground when, not relishing the prospect of cooperation with those who had been defeated and expelled only a year earlier at Tours, it expressed the view that the new tactics were inapplicable to France. A special conference of party delegates was hastily summoned, and on January 22, 1922, endorsed the attitude of the committee by a handsome majority. The situation was tense when the enlarged plenum of ICI met in Moscow in February 1922. 4 delegates appeared from the French party and recorded their votes against the United Front. Trotsky in a reproachful speech complained that the old charge made against Comintern at the Third Congress of putting a brake on world revolution in order to do business with the bourgeoisie of the West was being warmed up again in connection with the United Front. But neither side was prepared to carry the issue to an open break. The French delegates, having been outvoted, declared that they would accept the will of the majority, and ICI did not press for reprisals or sanctions. On March 4, 1922, a polite resolution of ICI once more cautiously enumerated 6 principal shortcomings which were treated as survivals of the past in certain groups of the party. Note was taken of a declaration by the French delegation of its intention to restore discipline among its members and in the party press, and to reinstate the 4 who had resigned from the executive committee after the Marseilles Congress, and nothing was said of Souverin. 4. By way of an example to the party press, Henry Fabre, the editor of the insubordinate journal Du Peuple, was expelled from the party. But, apart from this single sanction, the decisions taken in Moscow remained without effect in France. The so-called party press remained as eclectic as ever in character and opinion, and the United Front policy was still vigorously attacked within the party on the heretical ground that it could not be regarded as binding until it had been endorsed by the next Congress of Comintern. In May 1922 another anathema from ICI descended on Paris, too, and another session of the enlarged plenum was convened in Moscow in June. This time Froissart himself made the journey. Trotsky's introductory fulmination was fiercer, as was required by the lapse of time and by the presence in person of the chief culprit. But this only accentuated the element of comedy in the denouement, which did little more than repeat the admonitions, promises and mutual compliments of the February resolution. The one new point which emerged in the Moscow discussions was the decision to hold a Congress of the French party in October before the Congress of Comintern in the following month. The Congress of the French Communist Party held in Paris in October 1922 provided an excellent illustration of the technique of Comintern in dealing with national parties and of the policy of conciliation and compromise pursued at this period. On September 13, in preparation for the Congress, a letter of admonition and exhortation was sent by ICI to the Central Committee of the French Party. 2 delegates of Comintern, Humbert Draz and Manuelski, arrived in Paris well in advance of the Congress to negotiate with the warring factions, and at the Congress itself delegates also appeared from the German and British Communist parties to uphold the authority of the international body. The 2 representatives of Moscow, and especially the resourceful Manuelski, abounded in projects of compromise between right and left factions, and were clearly more concerned to bring about an agreement than to produce a victory for the left. The final proposal made during the Congress itself, when all else had failed, was for parity between right and left in all party organs, with a casting vote for a delegate of ICI in the event of dispute. This was not unnaturally accepted by the left, but rejected by the right in favor of a proposal to leave the composition of the party organs to a simple vote of the Congress. The issue thus became one between the autonomy of the French party and the acceptance of arbitration by ICI in its disputes. The decisive vote gave a narrow majority to the right. Even now, however, the instructions of ICI for conciliation at all costs held good. The left received orders from Manuelski to bow to the decision and to accept whatever posts the majority offered to it. But these orders showed a misunderstanding of the temper of the right. Having won his victory by skillful handling of the Congress, Froissart meant to exploit it to the full. All posts in all the party organs were filled by nominees of the right. At the end of this Congress the left found itself excluded from everything but rank-and-file membership of the party. When the Fourth Congress of Comintern assembled in Moscow in November 1922, a breach between it and the French party seemed unavoidable and imminent. But the threat had come from the intransigence, not of Vichy, but of a bare majority of the party itself, and the issue was the desire of Comintern to adopt a less rigorous attitude than the National Party approved. In Great Britain the situation appeared peculiarly favourable for United Front tactics. Nowhere in Europe had Marxism so signally failed to penetrate the labour movement, nowhere was sympathy with Soviet Russia so keenly felt, a sympathy which had found expression not only in the nationwide movement of protest against aid to the enemies of the regime, but in constant pressure from British trade unions for agreement with the Russian unions and with Prof in turn. The result was the coexistence of a tiny communist party and a vast army of sympathizers, whose support on concrete issues did not imply any inclination to embrace party doctrine or discipline. By cooperating with non-party sympathizers, the CPGB seemed able to exert an influence in British politics quite out of proportion to its insignificant numbers. Unfortunately, other councils had prevailed at its birth. Rejection of its demand for affiliation to the Labour Party had engendered great bitterness against the Labour leaders, and when in March 1921 Ramsay MacDonald, whose pacifist record had kept him out of the House of Commons since 1918, stood at a by-election in Woolwich, the CPGB, full of the idea that MacDonald was the British Koskai or the British Shah Dehman, sent its best speakers into the constituency to attack him. There was no communist candidate. But the CPGB afterwards plausibly claimed that its campaign had cost MacDonald the seat by giving his Conservative opponent a small majority. At a further by-election in Caerphilly in August 1921 the CPGB for the first time put up its own candidate, and though he came at the bottom of the poll, the abuse of Labour leaders by communist speakers left an aftermath of still more intense animosity. When, therefore, the new line of conciliation was laid down by the Third Congress of Comintern in the summer of 1921 and further defined by the United Front resolution of Vichy in December, there was much lost ground to be made up, and many words to be eaten. Two successive numbers of the official journal of Comintern in the autumn of 1921 carried articles from the pen of Michael Borodin, the Russian-American communist who had become a worker in Comintern, criticizing the CPGB for its failure to exercise any influence on the masses or in the trade unions. 3. During 1922 the CPGB, in an attempt at appeasement, withdrew all communist candidates from constituencies where Labour candidates had also been announced, even where the communist had been first in the field. 4. But this move had little effect. The Labour Party at its annual conference at Edinburgh in the summer of 1922 once more rejected by an overwhelming majority the communist request for affiliation. Meanwhile, in March 1922, a commission of three, Pollitt, a trade unionist, Palmatude, a young party intellectual of Indian birth, and Harry Langapin, brother of the secretary of the party, was appointed to report on the state of the party, and Borodin was sent from Moscow to advise on the work of reorganization. 1. The problem was not, as in Germany, a party divided against itself, or, as in France, a party almost entirely united in opposition to the policy demanded by Vichy. The problem was a party, not divided by any serious dissensions and docile to directives from Moscow, but without serious influence in the political life of the country to which it belonged. The plan of reorganization evolved by the Commission under Borodin's tutorship proposed to abolish the loose federal structure of the party constitution, and to reorganize it on what were now recognized as orthodox communist lines of centralization and strict discipline. At the end of August 1922 Borodin was arrested in Glasgow, sentenced to 6 months' imprisonment for having entered the country illegally and deported. 2. The plan was carried at a party congress at Battersea in October 1922, not without further discussions and secessions. 3. But the forces that worked in Great Britain in favor of communism and in favor of Soviet Russia were to be found in organizations not specifically or professedly communist, the NUWM, the National Minority Movement in the trade unions, and even such quasi-philanthropic organizations as MRP4 rather than in the CPGB. It was through these organizations, if at all, that the tactics of the United Front could be applied in Great Britain. The adoption of United Front tactics threw into relief the difficulty inherent in the conception of Comintern as an organization prescribing uniform policies and identical lines of action for communist parties all over the world. One of the corollaries of the United Front was the increased importance attached to legal as opposed to underground activities. Parties were to appear openly and woo the alliance of other parties for limited objectives, while at the same time proclaiming their own wider purposes. But such a policy could have no application in countries where communist parties were under a legal ban, and existed only as conspiratorial organizations, and, during the 7 years in which United Front tactics were officially advocated, the number of these countries continually increased. In practice, the only countries where serious attempts were made to apply the United Front were Germany, Czechoslovakia, and Great Britain. In the United States, a highly anomalous situation arose. In May 1921, the scandal of rival communist parties was at last ended, and a single Communist Party of North America founded with the support of Comintern. But the founding Congress was held in secret, and all the activities of the party were completely underground. When, however, the United Front decision was promulgated, it became necessary to found a new legal Workers' Party of America, of which members of the Communist Party became members. This at first supplemented the activities of the illegal party and ultimately absorbed it, taking the name of the _Workers' Party. 2. But neither the legal nor the illegal party exercised any influence in American political life, nor do they appear to have received any serious attention in Moscow, so that the role of the American party in the international communist movement remained unimportant as well as anomalous. In an historical retrospect more than 2 years later, Zinoviev enunciated with considerable frankness the motives which led to the adoption of United Front tactics in the winter of 1921 to 1922. The tactics of the United Front were in reality at the beginning an expression of our consciousness, first, that we have not yet a majority in the working class, secondly, that social democracy is still very strong, thirdly, that we occupy defensive positions and the enemy is attacking. Fourthly, that the decisive battles are still not yet on the immediate agenda. Hence we came to the slogan "To the masses," and to the tactics of the United Front. 1. This provided a reasonable defense of the tactics adopted by Comintern in terms of the prospects of the revolution. The retreat in Comintern could be justified by similar arguments to those used to justify NEP. The method of insisting on the rigorous and uncompromising pursuit by communist parties of immediate revolutionary objectives had proved disastrous in the same way as Soviet policies of war communism had proved disastrous. The argument in support of the United Front tactics of Comintern was, indeed, independent of the current argument in support of NEP. As one of the British delegates to the Congress records, none of us drew any important conclusions concerning future policy from the introduction of NEP to which Lenin referred in his speech. 2. But the two arguments were advanced simultaneously by the same people, and the cause ultimately responsible for both retreats was the same, the delay in the consummation of the European Revolution. Hence the theoretical distinction between the two policies, and the two sets of arguments in support of them, became in practice increasingly difficult to maintain. Zinoviev established the equation in his speech to the enlarged session of IKI in February 1922, had the Red Army of Soviet Russia in 1920 taken Warsaw, the tactics of the Communist International today would be other than they are. But that did not happen. The strategic setback was followed by a political setback for the whole workers' movement. The Russian Proletarian Party was compelled to make extensive concessions to the peasantry, and in part also to the bourgeoisie. That slowed down the tempo of the proletarian revolution, but the reverse is also true. The setback which the proletarians of the Western European countries suffered from 1919 to 1921 influenced the policy of the first proletarian state, and slowed down the tempo in Russia. It is therefore a double-sided process. 3. From this time it became fashionable to refer to the United Front tactics of Comintern as the counterpart of NEP, and among foreign communist parties, which were directly concerned only with the first of the two policies, the impression that the actions of Comintern were being molded in a pattern partly or mainly determined by the needs of the Russian Soviet Republic received fresh confirmation. So long as the triumph of world revolution seemed imminent, the issue did not arise. But, once the retreat had set in, and compromise and maneuver were the order of the day, the argument rolled on unceasingly and inconclusively between those who made a clear distinction between the aims and interests of Comintern and the aims and interests of Soviet Russia, and those who regarded such a distinction as not merely invalid but inconceivable. Chapter 3I. Consolidation in Europe. T. The Genoa Conference and the Rapallo Treaty taken together gave Soviet Russia for the first time an assured status as a European power. After the invitation to Genoa, the Western powers might quarrel with her, but could no longer ignore her. After Rapallo, she was the equal partner of another great power, another power which had also been in temporary eclipse and also regarded the treaty as a way of escape from isolation and contempt. Broader opportunities of maneuver entered into Soviet diplomacy. Hitherto the main choice open to the Soviet government had been whether to pursue a policy of temporary appeasement of capitalist governments through diplomatic procedures or whether to seek to undermine and overthrow them through revolutionary propaganda. What was new in 1922 was the ability, within the limits of the first policy, to woo either one or the other of two capitalist groups which divided Europe between them, an option which the Soviet government had tried in vain to exercise in 1918 in the days of its extreme weakness. The second half of 1922 was, in domestic policy, the culmination of the first period of NEP. The famine of 1921 had been outlived, the harvest of 1922 was excellent, and the stimulus administered by NEP was making itself felt throughout the economy. In these conditions it was natural that the compromise with capitalism should find expression in foreign, as well as in domestic, affairs. It was a time of consolidation and no fresh adventures. Another factor which contributed to this mood was the illness of Lenin, who succumbed to his first stroke at the moment of the ending of the Genoa Conference and was totally incapacitated for 5 months. Few people knew the gravity of his condition, or suspected that his active life was virtually over. But what was thought of as the temporary? 426. Removal from the scene of one who had so long had the last word on all major issues of policy encouraged an inclination to follow the steady and safe path which seemed to have been marked out in the spring of 1922, and to avoid radical decisions. The remainder of the year was a less adventurous period than any that Soviet Russia had yet known in her foreign relations. As a result of the Genoa Conference, Soviet relations with the Western powers received something of a setback. The obstruction of France and Belgium, now for the first time openly encouraged by the United States, had prevailed over the conciliatory intentions of the British Prime Minister, whose position in his own country had been correspondingly weakened. In France, Poincare's uncompromising policy was in the ascendant. In Great Britain, the anti-Soviet wing of the coalition had regained its influence. On the Soviet side, the Treaty of Rapallo made possible a more independent attitude towards the Western powers. To obtain capital from the West was still a major interest of the Soviet government. Machinery was tightened up by creating a chief concessions committee attached to STO to centralize all decisions about concessions. 2 concessions were granted to American groups in the spring of 1922, one for the Alapiev asbestos mines in the Urals and one for the Komarov coal mines in the Kuznetsk Basin, and Soviet-British and Soviet-Dutch mixed companies, Rusanglala and Ruskolandals, were formed to exploit timber concessions. But capital was perhaps no longer so pressing and absolute a need as it had seemed in 1920 and 1921, and this allowed a greater freedom of bargaining. The summer of 1922 was thus a period of uncertainty. The process of rapprochement with Great Britain had come to a standstill. Would it be resumed, or would a recession set in? The question was bound up in part with the position of Lloyd George in British politics. If he recovered his shaken power and prestige, the policy of rapprochement might be resumed. If he fell, a deterioration in Anglo-Soviet relations could hardly be avoided. 3. The most important landmark in these relations during the summer of 1922 was the Hague Conference. The Hague Conference had been proposed and accepted at Genoa simply as a face-saving device and in order to gain time. No essential change had occurred when it met on June 26, 1922, and there was no better prospect of agreement than when the delegates separated at Genoa 6 weeks earlier. The situation had indeed worsened to the extent that the delegations at The Hague were led by secondary political figures. Litvinov, supported by Krasin and Krestinsky, took the place of Chicherin. The principal British delegate was Lloyd Graham, head of the Department of Overseas Trade, whose affiliations were with big business and the Conservative Party. The conference abandoned any serious attempt to reach a result when the non-Russian delegations decided to form a separate commission of their own, with 3 subcommissions to deal respectively with private property, debts, and credits. Litvinov purported to make 2 advances on the attitude of the Soviet delegation at Genoa. He was prepared to concede the principle of compensation for nationalized property, provided always that credits were forthcoming, and he was prepared to admit that these credits might be forthcoming, not from governments, but from industrialists or financiers, provided that they were guaranteed by the governments. But the proviso seemed in each case to deprive the supposed concession of any real substance. The question of nationalized properties once more occupied the center of the stage, with the French and Belgian delegations again categorically demanding unconditional restitution or compensation, the British and Italian delegations toying with a lavish Soviet offer of concessions. Litvinov laid before the conference a long list of items available for concessions to foreign capitalists. 1. A comparison with the list attached to the original concessions decree of November 23, 1920, 2 revealed significant changes of outlook. Concessions were now no longer exclusively or mainly designed for the development of hitherto unused natural resources. In addition to timber and mining concessions, concessions were offered for large numbers of existing factories and installations in the sugar, oil, and electrical industries. The list included a large number of properties formerly in foreign ownership. This followed the policy, inaugurated with the Erkwer project, of using the offer of concessions as a means of compensating former foreign owners and creditors. 1. The battle for Russian oil was once more fought out behind the scenes. Here the attempt of the British-Dutch group to secure a concession for itself sustained a final and decisive defeat. The group associated itself with American, French and Belgian oil interests in a decision to refuse any offer short of full restitution, and in the meanwhile to institute a boycott of Soviet oil in all markets controlled by them. 2. It may have been this defeat which finally inspired the British delegation to abandon its insistence on the concessions policy, and to accept in the concluding resolution of the conference the Franco-Belgian thesis of unconditional restitution, coupled with a recommendation to governments not to support their nationals in acquiring nationalized properties in Soviet Russia other than those which they themselves had owned. The resolution also laid down that no decision in regard to foreign property in Soviet Russia should be taken except jointly with governments not represented at the conference. 3. The Belgian delegate who introduced the resolution pointedly added that he was authorized to state that it had the approval of the United States government. The hidden American hand, which had appeared discreetly in the last stages of the Genoa conference, thus emerged openly at The Hague to defeat a policy of accommodation with the Soviet government on a basis of concessions. No attention was paid to a last-minute attempt by Litvinov to save the conference by an offer of fresh proposals. It dispersed on July 20, 1922, on the note of complete rupture. Litvinov returned crestfallen to Moscow. 1. The emergence at the Genoa and Hague conferences of an anxious American concern in oil seemed to betoken the beginning of a more active, though still muted, interest in Soviet affairs. In July 1922, Hoover, the American Secretary of Commerce, initiated a proposal to send a technical mission to Russia to study economic openings, and on August 1 Houghton, the American ambassador in Berlin, discussed the project there with Chicherin and Krusin, both of whom gave it a personal welcome. Two but more cautious counsels prevailed in Moscow. Chicherin's official reply, dated August 28, 1922, while expressing readiness to receive any American businessmen or groups for the purpose of conducting negotiations relative to concessions, trade, or other economic questions, made it clear that a committee of experts or inquiry would be welcome only on a basis of reciprocity, whereupon the matter was allowed to drop. 3. In the summer of 1922, the American government at length recognized the independence of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, and wound up the old Russian embassy in Washington. 4. But the expectation widely aroused that these steps were a prelude to some form of accommodation with the Soviet government was not fulfilled. Soviet-American relations settled down to a long period of uneventful indifference. The breakdown at The Hague convinced the Soviet government that the system of conferences has failed for the time being. The long-expected downfall of Lloyd George, which finally came in October 1922, and Poincare's continued ascendancy in France, were symptoms of a more chilly attitude on the part of the Western powers, and ruled out the likelihood of any important decisions affecting Soviet Russia in the near future. The interest of Soviet diplomacy shifted mainly to the Middle East and the Far East, where the Lausanne Conference and the JOF mission were important landmarks. 1. The uncertainties of Soviet policy after the breakdown at The Hague were reflected in the treatment of the Urquhart concession. Urquhart had been present both at Genoa and at The Hague, and seems to have expected that the failure to reach an agreed settlement would make the Soviet government all the more anxious to make a success of its concessions policy in one well-advertised case. This calculation came near to justifying itself. 2. German concerns, Krups and the Berlin Bank of Mendelssohn, now acquired an interest in Russo-Asiatic Consolidated, 2. And it was in these conditions that Urquhart at length signed an agreement with Krusin in Berlin on September 9, 1922. The terms of the agreement 3 showed how much the introduction and development of NEP had done to remove the main obstacles, under the new conditions of labor, soon to be embodied in a revised labor code, for the employer had full freedom to engage and dismiss labor, subject to normal legal provisions for the protection of the workers. A percentage of the production of the enterprise was assigned to the Soviet government. The right of compensation for loss of ownership was not formally admitted, but the Soviet government was to make to the company under the agreement an advance of £150,000 in cash and a further 20 million rubles in state bonds. This was compensation in a thin disguise. Lenin treated it as such, and reverted to the principle that the right of foreign creditors to compensation could be recognized only in return for fresh foreign credits. While the negotiations were still in progress, he had written that the concession should be approved only on condition that a big loan is granted to us. 1. The agreement was well received abroad. The British Labour leader, Kleins, was reported to have written a letter to someone in Moscow expressing the hope that the agreement would be quickly ratified in order to improve the chances of the Labour Party at the impending general election. 2. In Moscow it had strong support, especially among those who wanted to carry NEP to its logical conclusion. The agreement with Urquhart had been signed during Lenin's first illness. The decision on ratification was almost the last major political decision of Lenin's life. Finding himself alone in the Politburo in his opposition to ratification, he is said to have hesitated and changed his mind 3 times before finally deciding to impose his veto, which was, as a matter of course, accepted by his colleagues. 3. The decision was announced in the Soviet press on October 7, 1922. The motive of the rejection appears to have been primarily political. While Lenin's initial impulse had been to make ratification dependent on a foreign loan, he now told foreign journalists that the decision not to ratify was due to Great Britain's unfriendly attitude in the Turkish question, and could be reversed if that attitude changed. 4. Krusin declared that the recent attitude of the British government towards Russia had been responsible for the rejection of the agreement in spite of all the significance it bore for the economic development of Russia. Litvinov, on the other hand, took a low view of the economic merits of the agreement and thought that it would never even have been signed if the economic advantages only had been considered. He attributed the refusal of the Soviet government to ratify the agreement to the change of political forces in Great Britain, where TLE predominating influence now belonged to those who do not sympathize with Mr. Lloyd George's endeavors to establish normal relations with Russia. Finally, Lenin, in his last public speech in November 1922, spoke as if the main motive of the concessions policy were political, its purpose being to give the capitalists such advantages as would compel any government, however hostile it might be to us, to enter into bargains and relations with us. These explanations did not tell the whole story. The rejection of the Urquhart concession, while it may have had immediate and specific political motives, was none the less significant of the lack of success of the concessions policy as a whole. That policy had originally been conceived in 1918 as part of what Lenin called state capitalism, i.e. the system by which private capitalists would operate under the overriding safeguard of state control. Such a system fitted in perfectly with NEP, and to bring in foreign capital, in particular, seemed a vital element in any attempt to redress the international balance of payments. The rejection of the Urquhart concession in the autumn of 1922 was a symptom of inability to achieve this result on any terms acceptable to Moscow. At the Fourth Congress of Comintern in November 1922, Trotsky correctly remarked that hitherto it had been a case of big discussions, but small concessions. 3 and a few months later, when Zinoviev at the 12th Party Congress gave a would-be optimistic review of the situation, he could claim no more than 8 mixed companies with a total capital of £300,000 and 17 million German marks, and 26 concession agreements involving a total capital of 30 million gold rubles. For the figures, even if they represented performance and not merely projects, were trivial, and it was significant that the foreign country which held the first place in the list both of mixed companies and of concessions was impoverished Germany. The failure of the concessions policy, which became apparent in the winter of 1922 to 1923, was coincident with a failure to establish friendly political relations with the English-speaking countries. 2 For these alone had significant reserves of capital available for investment. This failure had 2 results. Economically, it threw Soviet Russia on her own resources and left her to grapple alone with the problems of NEP as she had grappled with those of war communism. In this sense, it was a prelude to socialism in one country. Politically, it was an incident in the deterioration of relations between Soviet Russia and the Western countries which set in at Genoa and Rapallo. In this sense it reflected the new policy of Maneuver, which consisted in playing off Germany against the major capitalist powers. The coolness of relations between Soviet Russia and the Western powers in the latter part of 1922, matched by the increasing warmth of her relations with Germany, was the first symptom of a process familiar throughout the next 2 decades, by which deterioration of relations with one of the 2 main blocs of capitalist powers led to a corresponding improvement of relations with the other. The months that followed Rapallo were the honeymoon period of Soviet-German friendship. The assassination of Rathenau in June 1922 was an exhibition of anti-Semitism rather than of anti-Soviet proclivities. The advocates of an anti-Soviet orientation had been virtually eliminated, and German industrialists set eagerly to work to avail themselves of the opportunities of a broadening Soviet market. Soviet trade was now expanding rapidly. Imports increased from 922.9 million rubles in 1921 to U80.17 million in 1922, and exports from 88.5 million to 357.4 million. Not only did Soviet trade increase, but the German share in it increased. In 1921, the year of the Anglo-Soviet trade agreement, Soviet Russia had taken 29% of her imports from Great Britain and only 25% from Germany. In 1922, 32.7% of Soviet imports came from Germany and only 18.8% from Great Britain. The same year saw the high water mark of interest among German firms in concessions in Soviet Russia. At a meeting of the Reichstag Foreign Affairs Committee on December 9, 1922, Maltzahn reported that some 20 German firms had signed concession agreements with the Soviet authorities. Side by side with these economic arrangements, and in part under cover of them, the secret military understandings which had been reached even in advance of the Rapallo Treaty were carried into effect. That some measures of military cooperation were on foot was widely known or suspected. In the Reichstag, though Wirth emphatically affirmed that the Rapallo Treaty contains no secret political or military agreement, the Social Democratic deputy Muller continued to refer to current rumors of an agreement. The British ambassador was formally and deliberately assured that the subject of military preparations had never been mentioned between the Germans and the Russians, and, though he was aware of the existence of a number of alleged documents, including conventions, contracts for the sale of arms by Germany to Russia, etc., etc., he convinced himself that most of them are forgeries. 4 On May 25, 1922, negotiations opened between Haas and Krestinsky for the participation of Ruhr industrialists in these transactions. Some of the industrialists were also prepared to provide funds to finance them. What was? So far as is known, the first general agreement was signed in great secrecy in Berlin on July 29, 1922, its text has not yet come to light. 1. The dispatch of German flying officers to Russia for training seems to have begun before the establishment of the factories. As early as September 1922, Kherson noted on passing through Smolensk that the aerodrome there was full of German aviators. 2. Niedermeyer became head of the Moscow office of Sondergruppe R, in charge of all German military training schools and personnel in Russia. 3. Discussions continued actively in Berlin during the rest of the year. A second meeting between Siecht and Radek took place in Schleicher's apartment on December 19, 1922. 4. The scope of the arrangements, as they were established in the latter part of 1922 and in the following year, is known in broad outline. A contract between the Soviet government and Junkers provided for the manufacture of aircraft and aircraft engines in a factory at Philly, near Moscow. 5. Here and elsewhere German flying schools were established for both German and Soviet personnel. Shells were manufactured under the management of German technicians from Krupp's at latest in the Urals, in Tula, in the former Putilov works in Petrograd and in Schleswig. Part of the output of these works was destined for the Red Army, part exported to Germany for the Reichswehr. A tank factory was established in Kazan, apparently also by Krupp's, with training facilities in tank warfare for Germans and Russians. A mixed German-Soviet company was formed under the name Versal to put into operation a poison gas factory 30 miles from Samara, partly built during the war but never used. But continuous efforts from 1923 onwards to bring the factory into production failed owing to the deficiencies of the process introduced by the German firm, Stalzenberg of Hamburg, and the project was ultimately abandoned. One of the plans outlined in Kopp's memorandum of April 1921 only one dropped out altogether. The German Ministry of Marine found a more efficient way of building submarines than could have been managed in derelict Russian shipyards. It set up a bogus company at The Hague which placed orders for the construction of submarines in Holland, Sweden, Finland, and Spain. These were built under the supervision of German naval engineers and apparently tested by skeleton German crews. Some of them appear to have been delivered or promised to Soviet Russia. 3. The consolidation of Soviet-German relations achieved by the Rapallo Treaty, of which Soviet-German economic and military collaboration were the two main aspects, was symbolized by the arrival in November 1922 of the first German ambassador in Moscow for more than 4 years. The Rapallo Treaty had provided for a full resumption of diplomatic relations, and Krestinsky had presented his credentials to Ebert as first Soviet ambassador in Berlin since Joff in August 1922. The corresponding appointment in Moscow was held up by difficulties over the choice of the candidate for it. Eventually fell on Proctor Francois, who had been Minister for Foreign Affairs from December 1918 to May 1919. He had at that time been a declared enemy not only of the German Workers' and Soldiers' Councils, but of the Russian Bolsheviks, whom he denounced in a speech in the Weimar National Assembly on February 14, 1919, specifically arguing that, so long as Germany was weak, she should remain neutral in all international issues and attempt no policy of alliances. 1. He headed the German delegation to Versailles and on May 7, 1919, made his famous speech of protest against the terms presented by the Allies. He then resigned his office, conducted a campaign against acceptance of the Versailles terms and, on its failure, retired into private life. When, 3 years later, Dr. François was proposed for the appointment of German ambassador in Moscow, his views had undergone remarkably little change since 1919. The proposal to send him to Moscow provoked a memorandum to the President and the Chancellor dated July 15, 1922, in which he set forth his position. The grave disadvantage of the Rapallo Treaty, he wrote, lies in the military fears bound up with it. A German alliance with Russia would excite English suspicions and drive England into the arms of France. A German policy directed exclusively to the East would at the present moment be not only premature and dangerous, but without prospects and therefore a failure. Participation in a Soviet war against Poland would expose Germany to French reprisals and make Germany once more a battlefield. The memorandum ended with a warning not now to tie ourselves militarily to the Russians. It is not surprising that the man holding these views should have been regarded by German military circles, and notably by Siecht himself, as an unsuitable occupant of the German embassy in Moscow at this juncture. Siecht, who apparently did not receive a copy of Dr. François' memorandum till September 9, 1922, wrote 2 days later a long counterblast. Starting from the proposition that Germany must conduct an active policy, he vigorously defended the Eastern orientation. A German link with Russia is the first and hitherto almost the only accession of strength we have achieved since the conclusion of peace. That the beginning of this link lies in the economic field, is in the nature of the whole situation, but the strength lies in the fact that this economic rapprochement prepares the possibility of a political and therefore also military link. He cautiously defended the secret military arrangements, the purpose of which was to help to build up an armaments industry in Russia which would be serviceable to us in case of need, and Russian wishes for further technical assistance in respect of material and personnel should be met. For the rest, the existence of Poland is intolerable, and any policy must reckon with the possibilities of war. 1. The further course of the controversy cannot be traced. Dr. François' appointment was announced at the end of September. He left Berlin a month later, and presented his credentials in Moscow on November 6, 1922. Siecht's fears proved groundless. Nothing was known in Moscow of the new ambassador's views apart from his hostility to the Western powers, and Chicherin is said to have greeted him as the man of Versailles. A firm friendship sprang up between the two men based, like the friendship between their two countries, on common mistrust of the West. Dr. François quickly became converted to the Eastern orientation of German policy, and, while personal animosities persisted between him and Siecht, their views on the essentials of German policy became undistinguishable. During the next 5 years, in spite of intermittent alarms and excursions on both sides, collaboration with Germany remained the stabilizing factor in Soviet policy in Europe. A symptom of growing strength and confidence in Soviet policy at this time was the attempt to establish a role of leadership among the smaller states of Eastern Europe. On March 30, 1922, on the initiative of the Soviet government, delegates of Estonia, Latvia, Poland, and the RSFSR met at Riga, the Latvian capital, to decide on a common line of action at the Genoa conference to which all had been invited. Having agreed on certain general and uncontroversial principles of economic policy, the delegates turned to questions of peace and disarmament and, taking their cue from the proceedings of the League of Nations at Geneva, recorded their support of the principle of limitation of armaments in all countries. The conference at Riga had no concrete results at Genoa or elsewhere. But it helped to set, as was intended, a precedent. On June 12, 1922, the Soviet government, complaining that the Genoa conference had devoted practically all its attention to defending the material interests of a comparatively insignificant group of persons, and had neglected both the economic crisis through which Europe is now passing and the danger of new wars, addressed a note to the same powers proposing a conference to discuss a proportional reduction of their respective armaments. This time the invitation was extended to Finland. Litvinov, through the Romanian delegate at the Hague Conference, also invited the Romanian government, and at the last moment Lithuania was included. The first date proposed by the Soviet government was September 5, 1922, which coincided, doubtless not without design, with that fixed for the Assembly of the League of Nations. After much argument, the conference finally met in Moscow on December 2, 1922. Of those invited, only Romania, having made her acceptance dependent on Soviet recognition of the annexation of Bessarabia, failed to send delegates. 2. The conference was in itself totally unproductive. It mirrored the contemporary discussions on disarmament at Geneva. Litvinov, imitating the role of British delegates of the period, proposed a specific reduction in land forces. The Soviet government undertook to reduce the Red Army in the course of the 2 following years to 1/4 of its existing strength, provided the neighboring countries would do likewise, and, since the Red Army was one, the RSFSR could speak on this matter in the name of all the Soviet republics. 1. The Polish delegate led a covert opposition, which followed French tactics at Geneva. He questioned the relevance of the initial totals on which the proposed percentage reduction was based, and argued that, before armaments were reduced, confidence must be created by agreements on non-aggression and arbitration. The Soviet delegate in his turn did not reject such agreements, provided disarmament was not sidetracked. The lesser delegations maneuvered with some embarrassment between the positions of the 2 chief performers. On December 12, 1922, Litvinov accepted the fact that none of the other delegates was prepared to accept the Soviet proposal, and wound up the conference. 2. Its result was to advertise once more the advanced position of the Soviet government on issues of peace and disarmament, and to offer to Soviet Russia's smaller neighbors an alternative leadership which might help them to resist the sometimes excessive pretensions of Poland. The difference in atmosphere from the Helsingfors conference exactly a year earlier, when Soviet Russia had been still an absentee and the predominant influence of Poland uncontested, 3. was remarkable and significant. The emergence of Litvinov on this occasion was also a landmark. It was his first major attempt to win a position for Soviet Russia in European diplomacy by appealing to advanced bourgeois opinion in the Western countries and by outbidding the governments of these countries at their own game. A fortnight after the close of the conference, the 10th All-Russian Congress of Soviets made yet another appeal to all nations of the world, reaffirming its will to peace and peaceful labor. It reiterated the disarmament proposals rejected at the Genoa Conference, and now once more frustrated by the unwillingness of the neighbors of Russia to proceed to a real reduction of their armies. To clinch the matter, it announced that, in spite of these rebuffs, the strength of the Red Army would be reduced forthwith from 800,000 to 600,000. 4. The Fourth Congress of Comintern in November 1922, the last held in Lenin's lifetime, marked an important point in the transformation and consolidation of Soviet policy. It was the end of the dramatic period of the Communist International. What was to come after was a long and sometimes embarrassing epilogue. The main acts were symbolized by its first 4 congresses. The first in March 1919 brought the institution into being, and issued its prospectus. The second meeting in July 1920, while the Red Army was marching on Warsaw, coincided with the high tide of power and self-confidence in its leaders, the belief that Comintern was about to fulfill its function as the directing staff of a victorious world revolution. This Congress was succeeded by the Congress of Eastern Peoples at Baku in September and by the creation in Western Europe of communist parties submissive to the discipline of the central organization. Then in March 1921 came NEP, followed immediately by the disastrous failure of a communist rising in Germany, and the Third Congress of Comintern in June-July 1921, though organized on a more grandiose scale than ever, sounded a note of compromise and consolidation. The Fourth Congress in November-December 1922 was driven still further along the road of retreat. During the past year the Soviet regime in Russia seemed to have made giant strides. The famine had been stayed, the revival of prosperity engendered by NEP was well underway, the Genoa Conference, the Treaty of Rapallo, and the invitation to participate in the projected Treaty on the Regime of the Straits had registered the return of Soviet Russia to the ranks of the European powers. A few days before the Congress met, the last Japanese soldier had left Soviet territory at Vladivostok, the solemn merging of the Soviet republics into a grand union of Soviet Socialist republics was in active preparation. Only the affairs of Comintern had conspicuously failed to prosper. The World Revolution, the European Revolution, the German Revolution still tarried, and seemed more remote than in 1921, not to speak of the great days of 1920. This diagnosis, however, implied a startling reversal of positions. So long as it could be assumed, as it was assumed by all concerned down to the end of 1920, that the Russian Revolution was a first and comparatively minor chapter in a story of world revolution, the prestige and authority of the Communist International necessarily overtopped those of any national government, not excluding the Soviet government itself, whose main function, in its own interests as well as in those of others, was to serve the revolutionary cause. But when Soviet Russia, having, contrary to all expectation, beaten back all her enemies unaided, was driven by the continued delay in the spread of the revolution into the compromises and accommodations of NEP, the whole balance of authority and prestige between Comintern and the Soviet government was radically altered. Nothing remained for Comintern but to take refuge in the defensive until the time was once more ripe for an advance, and this meant to fortify Soviet Russia as the one present mainstay and future hope of the proletarian revolution. Revolutionary fire and enthusiasm had been quenched by successive failures. The strengthening of the Soviet power became the keynote of the Fourth Congress. The cautious note which had been heard in the undertones of the Third Congress now became the dominant. Zinoviev's opening address was cast in a minor key. It goes without saying that the victory of the Communist International in the historical sense of the word is assured. Even if our fighting organization were to be swept from the earth by the fire of reaction, as happened to the Paris Communards and the First International, the Communist International would be born again and finally lead the proletariat to victory. But what we are now concerned with is the question whether the Communist International in its present form, whether our own generation of fighters, will succeed in fulfilling the historical mission which the Communist International has undertaken. We may now say without exaggeration that the Communist International has survived its most difficult time, and is so strengthened that it need fear no attack from world reaction. 1. The policy exemplified in the March action of the previous year was now utterly and uncompromisingly condemned. The Communist International is against any precipitate action and against unprepared risings which would be stifled in the blood of the workers and might shatter the most precious possession of the proletariat, the organized International Communist Party. 2. And in his report on the work of ICI he almost nonchalantly repeated the same diagnosis. You know that we have spoken very much about the need to make the Communist International an international of deed, an international of action, a centralized international world communist party and much else. In principle this is absolutely right and we must insist on it. But in order really to carry it out we need years and years. It is pretty easy to adopt a resolution, and in this resolution to say that we must carry out international actions. 1. The Congress devoted 3 sittings to a discussion of the offensive of capital, the increasing unemployment, the lowering of the living standard of the workers, the shift away from the left in the parliaments and governments of bourgeois countries, and the fascist revolution in Italy, which was 3 weeks old when the Congress met, and was described as the last card in the game of the bourgeoisie. 2. Radek, who was the rapporteur on this subject, was more specific in his pessimism than Zinoviev. The characteristic of the time in which we are living is that, although the crisis of world capital has not yet been overcome, although the question of power is still the center of all questions, the broadest masses of the proletariat have lost belief in their ability to conquer power in any foreseeable time. They are driven back to the defensive. If that is the situation, if the great majority of the working class feels itself powerless, then the conquest of power as an immediate task of the day is not on the agenda. And later, in reply to the vague optimism of some speakers, he added with renewed emphasis that the retreat of the proletariat has not yet come to a stop. 3. The Congress offered little scope for Zinoviev's fiery oratory. It was the occasion of Lenin's last public appearance but one. 4. He delivered a single speech which opened with an apology for his illness, and was devoted mainly to an exposition and defense of NEP. In revolutionary times it was often necessary to be prepared to retreat in order to advance, and NEP had illustrated and justified this maxim. The moral was allowed to appear, though it was not very clearly drawn, one that a measure of retreat was equally necessary for Comintern, and would prove equally salutary. Then, after censuring last year's resolution on organization as too exclusively Russian, Lenin stumbled onto his peroration. I think that the most important thing for us all, Russian and foreign comrades alike, is that after 5 years of the Russian Revolution we must study. Only now have we secured the possibility to study. I am convinced that we must say in this matter not only to our Russian but to our foreign comrades that the most important task in the period now beginning is to study. We are learning in a general sense. They must learn in a special sense in order really to achieve organization, structure, method, and content of revolutionary work. If this is done, then I am convinced that the prospects of world revolution will be only good, but excellent. 3. It was an odd last injunction from the man who had founded Comintern as a great fighting organization only 3.5 years ago. The prevailing pessimism about the affairs of Comintern set the stage for a corresponding mood of confidence in the Soviet power and eulogy of its achievements. Soviet Russia had brilliantly served the cause of the proletarian revolution, had discharged her last obligation to it. Already at the Third Congress Radek had put the point with brutal frankness: if we are today the great communist international, this is not because we, the international, have been good propagandists, but because the Russian proletariat and the Russian Red Army with their blood and their hunger have been good propagandists, and because this struggle, the Russian Revolution, was the great clarion of the Communist International. 4. At the Fourth Congress the argument was carried a step further. Soviet Russia had nobly fulfilled her task. It was the workers of the world, through their failure to consummate the world revolution promptly, who had let Soviet Russia down. The compromise of NEP would never have been necessary, Clara Zetkin explained, in a fiery speech which followed immediately on Lenin's sober exposition, if the proletariat of new Soviet states with the highest economic development had been able in fraternal solidarity to broaden and reinforce the expansion of the narrow foundation on which Soviet Russia rested. But this had not happened. No fraternal Soviet states had come into being, and the Russian Revolution had been driven to a modus vivendi with the peasantry, a modus vivendi with foreign and Russian capitalists. 1. The Congress gave wholehearted expression to these sentiments in a resolution on the Russian Revolution. It opened in terms of adulation. The Fourth Congress of the Communist International expresses its profound gratitude to the creative force of Soviet Russia, and its boundless admiration of the strength which was able, not only to seize state power and establish the dictatorship of the proletariat in the revolutionary struggle, but to continue victoriously to defend the achievements of the revolution against all enemies at home and abroad. But the practical point was reserved for the final paragraph. The Fourth World Congress reminds the proletarians of all countries that the proletarian revolution can never triumph within the limits of a single state, that it can triumph only on an international scale by merging itself in a world revolution. All the activity of Soviet Russia, her struggle for her own existence and for the achievements of the revolution, is a struggle for the liberation of the oppressed and exploited proletarians of the whole world from the chains of slavery. The Russian proletarians have fully discharged their duty to the world proletariat as the protagonists of revolution. The world proletariat must at length in its turn discharge its duty. In all countries the impoverished and enslaved workers must proclaim their moral, economic, and political solidarity with Soviet Russia. 2. Some of the consequences of this injunction to the workers of the world were clear and unequivocal. The Congress, having heard a report from Milzenberg on the achievements of MRP, passed without discussion a strongly worded resolution on the duty of workers of all countries to accord to Soviet Russia worldwide, real and practical aid, including economic aid. Workers were to press on their governments the demand for the recognition of the Soviet government and the establishment of favorable trading relations with Soviet Russia. Further, the maximum economic as well as political power of the world proletariat must be mobilized in support of Soviet Russia, and funds must be collected in order to produce machinery, raw materials, and implements which Soviet Russia so sorely needed for the restoration of her economy. One other implications of the same injunction were less specifically stated. Only Bukharin, in the course of a highly theoretical speech on the program of Comintern, made what seemed to some a startling digression. Having insisted that the coming into existence of a proletarian state had fundamentally changed the attitude of communists to national defense, and that the proletarian state should be defended not only by its own proletariat but by the proletariat of all nations, he proceeded to ask the question whether proletarian states, in accordance with the strategy of the proletariat as a whole, may make military blocs with bourgeois states, and answered as follows: "I assert that we are already great enough to conclude an alliance with a foreign bourgeoisie in order, by means of this bourgeois state, to be able to overthrow another bourgeoisie. Supposing that a military alliance has been concluded with a bourgeois state, the duty of the comrades in each country consists in contributing to the victory of the two allies." 2. The name Rapallo was not pronounced at the Congress, and there was no return to the old charge that Comintern was being used as an instrument of Soviet national policy. J. The obvious and inescapable dependence of the prospects of world revolution on Soviet prosperity and Soviet power made the dilemma seem illusory and unreal. "Whatever storms may come," wrote Trotsky shortly after the end of the Congress, "the Soviet frontier is the trench line beyond which counter-revolution shall not pass, and on which we shall remain at our posts until the reserves arrive." One in the new landscape, the prestige and authority of Soviet Russia overtopped every other prospect. In terms of Soviet policy, Anarcho-Mindel was in the ascendant at the expense of Comintern. In other countries, to support Soviet Russia became the paramount duty of the sincere revolutionary. From the Fourth Congress onwards this could be openly proclaimed. There had been a reversal in the balance of obligation, from which there would henceforth be no turning back. The new prestige and predominance of Soviet power and of its creator, the Russian Communist Party, was reflected in the resolution of the Congress on the reorganization of IKI. Lenin in his speech had condemned the organization set up by the Third Congress as too exclusively Russian in character. But hard facts were against him, and his opinion was silently set aside. The Fourth Congress not only confirmed the decisions of the Third, but tightened up several loose strands. The broad consequence of the 21 conditions had been to impose the view of Comintern taken from the outset by the Russian Party as a single organization, a world party, of which the national communist parties were in effect local agencies or branches. Yet it is doubtful whether this view was ever really shared, even after acceptance of the conditions, by any other party than the Russian. At the Fourth Congress Bukharin still had to complain that, instead of dealing with the international situation as a whole, almost every orator without exception has spoken exclusively about the position in his own party. Too curiously enough, since the German party was the most recalcitrant to a preponderantly Russian control, the German party came nearest to accepting the centralized conception of a single world party. It was Eberlein, the German rapporteur on the question of reorganization, who insisted on the need to eliminate the federal spirit still, perhaps, present in the organization, and to make IKI the directing organ of a really centralized world party. The lessons of the last year had shown that resolutions of the World Congresses had not always been punctually carried out by the national parties or even published in the party journals, and that national party leaders had resigned or abandoned their posts rather than execute decisions from which they dissented. We need international discipline if we really wish to be a closed world party, a fighting organization of the proletariat, and in this fighting organization individual comrades must in all circumstances subordinate their personal wishes to the common interests of the international. This lesson was thoroughly taken to heart. The constitution of IKI must be overhauled and put on a new basis. Hitherto its members had been delegates appointed by national communist parties to represent them on the central organ. Henceforth its 25 members were to be elected, not by the constituent parties, but by the World Congress. In other respects the innovations introduced since the previous Congress 3 were approved. The presidium of from 9 to 11 members was to act, in the words of the rapporteur, as a sort of political bureau. The presidium was to appoint an organizational bureau of 7 members, 2 of whom were to be also members of the presidium, and there was to be a secretary general responsible to the presidium with 2 assistant secretaries. Thus, in defiance of Lenin's warning, the organization of the Russian Party was precisely reproduced in the Communist International. Among the functions of the organizational bureau was the supervision of methods of appointment to important offices in the national parties, and the control of illegal work. The enlarged executive, consisting of the members of ICI and of 1 or more members of each constituent party according to its size, was to meet twice a year in the intervals between congresses, occupying a corresponding place to the party conference in the organization of the Russian Party. Finally, it was pronounced desirable that national parties should, as a rule, hold their congresses after, and not before, the World Congresses of Comintern, the object being to avoid the arrival of delegates in Moscow with binding instruction on controversial issues from their national party congresses. This instruction, which was in line with the abolition of the federal character of ICI, made it clear that Comintern was to be regarded not as a forum where delegates representing the views of the national party congresses reached collective decisions through processes of debate and compromise, but as a unitary directing organ whose decisions were handed down to be interpreted and applied by the national congresses. The frankness of the speech in which these far-reaching innovations were proposed suggests that the paramount need of centralized organization and discipline was accepted as a matter of course, at any rate by the German and Russian delegates. In the perfunctory debate which followed, the only point seriously challenged was the demand that national party congresses should follow and not precede the World Congresses of Comintern, and the resolution was carried without amendment. 2 Just as even important members of the Russian Party had shown little appreciation of the political consequences of party decisions on organization and on the control of appointments 3 so now vital decisions on the same questions were unanimously accepted almost without discussion, and apparently without serious misgiving, by the 4th Congress of Comintern. The elections to ICI held at the end of the Congress bore marks of the old system of national representation. Blocks of 2 or 3 nations wanted to have their representative on the executive, simply on national grounds. But, as Zinoviev remarked in his closing speech, it is to be hoped that we have seen such a spectacle today for the last time. From now on it would be the task of Comintern to combat everything federalist and introduce real discipline. What was still perhaps not yet fully understood or recognized, even by the Russian delegation, was that the centralization of the organization of Comintern, which was completed by the 4th Congress, necessarily resulted in a still more exclusive concentration of power in the hands of the dominant Russian group. It thus corresponded to the increasing prestige and authority of Soviet Russia and the relative eclipse of the other member parties in Comintern. Henceforth the policy of Comintern would be fitted into a framework of Soviet foreign policy instead of Soviet foreign policy being fitted, as had once been the case, at any rate in form, into a framework of world revolution. It should be noted that this development, though not consciously planned by anyone, and in part consciously resisted by Lenin who alone saw something of its dangers, was virtually completed before Lenin disappeared from the scene, and before the emergence of Stalin, who played no important part in the affairs of Comintern till some time after the 4th Congress. The affairs of particular communist parties, which occupied a large part of the debates of the 4th Congress, gave few occasions to strike a cheerful note. The numbers claimed by each were read out at the Congress. The Russian Party with 324,522 members, the German Party with 226,000 members and the Czech Party with 170,000 members, could alone be regarded as mass communist parties, enrolling a substantial section of the workers in their respective countries. Elsewhere parties were still either small or of doubtful orthodoxy. 2. While the Fourth Congress passed no special resolution on the German question, it was still the German party which constituted the nerve center of Comintern and the focal point of all its controversies. Unless all tokens deceive, repeated Zinoviev in his opening speech, the path of the proletarian revolution leads from Russia through Germany, and, now that the Rapallo Treaty had given Germany a recognized special position in Soviet foreign policy, the affairs of Germany had a still more weighty and delicate place in the preoccupations of Comintern. It was a symptom of their importance that, where the Bolshevik leaders differed on matters of Comintern policy, the difference always turned on the German issue. The leaders had been divided on the open letter policy in January 1921, and again after March 1921 on the moral to be drawn from the March action, in the summer of 1922, with Lenin withdrawn from the scene. Strife broke out between Zinoviev and Radek on the interpretation of the policies of the United Front and the Workers' Government, reflecting the divisions between left and right in the German party. 3. The Fourth Congress faced this issue in a major debate on tactics introduced by Zinoviev. The protagonists of the German right were Meyer and Thalheimer, of the left Ruth Fischer, representing the Berlin Group, and Urbans, representing the Hamburg Group. These were left to make the running. Everyone accepted in principle the policy of the United Front. But while Meyer argued that the United Front meant primarily agreements reached with the leaders of socialist parties, Ruth Fischer spoke of an exaggerated stressing and admiration of negotiations with leaders and wanted the so-called United Front from below, and Urbans bluntly maintained that the record of the SPD and the USPD made cooperation with them impossible for communists. Meyer criticized Zinoviev's attempt to identify the workers' government of the Icky Resolution of December 1921 with the dictatorship of the proletariat or with the Soviet government, and thought that it obviously had a broader connotation. Ruth Fischer attacked as too vague and loose a phrase of Radek to the effect that communists and socialists could collaborate in policies designed to secure the workers' slice of bread. Behind these nuances of phrase lay fundamental differences of policy about the attitude to be adopted to OTL.ER left parties. But the leaders of Comintern were still less concerned to settle issues of principle than to compose disputes within the national parties, and thus remove the danger of further secessions. Lenin, who presided over the German Commission of the Congress, though he did not speak on these issues at the Congress itself, used his failing strength to reconcile differences. 2. The resolution which emerged from these discussions was a compromise. It repeated the catchwords of both sides and settled nothing. In the pursuit of a united front, communists are ready even to conduct negotiations with the treacherous leaders of the Social Democrats and the Amsterdamites. On the other hand, the true realization of the tactics of the united front can come only from below, by taking the lead in factory committees, committees of action and such other bodies in which members of other parties and non-party elements would associate themselves with communists. 5 kinds of workers' governments were distinguished, ranging from a liberal workers' government such as had existed in Australia and might soon arise in Great Britain, to a genuine proletarian workers' government in the form of a full dictatorship of the proletariat. But the conditions of communist participation in such governments were laid down only in the vaguest and most general terms. The only novelty was the recognition, as a legitimate variant, of a worker-peasant government. This was a development which became significant later. 3. Within the German party, the resolution left the right in possession, but allowed the left to fight again another day on the same ground. Within the Russian party, it upheld Radek since Rapallo, at the summit of his success, against the attacks of Zinoviev, whose exclusive identification of the workers' government with the dictatorship of the proletariat was rejected, but not emphatically enough to prevent a renewal of the same attack at a later date. 1. The resolution on the Versailles Peace Treaty was non-controversial, being equally accepted by the German right and by the German left. It was none the less novel and significant. The Bolsheviks had from time to time denounced the Versailles Treaty as a typical example of imperialist rapacity. Lenin had once described it as 1,000 times more predatory than Brest-Litovsk. 2. But it had hitherto been only an incidental factor in the Bolshevik analysis of the contradictions of the post-war capitalist world. The main resolution of the Third Congress of Comintern on the world's situation and our tasks had dwelt on the shifting of the center of gravity of world economy from Europe to America, on the rise of Japan and on the nascent conflict between continents, but, while casually remarking that the Germans are becoming the coolies of Europe, it had placed little emphasis on Versailles, and the resolution of the same Congress on tactics, which issued detailed instructions to German communists for an unsparing struggle against the German government, did not so much as mention it. 3. But a year later that picture had changed. It was no longer lightly assumed that nothing could be achieved without overthrowing the German government. The enlarged session of ICI in March 1922, in the course of a long resolution on the struggle against war and the danger of war, demanded the abrogation of all the treaties concluded at the end of the imperialist war. For the Fourth Congress, 8 months later, under the joint influence of the Rapallo Treaty and the policy of penetrating the German masses, made the Versailles Peace Treaty one of its principal themes, and, after listening to denunciations of the treaty from orators drawn from nearly every European country, passed a special resolution, tactfully proposed by the French delegate, Caquin, in which it became the pivot of a whole analysis of the international situation. 1. The treaty had turned Central Europe, and Germany in particular, into the new colony of the imperialist robbers. The German bourgeoisie was seeking to ingratiate itself with the bourgeoisie of the victorious powers and to shift the burden of reparations onto the shoulders of the proletariat. But, however deep the misery into which the German proletariat was plunged, the magnitude of the reparations claims made this policy unrealizable, and Germany is being converted into a plaything in the hands of England and France. After this bare hint of a common interest between German bourgeoisie and German proletariat in resisting Anglo-French pressure, the resolution returned to the tasks of the communist parties, which were to be coordinated in a general campaign against the treaty. The German party was to proclaim the willingness of the German proletariat to help in the restoration of northern France, but to oppose bargains between French and German industrialists to fulfill reparations obligations at the expense of the German proletariat by turning Germany into a colony of the French bourgeoisie. The French party was to protest against the attempt to enrich the French bourgeoisie by further forced exploitation of the German proletariat, to demand the withdrawal of French troops from the left bank of the Rhine and to struggle against the proposed occupation of the Ruhr. The Czech and Polish parties were to unite the struggle against their own bourgeoisie with the struggle against French imperialism. The resolution was perhaps the first instance in Europe of a conscious and calculated effort to coordinate Comintern action with the foreign policy of the Soviet government. It also provided a foretaste of the embarrassments which might arise in this field in reconciling the rival susceptibilities of national communist parties. 2. Paradoxically enough, Italy, with the fascist coup still only 6 weeks old, was almost the only country where the Fourth Congress had an encouraging development to record. The patience so long extended to the Italian Socialist Party had at length been justified. At its Congress in Rome early in October 1922, the Italian Socialist Party had expelled the reformists, and decided to accept the 21 conditions and join Comintern. This would involve fusion with the Italian Communist Party. A long retrospective resolution on the Italian question adopted by the Fourth Congress of Comintern recalled that the objective prerequisites of the victorious revolution had been present in Italy in the autumn of 1920 when the workers occupied the factories. Only a genuinely Communist party had been lacking. This had been created by the split at Leghorn in February 1921, though the Italian Communist Party had remained small, and its leaders, while they had on paper renounced the errors of syndicalism, were still infected with its spirit. The resolution of the Fourth Congress, cheerfully citing the victory of fascist reaction as a motive for the most rapid union of all revolutionary forces of the proletariat, provided for the creation of a committee consisting of 2 members of the Italian Communist Party, of Cerruti and Maffi as representatives of the Italian Socialist Party, and of Zinoviev as chairman and arbiter, to work out the conditions of unity, and similar steps were to be taken in the local branches. Two negotiations were carried on in Moscow during the winter. But jealousies between communists and socialists delayed progress, and early in 1923 Mussolini pounced on both parties in Italy and put most of their leaders under arrest. Almost the only ray of hope which the Fourth Congress of Comintern had been able to register had been snuffed out. The affairs of the British Party, now in the throes of reorganization, were not discussed at the Congress. But Zinoviev spoke of its progress in terms of unwontedly frank pessimism. In England, the development of our party goes very, very slowly. Perhaps in no other country does the communist movement develop as slowly as in England. We must begin to study England. We do not yet know the causes of this slow development. Considering the great unemployment and great poverty of the proletariat, the development of communism in England is remarkably slow. The crisis in the French party, on the other hand, received an inordinate amount of attention from the enlarged session of ICI which preceded the Congress, from a commission under the presidency of Trotsky appointed by the Congress, and from the Congress itself. No less than 24 French delegates from all sections of the party were in attendance, Froissart being the only noteworthy absentee. Too obstinately denying the facts, the Congress once again ruled out the very idea of a split, which is in no way called for by the position of affairs in the party, and continued its attempts to compel the right and left wings not only to settle down together, but to adopt the despised policy of the United Front. In effect, the left emerged victorious through a roundabout device. In the Latin countries of Europe, Freemasonry had long been the uniform of anti-clerical radicalism, both bourgeois and socialist. In Italy, as long ago as 1914, the Socialist Party had excluded Freemasons from its ranks. In France, Freemasonry had continued to provide a link between bourgeois left and socialists, and several of the French right communist leaders, including Froissart himself, were Freemasons. This fact came to light in the commission of the Fourth Congress, for the first time, to our amazement, as Trotsky afterwards declared. For this was too good a weapon for the left. The Congress issued the edict that all members of the French party who were Freemasons must publicly declare before January 1, 1923, on pain of expulsion from the party, that they had ceased to be Freemasons, and thereafter be ineligible for responsible posts in the party for a period of 2 years. Froissart resigned from the party forthwith. Others severed their connection with Freemasonry. The 2 years proscription does not seem to have been rigorously enforced. The affairs of the Norwegian Labour Party provided an equally disconcerting picture. It had from the first been a party of highly dubious orthodoxy. It had accepted the 21 conditions with a single reservation. The party was built up on the collective membership of trade unions, and this made it difficult to apply the prescribed test of individual conformity. But in practice the party went its own way, refusing even to exchange its old name for that of Norwegian Communist Party, and, with the reaction against splitting tactics which set in after March 1921, Comintern did not venture to take action against it. At length in June 1922, Tranmere, the leader of the party, was induced to attend the enlarged session of ICI, but the result was a resolution which dealt only with party errors on particular questions and evaded the issue of principle. But between the session and the Fourth Congress of Comintern in the following November, the split in the Norwegian party, as in the French party, had become an accomplished fact, and Tranmere and the majority of the Central Committee, like Froissart and his associates, disobeyed the urgent summons of ICI to attend the Congress. Faced with this defiance, the Congress appointed a commission under the tactful presidency of Bukharin, whose mandate clearly was to uphold discipline without pushing the issue to a break. The resolution once more demanded that the name of the party should be changed and dissident groups within it expelled, and proposed that for the establishment of a better link between the party and ICI a delegate of ICI should attend the next party Congress. 4 But these soothing phrases meant nothing. It was clear that the mass Norwegian party was already lost to Comintern. Through delaying tactics the formal split was postponed till the autumn of 1923, when the party seceded from Comintern, and a small minority broke away from it to form a Norwegian Communist Party. Simultaneously with the Fourth Congress of Comintern, Profintern held its Second Congress. The application of United Front tactics to Profintern was direct and obvious, since this was an organization ostensibly formed to build up contacts with the masses of the workers. In December 1921, even before the promulgation of the new slogan by Icky, a proposal was made to the Amsterdam International for joint action to avert a threatened split between syndicalists and socialists in the French trade union movement. In February 1922, a proposal of the Norwegian trade unions for a joint conference of the two trade union internationals to work out parallel forms and methods of struggle against the offensive of capitalism was warmly endorsed by the Council of Profintern. Both these projects were ignored by Amsterdam. Undeterred by these rebuffs, Profintern took advantage of the Berlin Conference of the Second, Third, and 2½ Internationals in April 1922 to issue a further appeal to the workers of all countries to unite in resistance to the offensive of capital, and Lozowski once more proposed a conference between Profintern, the Amsterdam International and all independent unions. These overtures served no purpose except to provide a spurious basis for the argument that it was Amsterdam, not Moscow, which was splitting the trade union movement and opposing the quest for unity. The year 1922 proved to be the high water mark of Profintern's success in Western and Central Europe. In France, the attempt of the leadership of the CGT to discipline and expel its syndicalists ended in a breakaway and in the formation of the Confédération Générale du Travail Unitaire, which affiliated to Profintern and for some time represented a majority of French trade unionists, and in Czechoslovakia a majority of the unions also affiliated to Moscow, but elsewhere the big battalions of the Western trade union movement remained on the side of Amsterdam. At the German Trade Union Congress in Leipzig in June 1922, there were 90 communist delegates out of a total of 700, and even this proportion was not maintained by the supporters of Moscow at later congresses. In Great Britain, Profintern never won the allegiance of more than a handful of unions. In these circumstances, the charge that the Amsterdam International was responsible for splitting the movement lacked cogency, and, at any rate in Germany and Great Britain, recoiled on the heads of its authors. The Second Congress of Profintern, which met in November 1922, attracted little limelight and was marked by the same mood of restraint and retreat as the meeting of the parent body. The report of the Council was couched in intransigent terms, and recorded once more that all attempts of Profintern to create a united front with the Amsterdam International met with obstinate sabotage from the latter. This made it all the more necessary for Profintern to come to terms with its own left wing. As recently as July 1922, the official organ of Comintern had carried, in an article entitled "The Anarcho-Syndicalists and Profintern," a bitter attack on French and Italian trade unions and on the IWW for demanding the independence of Profintern from Comintern. But now conciliation was the order of the day. The delegation of the newly formed French CGTU came to the Congress with a categorical demand for a withdrawal of the resolution of the First Congress on the subordination of Profintern to Comintern, and, almost for the only time in the history of either of these institutions, the central authority yielded. A long resolution ended by recording the willingness of Profintern to meet halfway the revolutionary workers of France, and to accept the proposal of the CGTU in order to strengthen at the Congress the bloc of all sincerely revolutionary elements of the international trade union movement who rally under the banner of the overthrow of capitalism and the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The resolution of the First Congress was abrogated, and no new definition of relations substituted. This paper retreat represented, as Zinoviev made clear in his speech at the Congress, only a tactical maneuver. What is happening here is that we accept certain prejudices entertained by the revolutionary elements in Latin countries. It is doubtful whether it changed anything in practice. The two dilemmas which had confronted Profintern from the moment of its foundation were still unresolved. The only mass trade unions of Western Europe which were eager to break with Amsterdam were the syndicalists who stood for independent and non-political unions, and elsewhere the campaign against the Amsterdam International seemed irreconcilable with the policy of peaceful penetration of the unions. A highly optimistic statement submitted by Lozovsky to the 12th Party Congress in April, 1923, claimed a total of 13 million adherents of Profintern as against 14 or at most 15 million for Amsterdam. But he admitted that in Germany Profintern had only 35% of the organized workers, in England 5% and in Belgium 10%, and even these figures were probably exaggerated. The Bolshevik leaders never admitted defeat or publicly recognized that the foundation of Profintern had been a tactical miscalculation. It continued from time to time to have its value as an instrument of propaganda, and its embarrassments in Europe were probably outweighed by its usefulness in Asia, where the numerical strength claimed by Lozovsky principally resided. The Second Congress improved on the first by passing a long resolution on trade union movements in colonial and semi-colonial countries. It recorded the growth in these countries of a numerous native industrial proletariat. Yorking in undertakings of the European and American type and concentrated in great masses in large industrial centers, it looked forward to calling a conference of revolutionary trade unions representing native workers, and in the meanwhile it decided to establish propaganda bureaus in ports where seamen were likely to congregate. For the activity thus set on foot was to prove of some importance in the Far East, and was a standing criticism of the geographical and racial limitations of IFTU and of the principal unions affiliated to it. Another pendant to the Fourth Congress of Comintern was the attendance of a Soviet trade union delegation, consisting of Radek, Lozovsky, and Rothstein, who had just returned from the post of Soviet representative in TE_Iran, at a peace congress convened by IFTU at The Hague in December 1922 and presided over by the British trade union leader J. H. Thomas. The dual purpose of this move was to illustrate Bolshevik eagerness for a united front with other workers' parties and organizations and to proclaim Soviet interest in the cause of peace. The experience of the Berlin meeting of the three internationals in the previous April with its mutual recriminations was reproduced with few variations, except that the Soviet delegation, mindful of Lenin's reproaches on that occasion, was now determined to make no concessions. Rothstein read to the Congress a 14-point project of which the major proposal was to establish an International Committee of Action, and National Committees of Action, against war. This found no supporters, and Lozovsky's pleas for a united front were greeted with opprobrium and ridicule. The not very impressive resolutions in support of peace proposed by the Bureau of the Congress were eventually carried against the single dissentient vote of the Soviet delegation. Only at one point was Radek stung into an utterance which seemed out of tune with the obstinately conciliatory language otherwise held by the delegation: "We have an army. We will not demobilize our army. So you see we are not anxiously concerned about Russia. But we are now concerned with the danger to which the proletariat of Western Europe is exposed. In order to avert that danger we now offer you, frankly and fearlessly, the hand of friendship and cooperation. Reject that offer, and the outstretched hand of friendship will be turned against you." The last episode of 1922, and an important factor in the consolidation of Soviet foreign policy, was a reaffirmation against strong party criticism of the monopoly of foreign trade. The authority and influence of Vneshturg, which administered the monopoly, and of Krusin, as People's Commissar, had automatically grown with the revival of foreign trade, especially after the signature of the Anglo-Soviet trade agreement. On the other hand, the principle of the monopoly seemed to fit in better with the economic structure of war communism, under which it had begun to operate, than with the spirit of NEP. It was not surprising that demands began to be heard for a modification of the monopoly and the admission of private enterprise to the jealously guarded preserve of foreign trade. This view seems to have first found open expression at a conference on financial policy at Gazbank in November 1921, and it came to be particularly associated with Sokhonikov, the People's Commissar for Finance. A decree of March 13, 1922, while retaining the monopoly intact, evidently represented an attempt to mollify those who denounced its excessive rigidity. While authorizing Vneshturg to acquire goods for export on a commission basis from state institutions or undertakings or from cooperatives, it also empowered these bodies to conclude contracts with foreign traders, though always subject to the approval of the Commissariat, and a similar flexibility of procedure was applied to imports. Point 3. After this, criticism was concentrated on the bureaucratic methods of Venestberg, and it may be suspected that the commanding position held by Krusin in the Soviet economy inspired the jealousy of many whose party record was less checkered and present devotion to party orthodoxy less dubious. At a conference of departments concerned in foreign trade in June 1922, the Commissariat was attacked by Bogdanov and Nogin on behalf of Vysenka, and defended by Krusin, and a resolution of the conference, while upholding the principle of the foreign trade monopoly, demanded that its machinery should be made less bureaucratic. 2 months later Krusin was still on the defensive, explaining that the monopoly was necessary until the recovery of the country, exhausted as the result of long years of war, blockade, and intervention, allows it to get on its feet once more and become economically strong. 2 decrees of October 16, 1922, accorded to all state economic organs the right to transact import and export business through their own representatives abroad, though without infringing the monopoly of foreign trade. And under the supervision of Vreshterg.J in the same month Krusin repeated in a press interview that the foreign trade monopoly does not mean that all commercial operations are carried out by organs of the People's Commissariat of Foreign Trade, state undertakings, cooperatives, private concerns, and mixed companies all played their part, though under the authority and supervision of the Commissariat. For meanwhile the issue had been carried to the Central Committee of the party, where on October 12, 1922, Sokhonikov proposed a resolution demanding a relaxation of the foreign trade monopoly in respect of certain categories of goods and over certain frontiers. Bukharin, having sought to carry war communism to its logical conclusion and stood at that time on the extreme left, now applied the same thirst for logical consistency to NEP and, moving over to the extreme right, supported Sokhonikov. In the absence of Lenin and of Trotsky, the resolution was carried. It could, of course, have no formal FCT until it was transferred to the governmental machine, and it was subject to appeal by any member of the committee to the party congress. Lenin at once protested, and demanded that the question should be brought up again at the next session of the Central Committee in December. On the following day, Krusin on behalf of Venestberg sent in a set of theses opposing the decision, and Bukharin in a letter of October 15, 1922, to the Central Committee defended the resolution against both Lenin and Krusin. 5. There the matter rested till the middle of December 1922, when Lenin, whose health had again broken down, discovered that he would be unable to attend the Central Committee and became anxious about the coming discussion. On December 12, having learned that Trotsky was also opposed to the October resolution, Lenin wrote to him asking him to take upon yourself at the coming plenum the defense of our common opinion on the unconditional necessity of preserving and reinforcing the monopoly of foreign trade. On the next day he dictated a long memorandum for the Central Committee which took the form of a refutation of Bukharin's letter and a defense of Krusin's theses. In practice Bukharin stands for the defense of the speculator, of the petty bourgeois, of the richest peasants, against the industrial proletariat, which is absolutely not in a condition to revive industry, and to make Russia an industrial country, without the protection, not of a customs policy, but only and exclusively of a monopoly of foreign trade. Any other kind of protectionism in the conditions of contemporary Russia is completely fictitious, paper protectionism which gives nothing to the proletariat. The memorandum ended by supporting mixed companies as the best way really to improve the bad apparatus of Venestberg. 2 days later Lenin wrote again to Trotsky expressing hopes of victory, since a part of those voting against us in October have now come over partially or completely to our side. 3. Nothing is known of what passed at the Central Committee on December 18, 1922, except that the October resolution was unconditionally rescinded. Lenin was able to congratulate himself and Trotsky on having captured the position without firing a shot, and proposed that the matter should be clinched by a decision of the next party congress. 4. This proposal was carried into effect in April 1923, a month after Lenin's final incapacity, by an unusually emphatic resolution of the 12th Party Congress. The Congress categorically confirms the inviolability of the monopoly of foreign trade and the inadmissibility of any evasion of it and any weakness in its application, and instructs the new Central Committee to take systematic measures to strengthen and develop the regime of the monopoly of foreign trade. A few days before the Congress met, a decree of VTSIK had reaffirmed the authority of Venestberg and of its trade delegations abroad, and severely limited the rights of other state organs in the domain of foreign trade. 2. The foreign trade monopoly was thereafter impregnable. Chapter 32. The Eastern Question. He retreat from the constant and active promotion of world revolution, which characterized Soviet foreign policy after March 1921, and had led by the end of 1922 to a marked consolidation of Soviet interests in Europe, was equally conspicuous in Eastern affairs. The transition in Eastern policy was in many respects less sharp and less difficult. While from 1920 onwards the emphasis on Soviet interest in Asia progressively increased, there was no non-European country where the prospects of proletarian revolution could be anything but remote, or where any native communist party was more than a slavish imitation of the Russian model or a direct emanation of Soviet influence. In these circumstances, the question which for so long embarrassed Soviet diplomacy in Europe, the question whether Moscow was more directly interested in stimulating the downfall of capitalist governments or in coming to terms with them, scarcely arose in Asia, or arose only in minor and transient episodes like that of Kukik in Persia. In Asia such independent or semi-independent national governments as existed constantly found themselves, through the nature of their ambitions and aspirations, in a posture of active or potential hostility to the Western powers. Soviet Russia had every incentive, material and moral, to encourage their aspirations and to fan the flame of their animosities against the West. The common position occupied by Soviet Russia and by the Asiatic countries in relation to the imperialist powers was an unceasing theme of Soviet writers and politicians. If, in the period after March 1921, some restraint entered into the pursuit of this policy, this was due not to any inclination to support local communist elements in revolt against the national governments, but to the peculiar obligations created by the Anglo-Soviet trade agreement, which made it politic for the time being to avoid overt demonstrations of support for anti-British elements in Asia. The substance of Soviet policy throughout the period after 1921 was to seek collaboration with national government in Asia and to extend Soviet influence over those governments, but to pursue this policy as far as possible by gradual and unobtrusive methods which would not destroy or prejudice opportunities of profitable economic relations with the Western capitalist world. Within the framework of the general policy, action in Asia in concrete cases responded sensitively to the barometer of those relations. The comparatively restrained and diplomatic character of Soviet foreign policy in the period after March 1921 spread to Soviet relations with Afghanistan. Suretz was succeeded as Soviet representative by Raskolnikov, the hero of the descent on Enzeli and the eviction of the British from northern Persia, and British agents continued to furnish lurid reports of his activities in Kabul. But Bolshevik propaganda in India, where it might have expected to find a fruitful soil, was strangely unsuccessful. The prospects of revolution there, which had never perhaps been treated very seriously in Moscow, faded, and, with the signature of the Anglo-Soviet trade agreement, Soviet interest in them correspondingly declined. Afghanistan had settled down to a comfortable balance between the rival powers of Great Britain and Soviet Russia. The counterpart of the Soviet-Afghan Treaty of February 28, 1921, was a new Anglo-Afghan treaty signed on November 22 of the same year. This provided for regular diplomatic and consular representation and removed the ban on the transit of arms and munitions via India to Afghanistan. But, lest this should appear as too definite and uncompromising a turn towards the British side on the part of the Afghan government, it was accompanied by a declaration condemning the unfriendly policy pursued by the British government towards Turkey. In the summer of 1922, Enver's last campaign against Soviet rule in eastern Turkestan is said to have excited Afghan sympathies and led to another bout of coolness in Soviet-Afghan relations. On the whole, however, Both Soviet Russia and Great Britain were moving at this time, slowly and haltingly enough, towards the recognition that an independent Afghanistan might serve as a barrier and a buffer, rather than as a bone of contention, between them. Fears of a serious Soviet threat to India became the personal prerogative of Curzon, and there was a faint note of condescension in the terms in which Chicherin addressed him at the Lausanne Conference in December 1922, "You are uneasy because our horsemen have reappeared on the heights of the Pamirs, and because you have no longer to deal with the half-wit Tsar who ceded the ridge of the Hindu Kush to you in 1895. But it is not war that we offer you, it is peace, based on the principles of a partition wall between us." One consolidation rather than advance had become the keynote of Soviet policy in Central Asia. In Persia, after the signature of the Soviet-Persian Treaty of February 26, 1921, and Rothstein's arrival 2 months later as Soviet representative in Tehran, the struggle between Soviet and British influence was more actively and stubbornly pursued. But here, too, Soviet policy was quickly emptied of any revolutionary content. Correct relations were maintained with the Persian government, and favor was shown to the rising star of Riza Khan, the military power behind the coup of February 1921. The strong hand of Riza, like that of Kemal in Turkey, seemed to Soviet observers to embody the forces of Persian nationalism, and to offer the best promise of an independent Persia capable of resisting British domination. Her direct interests are that Persia should be a strong centralized state capable of defending itself against any interference in its affairs by third parties and especially, of course, by England. Such a position would guarantee Soviet Russia against any utilization of Persian territory by English forces for an attack on Russia. In a strong central state power, resting on a single national army, will also be found a pledge of the commercial and cultural development of Persia and of her transition from feudal to modern forms of economic and political existence. It was an asset of Soviet policy in Asia at this time that it continued to regard the growth of strong national states as a Soviet interest, whereas British policy still lay under the imputation of favoring weak rulers and small semi-independent local chiefs dependent on British aid and British protection. A serious crisis, however, occurred in Soviet councils before the new policy was finally established, and provided a striking example of the lack of coordination which at this time still made it possible for different Soviet authorities to pursue independent and incompatible policies. The immediate ambition of the Persian government was to complete the withdrawal of foreign troops from Persia, and the Soviet government had made the withdrawal of Soviet forces conditional on that of the British. In May 1921 the last British troops left Persian soil. It was at this moment that the Soviet supporters of Kukik and his independent republic in Gilan, who were radically opposed to the policy of appeasement of a national Persian government, attempted their last throw. In the summer of 1921 Kukik started to march on Tehran, a venture in which he received the support not only of his Soviet advisors, but of reinforcements sent across the Caspian Sea from the Azerbaijan SSR. The attempt proved a fiasco, and was disowned by Chicherin in Moscow and by Rothstein in Tehran, who is said to have made a personal protest to Lenin. The policy of support for Kukik was now finally abandoned. The withdrawal of Soviet forces proceeded according to plan, and was completed in September 1921. This paved the way for the final collapse of the Gilan Republic, which came in October 1921 when Persian forces reoccupied Gilan with Soviet approval, and hanged Kukik as a rebel. 3 other movements by semi-independent leaders in other frontier districts were mopped up shortly afterwards. The period during which these events occurred was marked by a series of disputes about the application of the Soviet-Persian Treaty, the ratification of which was delayed by the Mejlis till December 15, 192 I. It was not long before the perennial oil question once more raised its head. Under the treaty Soviet Russia had confirmed her renunciation of all concessions in Persia formerly granted to Russian governments or to Russian nationals, but on condition that the Persian government did not transfer these concessions to any other foreign power or to its nationals. In November 1921, in defiance of this provision, the Persian government granted to the Standard Oil Company a concession in northern Persia which had formerly been held by a Georgian of Russian nationality, and the necessary authority was voted in surprising haste by the Mejlis. Vigorous protests were made by the Soviet government. Nor was the appearance of American capital in the Persian oil industry welcomed by the Anglo-Persian Oil Company, which was able to secure from the Standard Oil Company an agreement for the joint exploitation of the newly acquired concession, and further strengthened its position by an issue of capital which made the British government a majority shareholder. This combination was, however, little to the taste of the Persian government, which in June 1922 cancelled its agreement with the Standard Oil Company and entered into fresh negotiations with the Sinclair Consolidated Oil Corporation. 4 In the end, Soviet protests against the concession proved effective for a reason which was made clear in an uncompromising article in Pravda: these concessions are not utilizable without transit through Russia. The Russian government cannot admit on the Russo-Persian frontier the organization of a capitalist center capable at the right moment of transforming the concession into a purely military base which would be a menace for Russia. In November 1922 Rothstein returned to Moscow, and was succeeded as Soviet representative in Tehran by Shumyatsky. Rothstein had proved so powerful a defender of traditional Russian interests as sometimes to suggest that Soviet interference might be as distasteful to Persian pride as British interference, or as Russian interference in the past. His withdrawal was said to be due to protests against his high-handed action in giving asylum in the Soviet mission to the editors of 3 Persian papers who were charged with having infringed the Persian press law by anti-British and pro-Soviet propaganda. The most important aim of Soviet policy in Persia in the period of more restrained diplomacy which followed Rothstein's departure was the conclusion of a trade agreement. The Persian government, suspecting on the strength of past experience that close economic relations with a strong power spelled political dependence, seems to have been obstructive from the start. A representative of Veneshturg arrived in Tehran as early as August 1921, and in September and October Chicherin was pressing the Persian government to send a delegation for trade negotiations to Moscow. But it was not till June 1922 that negotiations began, and even then made little progress in face of Persian objections to the system of the monopoly of foreign trade. On November 9, 1922, the Soviet delegation made an important concession. This was a moment when the monopoly was under heavy attack in Soviet circles, and a certain license for frontier traffic with Asiatic countries had long been conceded in practice, if not in principle. It was now announced that the Soviet government was prepared to draw up lists of goods which could be imported into Persia from Soviet Russia and exported from Persia to Soviet Russia by processes of private trade and without passing through the hands of Veneshturg. This concession was, however, made dependent on a change in the composition of the Persian government which was accused of feudal and Anglophile propensities. In February 1923 a cabinet crisis occurred. The new government introduced a tariff more favorable to Soviet goods, and on February 27 lists of goods in which free trade with Persia would henceforth be permitted were approved by the Soviet government. 2 This important concession was apparently intended to serve as a precedent. General regulations for trade with Eastern countries, approved at a conference of representatives of Veneshturg in the same year, laid down the principle that trade with Eastern countries should be conducted on a more flexible basis, and on terms more favorable to the countries concerned, than trade with the capitalist West. The system of licensed liberalism, which permitted free trade in Persian goods not competing with Russian goods, was praised, and extended to trade with Turkey, Afghanistan, and Outer Mongolia. But this seems to have been the high point of NEP in its application to foreign trade, and the tendency thereafter was to restrict rather than extend these petty derogations from the foreign trade monopoly. Nor did the concession have the desired effect of smoothing the path of Soviet-Persian trade negotiations. A trade treaty was signed on July 3, 1924, but failed to secure ratification by the Mejlis. It was, however, Turkey which continued during this period to provide the focal point of Soviet policy in the Near and Middle East. The conclusion of the Soviet-Turkish Treaty of March 16, 1921, and the simultaneous failure of the Turkish government to come to terms with the Western Allies, was followed by the advance of the Greek army, supported and subsidized by the British government, into Anatolia. Turkey, hard-pressed, turned to Moscow for help, and faced the Soviet government with a difficult decision. Help for a small nation struggling to assert its freedom against a flagrant act of imperialist aggression was a matter of principle for Bolsheviks, and this principle had been frequently reaffirmed with specific reference to Turkey. On the other hand, the general desire of the Soviet government at this time to play for safety and avoid rash adventures was reinforced by reluctance to endanger the commercial relations so recently established with Great Britain and by well-founded suspicions of Turkey's ambivalent attitude. Divided councils once seemed to have postponed a decision. Throughout the summer of 1921, while the Greeks were still advancing and the Anglo-Soviet trade agreement was in its honeymoon stage, Moscow held conspicuously aloof. It was only in the autumn, when an acrimonious correspondence had begun with Great Britain and the Greek advance in Anatolia had been checked, that the Soviet government began cautiously to give support to Turkey. A protest against alleged Greek atrocities appeared in Lzvestiya on October 25, 1921. The decision to support Turkey with munitions and military advisors came shortly afterwards, and resulted in the dispatch to Angora in December 1921 of Franz, the Soviet military expert, in the guise of a plenipotentiary of the Ukrainian SSR. The formal treaty signed between Turkey and the Ukraine on January 2, 1922, followed closely the Soviet-Turkish treaty of the previous March, and was merely a cover for the transaction of military business. A little later the Soviet government demonstrated its friendship for Turkey by espousing her claim to be invited to the Genoa Conference. Turkey reciprocated with a surprising concession. The ban was lifted on the Turkish Communist Party, which between March and October 1922, after 15 months' intensive persecution, enjoyed a second period of activity. Strengthened by the material and moral support of Moscow, Kemal launched his attack against the Greek invaders in May 1922. It was a brilliant success. In 3 months the Greeks were routed. In September 1922 the last of them were driven into the sea, and Kemal's armies, flushed with victory, were making menacing gestures at the weak British garrison that still occupied Constantinople. But at this point caution prevailed. Strong pronouncements in London indicated a readiness to meet force by force. Kemal refrained from a direct challenge to British power, and Great Britain, falling in with the view long held by the other Western powers, recognized the necessity of withdrawing the forces of occupation from Constantinople and coming to terms with Kemal. A new peace treaty with Turkey and a new regime for the Straits would now have to be negotiated on equal terms. This radical reversal of fortune led to far-reaching consequences. The immediate sequel of the Greek defeat was the downfall of Lloyd George. But the incipient reconciliation of Kemal with the Western powers had another important result. Not only had Kemal, victory once achieved, no further need of Soviet support, but the chances of a favorable settlement by agreement with the West might even be prejudiced by too close an association with the Soviet government, especially now that British domestic politics had taken a turn towards the right. The first symptom of anxiety on the part of Kemal to demonstrate his ideological independence was a renewed persecution of Turkish communists which began in October. Communist groups which had recently enjoyed toleration in Angora and Constantinople were suppressed, and widespread arrests of communists occurred all over the country. Before these signs had become apparent or had been read in Moscow, the Soviet government was already displaying its preoccupation with the future regime of the Straits. One of its first acts had been to renounce former Tsarist claims on Constantinople. But right of access to, and egress from, the Black Sea was a matter of concern to any Russian government, and an important clause in the Soviet-Turkish Treaty of March 16, 1921, had proclaimed the freedom of the Straits under an international regime to be set up by agreement between the Black Sea powers. 3 During the Greek-Turkish War constant protests had been registered against the unimpeded entry into the Black Sea of Greek warships under the protection of the Allied forces in Constantinople. 4 On September 12, 1922, when the war was all but over, the Soviet government hastened to inform the British government that Russia, Turkey, the Ukraine, and Georgia, to whom belongs practically the whole Black Sea coast, cannot admit the right of any other government to interfere in the question of the settlement of the Straits. On September 24, 1922, when a British semi-official statement had named Great Britain, France, and Italy as the countries most interested in the question of the Straits. One Chicherin addressed a note on the question of the Straits to the governments of Great Britain, France, Italy, Yugoslavia, Romania, Bulgaria, Greece, and Egypt. Recalling the clause in the Soviet-Turkish treaty, Chicherin denounced the usurpation by the Western powers of the rights of Russia and the Allied republics, and set forth in a few sentences the kernel of the Soviet case: no decision on the Straits taken without Russia will be final and lasting. It will merely sow the seeds of fresh conflicts. The freedom of the Straits which Great Britain has in mind means only the desire of a strong naval power to control a route vitally necessary to other states in order thereby to keep them under a constant threat. This threat is directed primarily against Russia and Turkey. The conclusion was a proposal for the immediate convening of a conference of all the interested powers and, first and foremost, of the Black Sea states. Uncompromising in form, the proposal was in fact a retreat from the assertion of the exclusive interest of the Soviet republics and of Turkey, and an indication of willingness to negotiate. During October 1922 the Turkish question occupied the forefront of the diplomatic stage in Moscow. The Western powers went forward with preparations for a peace conference with Turkey at Lausanne, to which Soviet Russia, not being a belligerent, could not claim to be invited. The rejection of the Irkwer concession was moved and carried by Lenin on the publicly declared ground of Great Britain's opposition to Soviet participation in the conference. 3 In the middle of October a further note was sent, this time to Great Britain and Italy only, protesting against the exclusion of Soviet Russia. 4 Curzon reluctantly gave way, and a compromise was found. Soviet Russia could have no place at the negotiations of the peace treaty, but her delegates could be admitted to the Lausanne Conference in order to participate in the discussion of the question of the Straits. On October 27, 1922, a formal invitation was handed to the Soviet government in these terms. On November 2 Chicherin protested both against exclusion from the General Conference and against the failure to extend the invitation to the Ukraine and Georgia, receiving on the second point the answer that Ukrainian and Georgian representatives could be included in the Soviet delegation. In fact Moscow was well pleased to have won a partial victory, and a full delegation headed by Chicherin set out for Lausanne. Between the receipt of the invitation to Lausanne and the opening of the debates there on the question of the Straits, the Fourth Congress of Comintern was held in Moscow. At the Third Congress in the summer of 1921, while the Anglo-Soviet trade agreement was a recent and notable achievement, the wrongs of the Asiatic peoples suffering under the imperialist yoke had been given short shrift. At the Fourth Congress there was no longer the same reason to damp down anti-imperialist or anti-British fervour, and while complaints were still heard of the curtailment of the time allowed to speakers and of poor attendance at discussions of the subject, for the spectacular neglect displayed at the previous Congress was not repeated. Communist parties now existed bearing the names of most Eastern countries. A few of them were legal, most of them worked illegally, or were mainly or wholly confined to refugees residing in Moscow. Hardly any of them could boast more than a few hundred members. An Egyptian delegate appeared for the first time at the Fourth Congress, but the record of the Egyptian Socialist Party which he represented was dubious, and he was admitted only in a consultative capacity. It was, however, true that while capitalism in Europe seemed to have made a recovery, unrest was still spreading in Asia, and Zinoviev relapsed into the facile optimism of earlier years when he prophesied that, by the 10th anniversary of the October Revolution, we shall see the world trembling with countless rebellions, as hundreds of millions of downtrodden human beings rise against imperialism. The communists of the East might be few in number, but Zinoviev, and after him Safarov, repeated the classic consolation that the Russian Liberation of Labor Group, which was the ancestor of TLIE Russian Communist Party, had had only 5 members on its foundation in 1883. 1. The imminent opening of the Lausanne Conference brought Turkey into the forefront of the preoccupations of the Congress and of the Soviet government. At the session of November 20, 1922, the leading Turkish delegate, claiming to speak on behalf of the Angora and Constantinople sections of the Turkish Communist Party, complained that, though the Turkish party had supported the government in accordance with the resolution of the Second Congress in its struggle against imperialism, the government had started a campaign of repression against the communists. He proposed a vote of protest which was unanimously adopted. 3. On the following day, Izvestiya took up the tale and accused the Turkish government, by its persecution of communists, of cutting off the branch on which it sits, and this was followed by a whole series of articles on the theme that the only country which could support the Turks at the Lausanne Conference is Soviet Russia. 4. It mqyb doubted whether it was yet realized in Moscow how little these admonitions and these effusive offers of support were relished by the Turkish delegation at Lausanne. A few days later, the Fourth Congress of Comintern took up the Eastern question. 2 meetings were devoted to its discussion, and it was the subject of the longest and most detailed resolution of Congress. The Dutch rapporteur took a broad sweep, the mightiest enemy of the proletariat as well as of the Oriental peoples, and in particular of the Islamic peoples, is the British Empire, whose world-embracing imperialism also rests on dominion over the Indian world and on sea power in the Mediterranean and in the Indian Ocean. The Islamic peoples have it in their power to destroy the bridge which upholds British imperialism. If this bridge breaks, then this imperialism also collapses, and its collapse would have so mighty a repercussion in the whole Islamic world and the world of the East that French imperialism, too, could not survive the blow. 1. But this singleness of purpose did not make it any easier to discover a single line of action. The experience of the past 2 years had made it no easier to provide a precise answer to the question stubbornly debated by Lenin and Roy at the Second Congress of the attitude to be taken up by national communist parties in colonial and semi-colonial countries to bourgeois and capitalist movements of national liberation. Roy, speaking from the standpoint of Hindu India and reverting to his argument at the Second Congress, thought that the policy of collaboration with bourgeois nationalism had gone too far. 2 years' experience in coordinating our strength with that of the bourgeois nationalist parties in these countries had proved that this alliance was not always practicable. The leadership of the anti-imperialist front could not be left in the hands of the timid and wavering bourgeoisie. The foundation of the whole movement must be its most revolutionary social element. 2. On the opposite side of the argument, Malaka, the Indonesian delegate, thought that collaboration had not been carried far enough. The Indonesian Communist Party had tried to work with the Muslim nationalist organization, Sarekat Islam, and had won over some of its followers. But harm had been done by the denunciation of Pan-Islamism at the Second Congress of Comintern, which had been used locally to discredit the communists. Did not the policy of the United Anti-Imperialist Front imply support for the war of liberation of the very aggressive, very active 250 millions of Muslims under the imperialist powers, in other words, for Pan-Islamism in this sense? 1. The question was not directly answered either by Zinoviev or Radek, to whom it was addressed, or by anyone else on the floor of the Congress. The Turkish delegate, impatient of these refinements, brought back the issue nearer home by calling for an anti-imperialist front of the European nations, and demanded that the British Labour Party should bring pressure to bear on the British government to conclude a peace treaty on the lines of the Turkish National Pact, to evacuate Constantinople and Thrace, and to settle the Straits question in the sense of the Russian-Turkish treaty. 2. Finally, Radek, applying to the East the tactics which he was busy commending to the German 1. Communists, repeated firmly the orders given to the Turkish party on its formation. Your first task, as soon as you have organized yourselves as a separate party, is to support the movement for national freedom in Turkey. 3. The resolution on the Eastern question adopted by the Congress attempted to meet all these points of view. It introduced a new refinement into the Comintern doctrine of nationalism. In some backward colonial and semi-colonial countries, where feudal patriarchal relations had not yet been broken up, and a native feudal aristocracy was still in being, another hitherto unrecognized possibility existed: the representatives of these upper strata may appear as active leaders in the struggle against the imperialist policy of violence. Hence it was conceivable that the policy of the anti-imperialist front might call for temporary collaboration not only, as the Second Congress had proclaimed, with the national bourgeoisie, but even with the national feudal aristocracy. This covered the case put by the Indonesian delegate: in Muslim countries the national movement at first finds its ideology in the religious political watchwords of pan-Islamism, and this gives the officials and diplomats of the great powers the opportunity to exploit the prejudices and uncertainty of the broad masses in the struggle against the national movement. Yet on the whole, as the growth of national liberation movements extends, the religious political watchwords of pan-Islamism are replaced more and more by concrete political demands. The struggle recently carried on in Turkey for the separation of the secular power from the caliphate confirms this. The chief task common to all national revolutionary movements consists in realizing national unity and achieving state independence. 1. The pursuit of national unity through temporary support of pan-Islamism was thus endorsed on the comforting supposition that the religious aspect of the national movement would die away with the advance of the class struggle. The resolution compared the United Anti-Imperialist Front now prescribed in Eastern countries with the United Workers' Front advocated during the past year in Europe. Both were policies called for by the prospect of a prolonged and long drawn-out struggle which demanded the mobilization of all revolutionary elements. But the anti-imperialist front must also be fitted into a worldwide picture, to explain to the broad masses of toilers the indispensability of an alliance with the international proletariat and with the Soviet republics is one of the most important tasks of the United Anti-Imperialist Front. The colonial revolution can conquer, and defend its conquests, only side by side with the proletarian revolution in the leading countries. The demand for a close alliance with the Proletarian Republic of Soviets is the banner of the United Anti-Imperialist Front. 1. A corresponding adjustment was made in the Agrarian Resolution. Varga explained that the assumption by the Second Congress of an identity between the national and the agrarian movements had been based on the experience of such countries as India. 2. There might be other countries, such as Turkey, where the landowners were themselves leaders of the national movement, and here different considerations would apply. The resolution, which took the form of a sketch of an agrarian program, made the point almost embarrassingly clear: in colonial countries with an enslaved native peasant population, the national struggle for liberation will either be conducted by the whole population together, as for example in Turkey, and in this case the struggle of the enslaved peasantry against the landowners begins inevitably after victory in the struggle for liberation, or else the feudal landowners are in alliance with the imperialist robbers, and in these lands, as for example in India, the social struggle of the enslaved peasants coincides with the national struggle for liberation. 3. The theoretical dilemma of the relation of communist parties, and of oppressed workers and peasants, to national liberation movements in their own countries, far from being resolved, was intensified by the conclusions of the Fourth Congress. Proletariat and peasants were required to subordinate their social program to the immediate needs of a common national struggle against foreign imperialism. It was assumed that a nationally minded bourgeoisie, or even a nationally minded feudal aristocracy, would be ready to conduct a struggle for national liberation from the yoke of foreign imperialism in alliance with potentially revolutionary proletarians and peasants, who were only waiting for the moment of victory to turn against them and overthrow them. The practical lessons to be drawn from the debates and resolutions of the Congress were, however, less obscure. Like the United Front in European countries, the United Anti-Imperialist Front in Asia imparted the maximum of flexibility to the Comintern line, and made it readily adjustable to the changing needs of Soviet policy. It marked one further step in the identification of the ultimate interest of world revolution with the immediate national interest of the country which was alone equipped to act as the revolutionary standard-bearer. The application of the principle to Turkey at the present turning point of her fortunes was also clear. After debating the Eastern and agrarian questions, the Congress adopted its resolution in condemnation of the Versailles Treaty, 1 and this resolution already established the implied parallel between the role of the Turkish and German parties by hailing Turkey as the outpost of the revolutionary East, and congratulating her on having successfully resisted arms in hand the carrying out of the peace treaty. 2 Radek, who played a particularly prominent role throughout this Congress, may well have recalled the conversations with Enver in the Moabit prison more than 3 years before, when he had first propounded the then novel idea of an alliance between Russian Bolshevism and a Turkish or a German nationalism in revolt against the peace terms imposed by Western imperialist powers. The idea had prospered and borne fruit both in Turkish and in German policy. In Germany it had been crowned by the Rapallo Treaty. 6 months later it seemed in Moscow as if the Lausanne Conference was destined to put the coping stone on an equally solid structure of Soviet-Turkish friendship. The persecution of Turkish communists did not appear any more significant than the repressive measures undertaken from time to time against German communists by Seicht and the Reichswehr. As Bukharin consolingly observed at the 12th Party Congress in April 1923, Turkey, in spite of all persecutions of communists, plays a revolutionary role, since she is a destructive instrument in relation to the imperialist system as a whole. 3. The Lausanne Conference of the winter of 1922 to 1923 marked the first appearance of the Soviet government on an important international occasion as the champion, not of the interests of the revolution of 1917, but of what were plainly and admittedly Russian national and geopolitical interests. A much-quoted article headed "Russia Comes Back," which appeared in Izvestia of December 7, 1922, over the signature of its editor Steklov, showed that the theme of continuity was not neglected in Moscow. As a result of the imperialist and civil wars, Russia temporarily disappeared from the horizon as a great power. The new Russia born during the revolution was still too weak to speak her word in international politics. But the Soviet Republic has been growing stronger every year, and has taken advantage of existing dissensions among the European powers not less skillfully than the old Russia. Aware of her ever-growing strength, Soviet Russia can never be discouraged by temporary diplomatic failure, since final victory is assured. Russia is coming back to the international stage. Let us hope that the day is at hand when this reappearance will be felt so strongly that no one will dare to contradict her voice. The nature of the occasion was emphasized by the appearance, as Chicherin's principal adversary at Lausanne, of the last authentic representative of the anti-Russian tradition of British foreign policy in the later 19th century. Curzon was concerned not with the defense of the capitalist system, but with the defense and expansion of British power, which he interpreted in military and feudal terms. Chicherin, a man of subtler intellectual perceptions, a sceptic in all, perhaps, save a profound conviction of the bankruptcy of Western imperialism and of its traditional diplomacy, combined the interests of Russian national policy with the appeal to the national aspirations of weaker countries which had been embodied from the outset in the revolutionary program. At Lausanne this seemed to be rendered easy for him by the reversal of traditional national attitudes towards the question of the Straits. In the 19th century, Great Britain, eager to confine the Russian fleet to the Black Sea, had always sought to impose the most drastic restrictions on the passage of warships through the Turkish waters of the Straits and to uphold unlimited Turkish sovereignty over them. Russia, on the other hand, had sought to place on Turkey the obligation to afford freedom of passage in all conditions. Now Great Britain, no longer apprehensive of the Russian fleet and desiring freedom of access to the Black Sea for her own warships, assumed the former Russian role of seeking to limit Turkish sovereignty over the Straits in the interests of unrestricted ingress and egress for warships of all nations. Russia, having experienced the results of the unimpeded access of foreign warships to the Black Sea during the Civil War, reverted to the former British championship of Turkish sovereignty over the Straits. The equivocal element in the situation was the attitude of Turkey, now somewhat recovered from her recent buffetings at the hands of the Western powers, and apprehensive of too close and exclusive association with her powerful neighbor. Even the National Pact of January 1920, while insisting on the security of Constantinople, had, unlike the Soviet-Turkish Treaty of March 16, 1921, envisaged a fully international regime for the Straits. The question of the straits had thus become a secondary factor in Turkish calculations, and was examined in the light of the broader issue of relations with the West and with the East. When the straits question was taken up by the Lausanne Conference for the first time on December 4, 1922, İsmet, the Turkish delegate, declined a pressing invitation from Curzon, as president, to speak first, and it fell to the newly arrived Soviet delegate to make the opening statement. Chicherin, who spoke as head of a delegation representing Russia, the Ukraine, and Georgia, gave an exhibition of polished diplomacy. There must be lasting guarantees for the maintenance of peace in the Black Sea, the safety of its shores, peace in the Near East and the security of Constantinople, that is to say, the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus must be permanently closed both in peace and in war to warships, armed vessels and military aircraft of all countries except Turkey. The Russian government and its allies, basing their argument on the fact that the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus belong to Turkey, and respecting as they do the sovereignty of each people, insist on the re-establishment and full maintenance of the rights of the Turkish people over Turkish territory and waters. The closing of the straits to warships is also in accordance with the principle of equality between all states, whereas the opening of the straits to warships would confer a preponderant position on the strongest sea power. Soviet Russia has annulled without compensation all the agreements regarding the transfer of Constantinople to Russia. She has thereby enabled Turkey to defend her existence victoriously. She has liberated all the states of the Mediterranean from the threat of the century-old ambitions of Tsarism, but it was never her intention to acquiesce in a solution of the Straits problem aimed directly against her own safety. One Chicherin was followed by the delegates of Romania and Bulgaria, both Black Sea countries, and Greece, possessing direct local interests. All of these declared for the Western view. Curzon then put to the obviously embarrassed İsmet the blunt question whether he accepted the Russian case as the case of the Turkish government. İsmet replied that, while among the various proposals submitted to the conference those of the Russo-Ukrainian Georgian delegation seemed to him to correspond with the point of view of the Turkish delegation, the latter was obliged to examine any other proposals which might be made. The narrow wedge thus skillfully inserted between the Soviet and Turkish delegations widened as the conference proceeded. This hint of a rebuff did not change Chicherin's tactics. 2 days later, addressing himself to Curzon, he suggested that the Russian advance in Asia had been replaced by a British advance in Europe. The Russian Revolution has transformed the Russian people into a nation whose entire energy is concentrated in its government to a degree hitherto unknown in history. If war is forced upon that nation, it will not capitulate. But it is not war that we offer you, it is peace, based on the principle of a partition wall between us and on the principle of the freedom and sovereignty of Turkey. The rights and interests of Turkey were espoused with ostentatious emphasis. The draft convention submitted by the Western powers was tantamount to depriving the Turkish people of control over transit and of effective sovereignty in the Straits, and a flagrant violation of the sovereignty and independence of Turkey. Undeterred by its formal exclusion from the negotiations on the peace treaty, the Soviet delegation handed in a long memorandum dilating on the injustice to Turkey of the terms proposed by the Western allies. It soon became clear, however, that the Turkish delegation at Lausanne was more embarrassed than flattered by Chicherin's eager championship. The Straits question was a matter of keener interest to Soviet Russia than to Turkey. Turkey did not particularly welcome the prospect of finding herself face to face with Soviet power in the Black Sea while warships of all other nations were excluded, and the delegation at Lausanne, having discovered that it could purchase other advantages by throwing over the Soviet alliance, prepared to do so without regard to the feelings or interests of the Soviet delegation. Chicherin thus found himself in the later stages of the conference both isolated and deprived of the main argument on which he had chosen to rely. The draft convention on the Straits, which was approved by the conference on February 1, 1923, was in its main outlines a victory for the British case. The only important limitation on freedom of access for foreign warships to the Black Sea was that no single power might send in at any one time a naval force larger than the largest force of any one Black Sea country. The acceptance of these conditions provoked from the Soviet delegation a statement that if certain powers sign this convention without Russia, the Ukraine, and Georgia, the Straits question remains and will remain open. J. The accommodating attitude of the Turkish delegation on the question of the Straits, while enabling it to make its peace with the British delegation, did not save it from French and Italian intransigence on some of the peace terms. A few days after this agreement had been achieved, subject to Soviet dissent, on the question of the Straits, Curzon, in the name of the Allied delegations, presented an ultimatum to İsmet on an issue relating to the legal status of foreigners in Turkey, and on its rejection by the Turkish delegation, apparently with Şişiren's encouragement, the conference broke down. It was resumed at the end of April 1923. This time, since the Straits question had been settled, no Soviet delegates were invited, and Vorovsky, now Soviet representative in Rome, who was sent by the Soviet government to Lausanne as an observer, was assassinated by a white fanatic. The Straits Convention was eventually signed in Lausanne with the Treaty of Peace on July 24, 1923. It was signed, under protest, 3 weeks later by Vorovsky's successor in Rome, but never ratified by the Soviet government. For the Soviet government it was an undisguised defeat. While the Lausanne Conference represented a further step in bringing back Soviet Russia to the international stage, it had also proved that she was not yet strong enough to play a leading role there, or to attract weaker countries to her side, so long as she stood alone among the great powers. The partner in Europe, whose voice would henceforth make it increasingly difficult to ignore Soviet Russia in European affairs, was still lacking in Asia. What most of all had been demonstrated in Lausanne was the value of Rapallo. Chapter 33. The Far East, Eclipse. Far East entered the effective orbit of Soviet foreign policy later than the countries of the Middle East and of Europe. Both Japan and China were, formally speaking, among the belligerent nations to which the peace decree and other broadcast appeals of the first days of the regime were addressed. But they were scarcely present to the consciousness of those who drafted and publicized these documents. The appeal of November-December 23, 1917, to all Muslim toilers of Russia and the East was extended to the Hindus, but not beyond the frontiers of India. Such early contacts as occurred were mainly hostile. The Russian-owned and Russian-managed Chinese Eastern Railway, established on Chinese soil under a protocol attached to the Russo-Chinese Treaty of 1896, provided an immediate bone of contention. Within a few days of the revolution in Petrograd, a self-constituted Soviet of workers in Harbin, the headquarters of the railway administration, attempted to take over the railway from General Horyath, its Russian president. The attempt was resisted, and on the suggestion of the Allied governments, 10,000 Chinese troops were sent to Harbin to maintain order. On December 20, 1917/January 2, 1918 the Chinese government virtually took over the railway by appointing a Chinese president in defiance of the Treaty of 1896, but at this time the substitution of Chinese for White Russian control was unlikely to cause any heartburnings in Moscow. 2 months later Chinese troops were in occupation of the whole railway up to the frontier station of Halar, and were stopping all through traffic to or from Siberia. 4. In Petrograd the Japanese ambassador followed the attitude of the other Allied representatives, retiring with them to Vologda in February 1918 and studiously declining all relations with the new regime. The Soviet government had at first better hopes of the Chinese minister. It apparently repeated with specific application to China the general annulment of all treaties of the Tsarist regime, and suggested negotiations with the Chinese government for the abrogation and replacement of former treaties affecting China. But in March 1918 the Allies, in the words of a subsequent Soviet statement, seized the Peking government by the throat and compelled it to abandon all relations with the Russian workers' and peasants' government. On April 5, 1918, the landing of a Japanese detachment at Vladivostok, which proved to be the first step towards Allied military intervention on an extensive scale, provoked strong Soviet protests in the press and to the Allied representatives in Moscow and in Vologda. A few days later Yunsen, a Soviet delegate of uncertain status in the Far East, had a meeting with the Chinese representative on the Manchurian frontier, at which he protested against incursions from Chinese into Soviet territory of the White Cossack General Semyonov, enjoying Allied support. 3 All these protests were wholly without effect. The Chinese government formally associated itself with the Allied intervention, even sending a token Chinese detachment to Vladivostok. From the summer of 1918 to the early months of 1920, Siberia was a main theater of war against the Soviet government. After the downfall of Khalkhin came the formation of the buffer Far Eastern Republic and the gradual withdrawal of the remaining Japanese forces within the confines of the maritime province. But it was not till November 1922, 4.5 years after their arrival, that the last Japanese troops left Vladivostok. 4. The wall of isolation which separated Soviet Russia from the outside world in 1919 was more impenetrable on the side of the Far East than elsewhere, and afterwards took longer to break down. But a certain parallelism can be observed. The year 1920 brought the first signs, in the Far East as in Europe, that the period of eclipse and enforced exclusion was drawing to an end. The year 1921, in which Soviet diplomacy first began to consolidate its position in Europe and in the Middle East, was also the year of its first successes in the Far East. Throughout the whole period from 1917 to 1921 no direct relations, existed between Moscow and Tokyo. But Japan rather than China was at the outset the principal focus of Soviet concern and Soviet policy in the Far East, both because Japan was the principal enemy and the principal imperialist power in Eastern Asia, and because Japan, as a large industrial country with a growing and downtrodden proletariat, was potentially ripe for revolution and a promising field for revolutionary propaganda. From the Soviet point of view, therefore, Japan was both the Britain and the Germany of the Far East. The industrialization of Japan on Western lines had been followed in the last 2 decades of the 19th century by a gradual infiltration into Japan of Western political ideas. In 1901 a social democratic party was founded by Katayama, later a leading Japanese communist, and Kotoku, later an anarcho-syndicalist, but was quickly disbanded by the authorities. During the Russo-Japanese War a radical journal published for the first time a Japanese translation of the Communist Manifesto. In August 1904 Katayama attended the Congress of the Second International in Amsterdam, and his public handshake with Plekhanov was one of the highlights of the Congress. Throughout the ensuing period all left movements and activities in Japan were subjected to systematic persecution and suppression. In 1911 Kotoku and other leading anarchists were executed on a charge of conspiring to kill the emperor, and 2 years later Katayama emigrated to the United States. The First World War brought to Japan a period of inflated profits and prices which placed new strains on the underpaid and underfed worker. The so-called rice riots of August and September 1918 were the first overt appearance in Japan of anything like an organized labor movement caused by proletarian discontent. But the Russian Bolsheviks had at this time few resources to spare for anything so remote as the Far East from their own threatened vital centers, and few expert advisors on Far Eastern affairs. Clearly the field for revolutionary action in Japan was far more limited and less easily accessible than in Western Europe. In the International Propaganda section set up by the First Congress of Communist Organizations of the East in November 1918 one of the 12 projected divisions was devoted to Japan. But it is not known whether a Japanese division in fact ever came into existence. The summons from Moscow to the founding Congress of Comintern sent out in January 1919 referred to socialist groups in Tokyo and Yokohama. But no Japanese appeared at the Congress, and the fact that the occasion was taken to read a 2-year-old declaration of a Tokyo group in honor of the February Revolution which had been casually brought to Moscow by a Dutch communist, suggests both an eagerness to establish contact with Japan and a paucity of means for doing so. Under the impact partly of Western radicalism and partly of the Bolshevik Revolution, Japanese intellectuals began to form left groups, which at this stage appear to have had little or no contact with the masses and no practical program. A Japanese Socialist Federation is said to have been formed in October 1919 out of a coalition of an anarcho-syndicalist and a radical socialist group. In April 1920 a Japanese socialist group in the United States, in which Katayama was a moving spirit, issued a protest against Japanese military reprisals in Vladivostok for the Nikolaevsk massacre. And Japanese in the United States appear to have inspired the foundation of a socialist league in Tokyo in December 1920. The first moves of Comintern in this field demonstrated little but the difficulties of the task. Japan, torn by the contradictions of capitalism within its feudal framework, declared the manifesto of the Second Congress of Comintern in August 1920, stands on the eve of a profound revolutionary crisis. But the diagnosis was based on Marxist theory rather than on empirical evidence. In the autumn of 1920, Wodinsky, who had come to China as the representative of Comintern, made a direct approach by inviting Asuji, a prominent Japanese left-wing leader who was himself an anarchist, to visit him in Shanghai. As a result of this visit, Asuji obtained funds to carry on activities in Japan, including the foundation of a left journal in which communists were to cooperate. This journal was actually founded in January 1921 under the name of Rodo Undu, with 2 communists on its editorial board, but was quickly suppressed by the police. In the spring of 1921 Kondo, one of the 2 communists, went to Shanghai. He was interviewed by a committee of 12 Chinese and Koreans presided over by Pak Din-shun as Comintern delegate, was given 6,300 yen for work in Japan and was invited to attend the Third Congress of Comintern in Moscow in the summer of the same year as Japanese delegate. On his return to Japan, however, he too was arrested, though he appears to have been released soon after for lack of specific evidence. In spite of this failure, a Japanese spokesman arrived in Moscow for the Third Congress, bringing the revolutionary greetings of the Communist Party which has just been organized in Japan. But he had no credentials, and this enterprise was apparently stillborn, since in the following winter the task of creating a Japanese party had to be taken up anew. The impenetrability of Japan, whether to Soviet policy or to Bolshevik propaganda, accounted for a considerable display of interest in Korea, the most conspicuous sore spot of Japanese imperialism. After the Russo-Japanese War, large numbers of Korean refugees had settled in Siberia, and a few isolated Korean intellectuals had found their way to Petersburg. Another handful of Korean exiles settled in the United States. The First World War, culminating in the February and October revolutions, naturally caused a certain ferment among these Korean groups. A Korean delegate spoke at the international meeting in Petrograd in December 1918 which preceded the foundation of the Communist International, and another Korean appeared, though without credentials, at the founding Congress of the International in March 1919. By this time 2 separate Korean national movements, both demanding the liberation of their country from Japan, had come into existence. One formed a Korean National Council with a program of independence for Korea framed on the basis of national self-determination and appealed for Allied, or more specifically American, sympathy. Its leader was Syngman Rhee, an American Korean and a former pupil of President Wilson. This group, which attempted to bring about a national rising in Korea in March 1919, seems to have lost influence and faded away when the rising was easily suppressed by the Japanese, and the Paris Peace Conference refused to consider the Korean question. The other group sought collaboration with the Bolsheviks on a combined nationalist and revolutionary program. 4 Under the name of the Korean Socialist Party, it held a congress at Vladivostok in April 1919, and sent Pak Din-shun and 2 other delegates to Moscow to make a report on its activities to IKKL. 5 The official foundation of a Korean Communist Party took place in 1920. Pak Din-shun was its delegate at the Second and Third Congresses of Comintern, and became for a time the recognized spokesman on Korean affairs at Moscow. But the Korean movement, however sedulously fostered by Comintern, was no more than a minute pinprick in the seemingly impenetrable armor of Japanese imperialism. The situation in China as it presented itself at the outset to the framers of Soviet foreign policy was far more complicated than the situation in Japan, and at first sight equally unpromising. There were, however, two important differences which vitally affected Soviet policy, and in the long run offered it prospects of positive and successful action in China, which were not open to it in Japan. In the first place, though the Chinese proletariat was far less numerous than the Japanese and the chances of a proletarian revolution therefore seemed far more remote, Chinese nationalism provided a source of revolutionary ferment which was wholly absent in Japan. Lenin had long ago included China with Persia and Turkey as semi-colonial countries exploited and oppressed by the imperialist powers. The Chinese Revolution of 1911 had given a strong impetus to national resentment against the unequal treaties imposed on China in the 19th century by the European powers and by Japan. The renunciation by the Soviet government of Russia's share in these treaties and in the privileges conferred by them was a powerful asset of Soviet policy and Soviet propaganda. The growing rift between Soviet Russia and the Western world almost automatically sealed an alliance between the Bolshevik Revolution and Chinese nationalism. The association of Japan with the Western powers, both in their attitude to China and in their support of the whites in the Russian Civil War, gave Soviet Russia and nationalist China a ground of common hostility to Japan. Moreover, Chinese nationalism produced a split within China itself. At the time when Soviet policy first became concerned with Chinese affairs, the Chinese government in Peking, working in more or less close conjunction with the Western powers and with Japan, exercised a precarious and little more than nominal authority over the warlords who dominated several of the most important provinces, and was actively opposed by a more or less organized nationalist government in Canton, whose moving spirit was Sun Yat-sen, the father of the 1911 revolution. Lenin in 1912 had compared the Chinese Revolution with the Russian Revolution, and, while denouncing as reactionary Sun Yat-sen's dream that it was possible in China to bypass capitalism and make a direct transition to socialism, described Sun Yat-sen himself as a revolutionary democrat, full of nobility and enthusiasm. One Sun Yat-sen was no Marxist, and explicitly rejected class warfare. But his conception of democracy, like that of Rousseau, was direct and totalitarian, and this made current forms of Western democracy more alien to him than Bolshevism. He is said to have hailed the Bolshevik Revolution as a replica of its Chinese forerunner, too, and there is evidence that he had learned from Lenin's conception of an organized and disciplined revolutionary party. A certain natural sympathy therefore existed between the makers of the Chinese and of the Russian revolutions, long before it began to take political shape, and even before communications had been opened between them. In these conditions, Soviet diplomacy, while maintaining formal recognition of the Peking government, retained a broad freedom of maneuver, not substantially differing in this respect from the diplomacy of other powers except in the ampler opportunities available to it. Secondly, while direct territorial contact between Russia and Japan was limited to a small and specific area, Russia and China shared the longest land frontier in the world. Soviet-Chinese relations continued to be dominated, as Russian-Chinese relations had long been, by issues arising from traditional Russian pressure on those outer marches of the Chinese Empire whose populations were always more or less recalcitrant to the authority of a central Chinese government. Three such areas sprawled along the frontier between Russia in Asia and China: Xinjiang, Outer Mongolia and Manchuria. The first two were sparsely inhabited by non-Chinese populations of Turkey and Mongol speech respectively, while the third, Manchuria, alone possessed great natural wealth and a dense Chinese population, forming the only part of the Russian-Chinese frontier where Russians and Chinese were in direct territorial contact, and presenting a major bone of contention in the shape of the Chinese Eastern Railway. The situation was complicated by the interest shown in all these regions by Japan, passive throughout the 1920s in Xinjiang, intermittent in Outer Mongolia, too continuous and active in Manchuria. Of these three regions, Xinjiang was at this period too isolated from the policy-making centers to play a vital role. On the Chinese side, a powerful and able governor, Yang Zhengxiu, had ruled the province since 1912 in virtually complete independence of Peking. 3. On the Soviet side, a complete interruption of communications between Moscow and Tashkent lasting for almost 2 years was the sequel of the Bolshevik Revolution. The central authority did not begin to make itself felt before the spring of 1920, and was not effective throughout Turkestan till much later. 4. In the disturbed conditions on the Soviet side of the frontier, even local relations were established with difficulty, and these were confined to matters of local concern. Yang's principal anxiety at this period was to secure the repatriation to Russian territory of the many thousands of white refugees who had flooded into Xinjiang after the revolution and constituted a threat to security and order. The authorities of Soviet Turkestan urgently desired a re-establishment of trade across the frontier. Imports from Xinjiang of livestock, hides and tea had played a substantial part in the economy of Russian Central Asia, though the exports of textiles and consumer goods which had been the counterpart of these imports were now scarcely available. On May 27, 1920, an agreement was concluded between the governor of Xinjiang and the Tashkent government. Each party was to have 2 offices for commerce and foreign affairs on the territory of the other. The Soviet offices were to be at Ili and Ining, both on the northern frontier of Xinjiang. The Chinese offices were, somewhat mysteriously, to be not in Soviet Turkestan, but in Siberia, one in Semireki at Semipalatinsk, the other at Verkhny Udinsk on the Siberian-Mongolian border. Trade between Soviet Turkestan and Xinjiang was to be limited to a single route entering the northern, or I2, province of Xinjiang. The Tashkent authorities promised an inviolable amnesty for all Russian civil and military refugees in Chinese territory who might be sent back by the Chinese authorities. Chinese property claims in Soviet Turkestan were reserved in vague terms for future friendly and direct agreements. This agreement represented a victory on almost all points for the Xinjiang authorities. The Sino-Russian Treaty of 1881 had granted to Russia the right to establish 7 consulates in Xinjiang enjoying extraterritorial rights. These were now reduced to 2 frontier offices, and trade was limited to a single route and subject in all respects to local law. The Tashkent authorities had agreed to take back the unwanted burden of white refugees. Such rights as the agreement conferred on Russian citizens to trade in Xinjiang were confined to the northern province. Soviet influence and infiltration were by implication strictly excluded from southern Xinjiang, where British power was still predominant. The agreement of May 27, 1920, marked the lowest point of Soviet power and influence in Central Asia. Thereafter the resumption of regular communications with Moscow and the restoration of order in Turkestan, culminating in the establishment of the autonomous Turkestan SSR in April 1921, enabled the Soviet power to reassert itself in its relations with Xinjiang as elsewhere. The disorders of the Chinese Civil War and weakening of British authority and prestige in India and throughout the Middle East accentuated the essential dependence of Xinjiang, firmly established in the last period of the Tsarist regime, on trade with Russia. Neither China nor British India could offer Xinjiang such easy access either to markets or to sources of supply as could Soviet Turkestan, and, once Soviet authority was firmly established there, no other power impinged so closely on Xinjiang. In these conditions, the story of the next decade is one of a gradual recovery of Russian influence. The process was at the outset extremely slow. But already in 1921 trade in livestock from Xinjiang on an extensive scale was being organized through a Soviet office in Semipalatinsk, and the secretary of the Chinese consulate there was reported as stating that, once Xinjiang had been cut off from Chinese markets by the Civil War, it had no option but to seek markets in Soviet Russia. In the following year, according to a Soviet writer, trade fell off owing to a change in the Soviet authority concerned and a failure to make prompt payment for consignments delivered. 3. The limiting factor in Soviet trade with Xinjiang at this time was clearly Soviet inability to deliver in sufficient quantities the consumer goods required by the customer. No formal change was made before 1924 in conditions of trade or in other relations between Soviet Russia and Xinjiang. Outer Mongolia, the second of these frontier regions, was the larger but more sparsely populated of the 2 parts into which Mongol territory was traditionally divided, and had been, Ever since the annexation of the Amur region to Russia in 1858, an outlying and loosely held bastion of the Chinese Empire abutting on Russian territory for more than 1,500 miles. Russian diplomacy gradually succeeded in making of Outer Mongolia a recognized no-man's land between the two empires, and then, by the tripartite Treaty of Kyoto of 1915, in converting it into an autonomous region under formal Chinese suzerainty, but subject to what was virtually a Russian protectorate, a position comparable only with that of Tibet in relation to Great Britain. The Mongols were in the position of a backward and not very numerous people caught between two powerful countries. But, since Russian immigration into Outer Mongolia was, and was likely to remain, insignificant, whereas Chinese immigration, which had already flowed extensively into Inner Mongolia, was a serious threat, it was at the outset possible for a certain number of politically conscious Mongols to regard Russian interference as an act of national liberation from China. Symptoms of national consciousness began to emerge quite strongly after 1911 when, as a result of the Chinese Revolution, Outer Mongolia was able to assert her autonomous status and first acquired some of the rudimentary machinery of a modern state. The February Revolution of 1917 in Russia was followed by a rapid decline in Russian prestige and power in Outer Mongolia and elsewhere throughout the Far East, and this was soon reflected both in Japanese and in Chinese action to overthrow the regime established by the Kyoto Treaty. In the winter of 1918 to 1919 the Japanese authorities in Siberia, both directly and through their protege, the White Russian General Semyonov, were actively promoting a pan-Mongolian movement which was to embrace Inner and Outer Mongolia and the Buryats in Siberia. A pan-Mongolian Congress assembled under Japanese auspices at Chita in Siberia on February 28, 1919, and proclaimed a provisional government for a vast Mongol state including all these regions and stretching to the confines of Tibet. These grandiose schemes were, however, even more distasteful to China than to Soviet Russia. The Peking government, formed from the pro-Japanese Anfu group, successfully protested at Tokyo, and the pan-Mongol activities of Japanese agents were curbed. The Soviet government, having signalized its ascent to power by a denunciation of all treaties of the former Tsarist government, had no formal ground to protest, nor had it any longer any power in Asia to make the protest effective. In July 1919 it followed up its declaration surrendering former Russian concessions in China by a specific message to the Mongolian people. Mongolia was declared a free country, all Russian advisors, Tsarist consuls, bankers, and capitalists should be driven out, no foreigner should be allowed to intervene in Mongolian affairs, and the Soviet government offered to enter into diplomatic relations with Mongolia. The last offer may have been intended as a reminder of traditional Russian support for the independence of Mongolia from China. But at the height of the Civil War these sentiments had little practical application, and, once Japanese ambitions had been moderated, nothing stood in the way of a reassertion of Chinese authority over the territory. In October 1919 the Chinese government determined to clinch the matter by sending General Shi I Shutseng, a member of the ruling Anfu group, to Urga, the capital of Outer Mongolia. After a few weeks of bribery and intimidation a petition to the Chinese government was signed by a number of Mongolian ministers and notabilities requesting the withdrawal of the country's autonomy, and on the strength of this a decree was issued in Peking on November 22, 1919, cancelling the autonomous status of Outer Mongolia and denouncing the Treaty of Kyoto. For it is reasonable to suppose that these proceedings had the tacit support and encouragement of Japan, now in course of consolidating her position throughout Siberia east of Lake Baikal. With the civil war in I-Jasha at its height, Soviet power and Soviet diplomacy appeared to have been entirely excluded from this former Russian sphere of influence. The third frontier region, Manchuria, being traversed by the all-important Chinese Eastern Railway, figured far more conspicuously in the early pronouncements of Soviet policy, but these pronouncements had even less effect on the current situation. The momentary authority established by the Chinese government in Manchuria in the first months of 1918 quickly evaporated. Throughout the Civil War, effective control was exercised by the Allied military forces or by white generals operating under their patronage. At the end of April 1918, the Russo-Asiatic Bank, in which the ownership of the Chinese Eastern Railway was formally vested, sought to avoid embarrassment by registering itself as a French company and transferring its seat to Paris. And from January 1919 onwards the railway was managed, in the interests of military efficiency, by an Allied board. The Soviet government, remote from the scene of events and from any vestige of influence over them, saw itself confined to propagandist gestures. The report of Narkomindel to the Fifth All-Russian Congress of Soviets of July 5, 1918, related that, in the negotiations with the Chinese minister earlier in the year, we notified China that we renounce the conquests of the Tsarist government in Manchuria and we restore the sovereign rights of China in that territory, in which lies a main trade artery, the Chinese Eastern Railway, property of the Chinese and Russian people, and went on to make a further and more specific statement of policy on the Chinese Eastern Railway and other Russian rights in China. We consider that, if part of the money invested in the construction of this railway by the Russian people were repaid by China, China might buy it back without waiting for the time limit in the agreement imposed on her by force. We agree to renounce all territorial rights of our citizens in China. We are ready to renounce all indemnities. 2. On August 1, 1918, Chicharin wrote a letter to the Chinese nationalist leader Sun Yat-sen, the head of the dissident nationalist government in Canton, in which, though not specifically reverting to the renunciation of Russian claims, he attacked the Peking government as the puppet of foreign bankers, and ended. Long live the union of the Russian and Chinese proletariat. The leitmotif of national liberation from imperialist oppression was thus subtly blended with the international solidarity of the proletariat. But this missive failed to reach its destination. 1. The creation at Moscow in January 1919 of a Chinese Working Men's Association as a center for propaganda work in China was evidently part of the same campaign to woo Chinese support. 2. In the summer of 1919, Allied policy at the peace conference played into Soviet hands. The Chinese delegation in Paris protested in vain against the clauses in the Versailles Treaty sanctioning the prolongation of the Japanese occupation of Shantung. On May 4, 1919, the treaty was the object of hostile demonstrations, especially from students, throughout China, and the Chinese delegation in Paris was instructed not to sign the treaty. 3. The incident gave a great impetus to the nationalist cause, and offered the Bolsheviks their first real opportunity of contrasting Soviet sympathy for Chinese national aspirations and Soviet willingness to treat China as an equal with the unequal and oppressive policies of the other great powers. In July 1919, a successful offensive against Khalkhin for the first time carried the Red Army across the Urals into Siberia. The occasion was seized to address a declaration on July 25, 1919, to the Chinese people and the governments of South and North China. It was signed by Karakhan, the Deputy People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs. Having declared that the Red Army would bring to the people's liberation from the yoke of the foreign bayonet, from the yoke of foreign gold, the Soviet government renounced all territorial and other acquisitions of the Tsarist government on Chinese soil, including Manchuria and other regions, all extraterritorial rights and other privileges of Russian subjects. And the outstanding installments of the Boxer indemnity, all unequal treaties were in principle declared null and void as far as Soviet Russia was concerned. One sentence of the declaration specifically included the Chinese Eastern Railway in the act of renunciation. The Soviet government restores to the Chinese people without compensation the Chinese Eastern Railway, the mining and forestry concessions and other privileges seized by the Tsar's government, by the Kerensky government, by Semyonov, Khalkhin, and the Russian ex-generals, lawyers and capitalists. 1. In existing conditions in Asia, the declaration, by whatever channel it was dispatched, failed to reach the Chinese government until March 26, 1920 when it was telegraphed to Peking from Irkutsk by Yinsen, described as representative for foreign affairs of the Council of People's Commissars of Siberia and the Far East, evidently an embryonic form of the Far Eastern Republic which was officially proclaimed a fortnight later. 2. The declaration had an enthusiastic reception in Chinese circles, and strengthened the reaction against the Western powers and Japan, which had been gathering force since the Versailles decision of the previous summer. 3. The Civil War being over and Allied forces, other than the Japanese, having been withdrawn, the Peking government had now issued a decree resuming full control of the Chinese Eastern Railway. 4. But this control was almost wholly fictitious. After the ending of the Civil War, effective power in Manchuria was exercised by a vigorous Chinese warlord, Chiang Tso-lin, who, while not formally disowning the supremacy of the central Chinese government, recognized the practical importance of keeping on good terms with the Japanese military authorities still active in Siberia, and was more likely to accept directions from Tokyo than from Peking. In the spring and summer of 1920, the fortunes of Soviet Russia in the Far East touched their lowest point. Victory had been gained over Khalkhiv, but the newly created Far Eastern Republic had still to prove its diplomatic usefulness, and relations with Japan were still further embittered by the Nikolaevsk massacre and the Japanese reprisals at Vladivostok. It was at this moment that the headquarters of Comintern decided to take a hand and dispatched Wodinsky as its representative to China. In China, as in Japan, the result of the Bolshevik Revolution had been to create for the first time a widespread interest in Marxism in intellectual circles, and a Society for the Study of Marxism was founded in Peking University in the spring of 1918. The leading figures of the movement were two professors of the university, Chen Tuxiu and Li Ta-Chao, the former a professor of literature and the founder and editor of an advanced political review, the latter a professor of history whose main interest was in the philosophy of history. 1. The activities of the group, which was not committed to orthodox Marxism, remained academic until they became involved in the May the 4th movement, itself largely initiated and carried on by university students and teachers, against the terms of the Versailles Treaty. The movement, though not inspired by the Russian Revolution, had a natural affinity with it as being a movement of revolt against Western imperialism. It found no specific inspiration or support in Marxist doctrine, and the connection between it and the rise of Chinese Marxism was empirical and fortuitous. But in the China of 1919, resistance to the West, sympathy with the Russian Revolution and the study of Marx were all expressions of advanced political opinion. A condition of political ferment, which had its focus in this revolt and stood, in some still undefined way, to the left of the national and democratic revolution of 1911, had been created, but lacked any clear shape or concrete program. There was still no serious labor movement, and agrarian discontent, a time-honored phenomenon, was inarticulate and unorganized. Such was the situation which confronted Wodinsky on his arrival in Peking as representative of Comintern in June 1920. He had conversations with Li Ta-Chao, and went on to Shanghai where Chen Tuxiu was now established. Here the first steps were cautiously taken by Wodinsky towards the organization of a Chinese Communist Party. The first stage was the formation in August of a socialist youth group for which Wodinsky is said to have provided funds. But the constitution of this group tolerated a wide diversity of opinion, and when, in the following month, a conference was held in Shanghai to discuss the founding of an orthodox communist party, the task proved too difficult. 1. The blessing given in the theses of the Second Congress of Comintern to the cooperation of communists in colonial countries with movements of national liberation too precisely fitted the Chinese situation. Nowhere were the opportunities of an alliance between communism and nationalism more promising, and nowhere were they so fully exploited in the sequel. But the decisions of the Second Congress were taken without reference to China, and do not seem to have been known, or their implications understood, during Wodinsky's visit, which, while it prepared the ground by stimulating the formation of communist or quasi-communist groups in different parts of China, yielded few concrete results. It was about this time that the diplomatic situation began to show signs of improvement. As the results of the victory over Khalkhiv and the isolation of the Japanese forces in Siberia became gradually apparent, the balance of forces in the Far East also changed, and Soviet Russia could begin to recover lost ground. Anarchy was increasing in China, and the provincial warlords fought and maneuvered against one another with less and less regard for a nominal central authority. In the late summer of 1920, the military backers of the Peking government were defeated by Wu Peifu, the warlord of Chile, and the government collapsed. Its successor noted that intervention in Russia had been abandoned by all the former allies except Japan, and it could no longer afford to pursue a wholeheartedly Soviet policy which played into the hands of the Southern nationalists. The first act of the new government was to admit Yuran, the delegate of the Far Eastern Republic, who had been waiting at Kalgan for some weeks. Next it formally ratified the agreement concluded in the previous May between the Soviet authorities at Tashkent and the Chinese governor of Xinjiang, which thus became the first officially recognized agreement between a Soviet and a Chinese authority. Then on September 23, 1920, recognition was formally withdrawn from the former Russian minister and consuls. And about the same time a Chinese mission under General Chang Shilin arrived in Moscow. Karakan, who conducted the negotiations with the mission on behalf of Narkomindel, handed to it on September 27, 1920, a note addressed to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Chinese Republic containing the heads of a proposed agreement between the RSFSR and the Chinese Republic. The RSFSR confirmed its renunciation of all annexations and concessions as well as of the Boxer indemnity payments. Full diplomatic, consular, and commercial relations were to be established. The Chinese government was to give no support or shelter to Russian counter-revolutionary organizations, and a subsequent treaty was to be drawn up between the RSFSR, the Far Eastern Republic and China to regulate the status of the Chinese Eastern Railway. 4 Meanwhile the Soviet approach to China exhibited the same careful blend of revolutionary appeal and hard-headed power politics which was characteristic of Soviet foreign policy elsewhere. In an article in Izvestiya on October 9, 1920, Vilensky noted that under the flag of Wu Peifu policy in China had taken a more friendly turn towards Soviet Russia. Nevertheless China must choose between one ally and the other. Though good neighborly relations between China and Soviet Russia may be as little to the liking of other allied robbers as of Japan, the writer concluded that for China herself, having begun the struggle for liberation from the rapacious grasp of Japanese imperialism, good neighborly relations with Soviet Russia provide a practical chance of carrying on that struggle to a successful conclusion. The appeal seemed at first to bear fruit. 3 days later Chang Shilin told Narkomindel that permanent representatives are being appointed by China to Russia. But stronger pressures apparently prevailed in Peking. The Peking government chose the moment of Chang Shilin's mission in Moscow to reinsure itself with the financial authorities of the West by concluding, on October 2, 1920, a fresh agreement with the Russo-Asiatic Bank in its assumed capacity as legal owner of the Chinese Eastern Railway. The agreement placed some Chinese officials in positions of prestige and profit on the board of the railway. In other respects it can have had little effect, since Chang Tsolin, who was in control of Manchuria, was now less inclined than ever to listen to the behests of Peking. But it was nonetheless a demonstration of intention to exclude Soviet Russia from any share in the control of a vital artery of Russian communications with the Pacific. Then, on October 18, Krisin was requested by the Chinese minister in London to inform Moscow that Chang Shilin's credentials had been withdrawn, and that a consul general would be appointed to look after Chinese interests in the RSFSR. A month later, in reply to further Soviet representations, the Chinese government sent a polite but non-committal reply merely expressing a hope for negotiations in the future and protesting against the treatment of Chinese citizens in the RSFSR. The brief ray of hope which had dawned in the autumn of 1920, when the Anfa government fell in Peking and recognition was withdrawn from the former Tsarist representative, seemed therefore to have been once more extinguished. It may have been these rebuffs which caused the Soviet government at this moment to recall that Soviet diplomacy in China also had two strings to its bow. On October 31, 1920, Chicherin wrote a personal letter to Sun Yat-sen in Canton and proposed trade negot 1 at 10 ns, since the possibilities of trade between Soviet Russia and southern China scarcely existed. The letter was no doubt intended as a tentative political overture. but it was entrusted to an unnamed emissary, and failed to reach Sun Yat-sen till July of the following year. 1 Yuan remained in Peking as representative of the Far Eastern Republic throughout the winter of L920-192 engaged in intermittent negotiations for a commercial agreement. But, in spite of a number of conciliatory pronouncements, his conversations with the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs led to no result. The failure was commonly attributed to pressure on the Chinese government from Allied sources, and particularly by the French minister in Peking. 2 A Soviet delegate sent to negotiate with Chang Tso-lin at Mukden met with no better success. 3. Whatever avenue of approach was tried, China still seemed successfully sealed against any form of Soviet penetration. Meanwhile, startling events had happened in Outer Mongolia. Little Sti's rule was sufficiently high-handed to provoke widespread discontent. Early in 1924, at least 2 revolutionary groups seemed to have come into existence in Urga, led respectively by Sukhobadar and Khoibalsang. The second group is said to have worked under the direction of 2 Soviet agents. In the spring of 1920, a delegate of Comintern visited Urga, brought about a union of the 2 groups under Sukhabadar's leadership, and set on foot a scheme for invoking Soviet aid against Little Ci. The Bogdagagan, the living Buddha of Urga, and the highest ecclesiastical and political authority in the country, who had already put out feelers for American and Japanese help, had no objection to a similar application to Russia. Indeed, an application seems to have been made, with a singular lack of realism, to Orlov, the former consul general of the provisional government who was still in URGA. But now a direct approach was tried. On July 15, 1920, Sukhobadar with a party of 5 companions left URGA secretly for Irkutsk, being joined later by Khoibalsang. Here a petition for help was handed to the Department for Far Eastern Affairs of the Far Eastern Republic, while some of the delegates went on to Moscow. The reply from Irkutsk was apparently non-committal, and laid down 2 conditions representing a nice compromise between tradition and progress: that the petition for aid should bear the seal of the Bogdagagan, and that a popular party should be founded to provide support for a pro-Soviet policy. Both conditions were complied with. The Bogdagagan in URGA affixed his seal to a document requesting aid, and Sukhobadar in Irkutsk drafted the first manifesto of a Mongolian People's Party. A fresh petition was handed in, this time to the Far Eastern section of Comintern and the Soviet Fifth Army, on November 2, 1920. While Sukhobadar and Khoibalsang were negotiating in Irkutsk, the Anfa government fell in Peking and Little Ci's rule came to an unlamented end in URGA. During the autumn and winter of 1920 to 1921, conditions approaching anarchy prevailed in Outer Mongolia. With the end of the civil war in Siberia, the army of Semyonov dissolved and dispersed, and out of its fragments one of Semyonov's officers, Ungern Sternberg, created a small force of miscellaneous composition enjoying Japanese patronage and in part apparently officered by Japanese. In the autumn of 1920, this force attempted to force its way into Outer Mongolia. This was the occasion of the first overt entry of the Soviet government upon the scene. It offered to the Peking government in a note of November 10, 1920, to send in Soviet troops to deal with the intruder. Indeed, it alleged, rightly or wrongly, that a request to do so had been received from the Chinese authorities in Urga, the Outer Mongolian capital. But the Peking government showed a natural reluctance to invoke the aid of the Soviet government, whose patronage might be permanent, and the Soviet offer was declined. For the moment the Chinese forces left in Urga proved adequate to repulse the attack, which ended in failure. But during the winter conditions further deteriorated, the Bogdagagan himself and many Mongolian notables being arrested by Chinese soldiers, so that when Ungern Sternberg returned in February 1921 he was greeted as a deliverer. Entering Urga at the head of his troops, he announced his intention of liquidating all those Mongols who had collaborated either with China or with Soviet Russia. The Bogdagagan proclaimed himself emperor of an independent Mongolia, and set up a so-called Mongolian government with Ungern Sternberg as its military advisor. 4 Urin at once made an offer to the Peking government of the assistance of Soviet troops to repel the invader, but the offer was declined. 1. From this point dates the assumption by the Soviet government of a forward policy in Outer Mongolia. After Ungern Sternberg's first abortive incursion of November 1920, Sukhobodar and his group, no doubt accompanied by their Russian advisors, left Irkutsk and established themselves on the frontier near Kayakta. Here during the winter the process of organizing the Mongolian People's Party and a Mongolian government went on, and, when Ungern Sternberg carried out his successful coup of February 1921, everything was ready. On March 1, 1921, what was afterwards described as the First Party Congress of the Mongolian People's Party took place under Sukhobodar's leadership in Kayakta, and decided to form a Mongolian People's Government and a national army to liberate the country from Chinese and from White Russian rule. On March 19 the new government was proclaimed with Sukhobodar as Prime Minister and Minister for War, and Soviet aid invoked. 3. Ungern Sternberg was not a man to await attack. In May 1921 he launched a full-scale offensive against Soviet territory. 4 This, however, was quickly repulsed by detachments of the Red Army which had been mustered near the frontier. Ungern Sternberg, deserted by most of his army, was captured and shot, and on June 28 the decision was taken, in the name of the Mongolian People's Party and Mongolian People's Government, to march on Urga. The city was captured on July 6, and 2 days later a Mongolian government was established. The Bogdagagan remained as head of the state, though his functions were limited to religious matters. The new prime minister was Bodo, a Lama, and said to have been a clerk in the former Russian consulate general, and Sukhobodar was minister of war. These arrangements suggest a willingness to effect compromise between the old and the new order, which was doubtless dictated in part by the almost complete absence of educated Mongols outside the Lama class. The hard fact behind the regime was the presence of the Red Army and of Soviet advisors. Early in August 1921, when the new arrangements were complete, the Mongolian People's Revolutionary Government addressed a brief request to the RSFSR not to withdraw Soviet troops from the territory of Mongolia pending the complete removal of the threat from the common enemy, and Chicherin at once acceded to it in a long and somewhat fulsome reply, which contained an undertaking that the troops would be withdrawn as soon as the threat to the free development of the Mongolian people and to the security of the Russian Republic and of the Far Eastern Republic shall have been removed. 1. The appearance of the Red Army in Urga, and the establishment there of a Mongolian government under direct Soviet patronage, meant a reinstatement of the international situation of Outer Mongolia as it had existed before 1917 and had been registered in the Treaty of Kayakta. The easy success of Soviet arms and Soviet policy was a symptom of the changed attitude of Japan, whose hidden hand no longer afforded support to the White forces. In the summer of 1921, American pressure was being strongly exerted on Japan to withdraw her remaining troops from Siberia, and a conference between delegates of Japan and of the Far Eastern Republic was to meet at Daren in August. 2. It was a dramatic reversal of the process of the extrusion of Russian power from the Far East which had been going on for 4 years. The period of eclipse was at an end. The portents were read in Peking, and when on June 15, 1921, Chicherin addressed a mild and deprecatory note to the Chinese government explaining that the entry of Soviet troops into Outer Mongolia was a temporary measure dictated by the needs of security, and that they would be withdrawn as soon as Ungern Sternberg was disposed of, a curt reply was sent that a mandate had been given to Chang Tsolin to deal with Ungern Sternberg, and that the forces available were sufficient for the purpose. 1. The reply was a confession of helplessness. Chang Tsolin, himself dependent on Japanese favors, was most unlikely to move against Ungern Sternberg, who was also a protege of Japan. But this did not make Chinese resentment of the Soviet intrusion any less acute. Urin, the delegate of the Far Eastern Republic, who had been absent on leave when the Red Army marched on Urga, reappeared in Peking on July 25, 1921, but left again within a week, nominally on a mission to Chang Tsolin, never to return. 2. In the spring or summer of 1921, while these events were in progress, a new step was taken which betokened the strengthening interest in Far Eastern affairs in Moscow. Mering, the energetic Dutch delegate from Indonesia who had played an active part in the discussion of the national and colonial question at the Second Congress of Comintern, was dispatched on a mission to China. His mission, unlike that of Wodinski in 1920, was evidently not confined to the formation and encouragement of local communist groups or parties. He was in search of an answer to the general question what was to be done about China, and the question put in that way revealed the unreality of the distinction between the promotion of communism and the development of Soviet power and prestige in the Far East. Ignoring Peking, where Yuan represented the supposed interests of the Far Eastern Republic, Mering visited the two men who appeared to hold the greatest real power in China, Wu Peifu, the dominant warlord of central China, and Sun Yat-sen, who had been installed by enthusiastic nationalists in Canton on May 7, 1921, as president of a still disunited Chinese republic. The rise of Wu Peifu in the late summer of 1920 had resulted in the ousting of the Anfa government and had been noted in Moscow as inaugurating a turn of policy in Peking favorable, or at any rate less unfavorable, to Soviet Russia. Whatever the general complexion of Wu Peifu's policy, and this had not yet been fully disclosed, he was hostile to Japan and to Chiang Tso-lin, Japan's protege in Manchuria, and it was natural that Soviet Russia should look on him at this time as a potential ally. On the other hand, Sun Yat-sen, as the leader of the Chinese Democratic Revolution and the accepted spokesman of Chinese radicalism, was prima facie a more sympathetic figure from the communist standpoint, and Mering at the Second Congress of Comintern had been one of those who helped to frame the policy of alliance between communism and bourgeois democratic national movements. Little is known of what transpired in Mering's conversations either with Wu Peifu or with Sun Yat-sen, or of the nature of his report to Moscow. Seeds of future collaboration with Kuomintang were doubtless sown in the talk with Sun Yat-sen. But it is clear that no decisive choice was made in Moscow at this time. An event which happened after Mering's arrival in China, but apparently without his participation, was the foundation of a Chinese Communist Party. Delegates of various heterogeneous groups came together in July 1921 at a secret gathering in Shanghai. But the record of those present does not suggest any uniformity of opinion, and the so-called First Congress of the Chinese Communist Party left behind no statement of policy or written document of any kind. It played in Chinese party history the same role as was played in the history of the Russian Social Democratic Party by its first Congress at Minsk in 1898. The Far East, too, re-emergence. Winter of 1921 to 1922 was a period of great activity in Soviet policy in the Far East, and marked the re-emergence of Soviet power on the Pacific. With the defeat of Ungern Sternberg, the last organized white force in Siberia had been destroyed, the Japanese occupation was being withdrawn step by step under American pressure, the Soviet government had successfully reasserted the predominance of Russian interests and influence in Outer Mongolia. On the other hand, no diplomatic relations had yet been established with China or Japan, and attempts to plant communist movements in these countries had all but failed. During this crucial winter, the Washington Conference further weakened and isolated Japan among the great powers and hastened the final stages of the withdrawal. The Soviet position in Outer Mongolia was further consolidated to the detriment of Soviet relations with the Peking government, but without objection from any of the great powers, and a conference of toilers of the East in Moscow was the signal for an intensive campaign to establish communist influence, and a foothold for organized communist parties, in the Far Eastern countries. In the summer of 1922, when the Genoa Conference and the Treaty of Rapallo were already conspicuous landmarks in the progress of Soviet diplomacy in Europe, Russia was once again a power to be reckoned with in the Far East. The most important achievement of Soviet policy in the Far East in the winter of 1921 to 1922, though the least publicized, was the consolidation of Soviet power in Outer Mongolia. Delegates of the new Mongolian government established in Urga by the efforts of the Red Army proceeded to Moscow, where the situation was quickly regularized by the signing of a treaty on November 5, 1921, on terms of strict formal equality, between the RSFSR and the Mongolian People's Republic. Each party recognized the other as the sole authority on their respective territories. Relations between them were to be conducted through diplomatic plenipotentiaries of equal status on both sides. Extraterritorial and other rights and privileges reserved to Russia under Tsarist agreements were renounced. Each party undertook to prevent the establishment within its territory of any organization, group, or government hostile to the other. 1. On one point Mongolian aspirations were left unsatisfied. A large but sparsely populated area to the west of Outer Mongolia, known as the Uriankai territory, had been subject to long-standing ambiguities of status and allegiance, and to the same stubborn disputes between Russia and China as Outer Mongolia, from which Russian diplomacy was, however, always careful to distinguish it. 2. Its inhabitants were a Turkey-speaking people, partly pastoral nomads like their Mongol neighbors, partly, in the north and northeast, forest hunters and herders of reindeer. The Soviet authorities, following Tsarist precedent, intervened to prevent the incorporation of this region in the Mongolian People's Republic. Early in 1922, ostensibly on local initiative, it was reorganized as an independent republic under the name of the People's Republic of Tuva and entered into friendly relations with the RSFSR. The processes by which Soviet predominance was gradually established in Outer Mongolia can be followed in outline, though not in detail. Down to March 1921, Soviet Russia had been accepted by most politically conscious Mongols as an ally and liberator from Chinese and White Russians, the most recent intruders on the Mongolian scene. But when after 1921 the Chinese menace receded into the background and Soviet power began to consolidate itself in Outer Mongolia, the situation was reversed and friction arose between leading Mongols and the Soviet authorities. This seems to have taken several forms, social, religious and national issues being interwoven in a struggle which ranged Mongols against one another as well as Mongols against Russians. The regime established at Urga in the summer of 1921 was purely national, and had no explicit social program. This was in Bolshevik terminology the stage of the bourgeois revolution. But after the conclusion of the Soviet-Mongolian Treaty of November 5, 1921, the Soviet government, adapting the policy which it had pursued in the Russian countryside, sought to win for itself a solid basis of support in Outer Mongolia by introducing far-reaching social and political reforms. According to one source, a set of demands was put forward, including the nationalization of lands, forests, mines, and other natural resources, the distribution of land to poor workers, the abolition of the titles and prerogatives of the living Buddha and the nobles, and the substitution of democratic elections, the introduction of Soviet engineers into the mines and of Soviet military advisors into the army, and the establishment of education and health services under Soviet control. These demands are said to have been opposed by the Mongolian government and the Mongolian People's Party, but supported by the Revolutionary League of Youth, and accepted more or less under duress in January 1922. Religious loyalties were also at stake since the reforms were clearly designed to secularize Mongolian life and break the authority of the lamas. In this policy the Russians appear to have counted on the assistance of considerable numbers of Buryat Mongols from the other side of the frontier who, having been long exposed to the influences of a secular Russian civilization, were now introduced into Outer Mongolia in order to raise the cultural and political level of their hitherto priest-ridden kinsmen, among whom secular education had been virtually non-existent. This, too, evidently caused fresh resentment and bitterness in traditional circles. In these conditions conservative elements may well have looked to the days of Chinese supremacy with a certain regret, coupled perhaps with fear of the too exclusive predominance of a power so deeply committed to revolutionary innovation. A request was made to Moscow for aid in improving relations with China, and received on September 14, 1921, the cautious reply that the Soviet government fully endorsed this aim provided the Mongolian people at the same time exercises its right of self-determination. A few weeks later Bodo, the Prime Minister, made a declaration in favor of friendly relations with China. 3. It was clear that opposition to Soviet policy was crystallizing round a conservative pro-Chinese group drawn from the old Lama class. In March 1922 a significant step was taken in the setting up of an internal security office, about which the one recorded fact is that its heads were Mongols. 4. In the following month Bodo and 10 other leading Mongols were arrested and executed on a charge of conspiring with China, presumably for the purpose of restoring Chinese suzerainty over Outer Mongolia. 5. The execution of Bodo and his accomplices was the beginning of something like a revolutionary reign of terror lasting for 18 months, during which, according to a Chinese source, not a day passed without its clashes between the new and the old groups in Mongolian life. 1. These events were accompanied by a regularization of the links between Outer Mongolia and Soviet Russia. On May 26, 1922, the arrival in Moscow of a permanent Mongolian representative is recorded. 2. 5 days later a further Soviet-Mongolian treaty signed at Urga made still more apparent the resumption by the Soviet government of the paramount role successfully asserted in Outer Mongolia by the last Tsarist government. All property in Outer Mongolia owned by former Russian governments or public institutions was to be handed over to the RSFSR. Former property of Russian firms and nationals was to be reserved for more detailed consideration. The administration of Outer Mongolia was now effectively in the hands of Mongols sympathetic to Soviet aims and policies and of their Soviet advisors. If, as early as August 1922, the forces of the Red Army in Outer Mongolia were reduced to a single battalion under the control of the Mongol War Office, for this was a symptom not of a withdrawal of Soviet power, but of the ease and efficiency with which that power had been established and of the absence of any organized Mongol opposition to it. While Soviet policy had been actively engaged throughout the winter of 1921 to 1922 in consolidating its influence over Outer Mongolia, the limelight of diplomacy had been focused on the decision of the Great Powers, announced in July 1921, to hold a conference on disarmament and on Pacific questions at Washington towards the end of the year. The occasion was not without its embarrassments for Soviet propaganda and Soviet foreign policy. Any agreement between the capitalist powers, and especially between the two giants among them, the United States and Great Britain, not only ran counter to the accepted thesis of growing and inescapable contradictions within the capitalist world, but tended to strengthen the principal enemies of the RSFSR. On the other hand, one of the specific aims of American policy which was likely to be furthered at the conference was the eviction of Japan from Siberia and a weakening of her hold on China. The first reaction in Moscow was a formal protest to the inviting powers and to China, declaring that the Soviet government would not consider itself bound by any decisions taken by a conference in which it had not been asked to participate. A set of theses adopted by ICI a month later pronounced the object of the understanding between the United States and Great Britain to be the formation of an Anglo-Saxon capitalist trust whose center of gravity will be in America. The proposed Washington Conference represented an attempt of the United States to snatch from Japan by diplomatic means the fruits of her victory. The theses ended with a general denunciation of imperialism, and a prediction that its contradictions would not be relieved by the conference. But this intransigent attitude was soon mitigated by an element of calculation. Diplomatic necessities could be served by turning the edge of the Congress against Japan, whose delegates were at this very moment proving intractable in the negotiations with the Far Eastern Republic at Daren. 3. The purpose of the conference, an article in Izvestiya of September 30, 1921, explained, would be to disclose the schemes of Japanese imperialism, which is the chief oppressor of the Far Eastern peoples, and to oppose to it the organized will of the toiling masses of East Asia. While all moves to obtain an invitation to the conference either for the Soviet government or for the Far Eastern Republic failed, an unofficial delegation of the Far Eastern Republic was dispatched to Washington with the acquiescence of the American government and appeared conspicuously in the corridors of the conference. No opportunity was to be lost of such advantages as might accrue from American hostility to Japan. Here, as elsewhere, the pursuit of world revolution was tempered by whatever expedients might be necessary in order to play off one capitalist power against another. Soon after the conference had opened in Washington, a leading article in Izvestiya, under the title The Hegemon of the World, described the United States as the principal power in the world, and argued that all steps must be taken in one way or another to come to terms with the United States. One exclusion from a major conference of Pacific powers was, however, a blow to Soviet interests and Soviet prestige in the Far East, and, if the blow could not be countered by diplomatic means, others must be tried. A year earlier, immediately after the Congress of Eastern Peoples in Baku, E H Carr had taken a decision to convene a similar Congress for the Far East in a town of Siberia. 2 Japanese, Chinese and Korean comrades were said to have taken part in this decision, the importance of which was pointed by the claim that there were already 8 million industrial workers in Japan. The practical difficulty of assembling a suitable gathering of delegates had hitherto prevented the fulfillment of this project. Successive attempts to found a Communist Party in Japan had hitherto been foiled, and the Chinese Communist Party founded in June 1921 was no more than a heterogeneous group of left intellectuals. The decision to convene a Congress of Toilers of the Far East for the following November 3 was taken at the same session of E H Carr which adopted the theses on the Washington Conference, and was evidently designed as a counterblast to the initiative of the Western powers. The initial intention was to hold the Congress on the territory of the Far Eastern Republic at Irkutsk, and the date was provisionally fixed for November 11, 1921. 4 active preparations to recruit an impressive membership went on during the autumn. Chiang Tai-lei, the Chinese delegate to the Third Congress of Comintern, 5, visited Japan well supplied with funds and distributed invitations. Delegates were sent from the Wednesday Society, a group of Marxist intellectuals including Takuta, who was Secretary General of the Japanese Communist Party 25 years later, and from a student organization calling itself the Don People's Communist Party. Katayama was among a number of Japanese invited from the United States. 1. It is not known how the Chinese delegates to the Congress were recruited. But most of them were not communists, and they did not include the leaders of the Chinese Communist Party as constituted in the preceding summer. The reasons for the change in the meeting place of the Congress are conjectural. 2. But, after a preliminary session at Irkutsk in December 1921, 3. The main Congress assembled in Moscow on January 21, 1922. It continued for some 10 days. Times had changed, and the Congress could not match the Baku Congress of Eastern Peoples 16 months ERFR either in size or in enthusiasm. Korea had 52 delegates, China and Japan 16, and there was a handful of delegates from India, Mongolia, and Indonesia, as well as Yakuts, Buryats, and Kalmyks from regions of the RSFSR. Only about half the delegates were professed communists. Kuomintang figured among the national revolutionary organizations represented at the Congress. Intellectuals and students predominated. But there were also peasants from Korea, industrial workers from Japan, and both workers and peasants from China. Judging by the incomplete records published by Comintern, 4. The Far Eastern delegates confined themselves to conventional speeches on the hopes and prospects of revolution in their respective countries. As at Baku, the principal speech was entrusted to Zinoviev. Zinoviev adopted a rather chilly attitude towards the Chinese nationalists. He complained that some members of Kuomintang are looking not unhopefully towards America, i.e. American capitalism, expecting that just from there the benefits of democracy and progress will be showered on revolutionary China. 1. There were even doctrinaires among them who wanted to put on the agenda the question of the return of Mongolia to China. The main weight of Zinoviev's argument rested, however, on Japan. The key to the solution of the Far Eastern question is in the hands of Japan. Marx had said once that a European revolution without England would be a storm in a teacup. The same was true in the far east of Japan with her 3 million industrial workers and 5 million landless peasants. Class-conscious communists in Japan could still be counted only in hundreds. But Zinoviev confidently predicted that nothing could prevent war in the Far East except a proletarian revolution in Japan and the United States. 2. It was clear throughout the Congress that the Russian communist leaders at this time, trusting to Marxist dogma rather than to the precedent of the Russian Revolution, still believed that industrial and colonizing Japan was riper for revolution than agrarian and semi-colonial China. J. Safarov, the chief Russian speaker after Zinoviev, cautiously assessed the outlook in China: these peasant masses must be won over to the side of the revolution. The Chinese labor movement is just learning to walk. We are not building any castles in the air for the near future. We do not expect the Chinese working class to take the commanding position which the Japanese are able to gain in the near future. The policy must be to support every national revolutionary movement, but support it only insofar as it is not directed against the proletarian movement. 1. The main resolution of the Congress, which described the many million-headed masses of the workers and peasants of the Far East as the last resources of mankind, seemed less tolerant of a policy of supporting bourgeois national movements, since it called for an alliance of the working masses of the peoples of the Far East with the proletariat of the advanced countries, and with it alone, for the struggle against all imperialists. 2. But the main color of the pronouncements of the Congress, as could be expected from so mixed a gathering, was anti-imperialist rather than specifically communist. A final manifesto to the peoples of the Far East denounced hypocritical and thievish American imperialism and the greedy British usurpers in Zinoviev's best rhetorical vein. Particular attention was devoted to the Japanese delegates. According to a Japanese source, they were received by Stalin presumably in his capacity as People's Commissar for Nationalities, since he was not otherwise associated with the Congress or with the work of Comintern. Katayama remained at the held quarters of Comintern, being a member of IKI and its leading Far Eastern expert during the next few years. Other members of the Japanese delegation entered the newly founded Communist University of Toilers of the East. 7 of them returned to Japan with funds and instructions for the foundation of a Japanese Communist Party. This was achieved at a meeting in Tokyo on July 5, 1922, which became the official birthday of the party, and its first Congress was held in great secrecy in a country guest house a few weeks later. Its membership at the moment of its foundation was about 40, apparently all intellectuals, and the Congress appointed an executive committee of 7. It received formal recognition at the 4th Congress of Comintern in November 1922, when it was announced that the party had 250 members and 800 candidates who, under the Japanese party's rules, were required to go through a probation period before they were received into the party. 1. All party activities in Japan were highly illegal. The period of the foundation of the Japanese Communist Party was already the period of the United Front slogan in Europe. Attempts were made to apply it in Japan. J. Payne's communists claim to have been responsible for bringing together during this time some thousands of workers and members of left-wing organizations in a league to oppose intervention in Russia, to have headed a movement for help to starving Russia, and to have organized a mass protest against anti-labor legislation. 2. At the 4th Congress of Comintern in November 1922, Katayama, who appeared as delegate of the Japanese Communist Party, declared that the Japanese, Chinese and Korean parties had formed a united front against Japanese imperialism, and proposed a resolution in the joint names of the Japanese and Chinese delegations denouncing the Japanese occupation of the Russian island of Sakhalin. 3. The resolution QF the Congress on the Eastern Question optimistically diagnosed the rapid growth of elements of the bourgeois democratic revolution in Japan, and the passing over of the Japanese proletariat to an independent class struggle. 4. The Korean movement, on the other hand, seems at this time to have passed into a complete eclipse. 4 Korean delegates presented themselves at the Congress. But the Credentials Committee reported that since party strife in Korea is so great that it is impossible to decide who really represents the genuine Communist Party and what group he represents, 2 comrades were admitted as guests and 2 rejected. In China, the situation which presented itself to Soviet observers in the new year of 1922 was almost infinitely complicated. The success of a forward Soviet policy in Outer Mongolia continued to hang heavily over relations with the still officially recognized Chinese government. Yurin, whose hasty exit from Peking at the end of July 1921 had apparently been due to this cause, was nominally a representative of the Far Eastern Republic. No direct relations between the Soviet and Chinese governments had been established since Chiang Shilin's abortive mission to Moscow in the autumn of 1920. The Chinese consul whose appointment had been promised on that occasion arrived in Moscow on February 3, 1921, and apparently expressed the willingness of the Chinese government in principle to receive the Soviet representative. Sometime during the summer it was decided, following, no doubt, the precedent of the Anglo-Soviet trade agreement, that the Soviet mission should take the form of a trade delegation. And on October 24, 1921, Alexander Paix, an otherwise unknown figure in Soviet diplomacy, at length left Moscow with his staff for Peking. 4 On December 10 he was in Harbin and gave his first interview to the Chinese press. The Soviet-Mongolian Treaty of November 5 was not yet known to the world, and Paix repeated the soothing assurances given by Chicherin of the Soviet intention to withdraw from Outer Mongolia when the crisis provoked by white intervention was over. He also spoke of the return of the Chinese Eastern Railway to China without compensation of any kind, though with safeguards of the economic interests of the RSFSR and of the Far Eastern Republic. Paix's short stay in Peking was wholly unproductive. It coincided with the duration of the Washington Conference, and, since the Peking government still looked optimistically to the conference for relief from the financial bankruptcy and general political discredit which threatened it, no decisions of policy in regard to Soviet Russia were likely to be taken so long as it was in session. Paix abounded in vague assurances which carried little conviction of the innocence of Soviet intentions, and unofficial conversations which were announced on the future of the Chinese Eastern Railway and the resumption of diplomatic relations between the two countries made no progress. Finally, in April 1922 the publication of the Soviet-Mongolian Treaty of November 5, L92L, fell like a bombshell on the Paix's mission. Chinese indignation at a document which repudiated Chinese sovereignty over Outer Mongolia, and transformed the region once more into a permanent and exclusive Russian sphere of influence, was aggravated by the manifest deception practiced by the Soviet envoy over the past 4 months. On May 1922, Paix received an angry note in which the Chinese government claimed that Mongolia is a part of Chinese territory, that in secretly concluding a treaty with Mongolia, the Soviet government has not only broken faith with its previous declarations, but also violated all principles of justice, and that the Soviet action was similar to the policy assumed by the former Imperial Russian governments towards China. An intimation was given to Paix that his presence in Peking was no longer welcome, and he returned crestfallen to Moscow. The blow to Soviet hopes would have been more serious if the Peking government itself had not by this time lost any real claim to be regarded as a national government. But during the year 1922 a series of events drew the attention of the Soviet leaders more and more to the activities of the Southern nationalists, and seemed to disprove the rather contemptuous views of Kuomintang expressed by Zinoviev at the Congress of Toilers of the Far East. The first months of 1922 saw the first successful mass strike in Chinese history, a strike of Chinese sailors and workers in Hong Kong which paralysed the trade of the port, and caused heavy losses to British merchants and to the whole colony. Kuomintang, from its headquarters in Canton, had played a part in organizing the strike and reaped a new prestige from it. For the first time the nationalists had shown an inclination and a capacity to place themselves at the head of the nascent labor movement. These developments made their impression on the Chinese Communist Party, and Moscow began to display an ideological sympathy for the aspirations of Kuomintang. The opportunity to enlist local revolutionary nationalism in the struggle against British imperialism, hitherto exploited only in the Middle East, now presented itself in the Far East as well. A fresh element of confusion was, however, introduced into the situation when in May 1922 the commander of the Nationalist Army of Kwantung rebelled against Sun Yat-sen, and drove the nationalist leader from Canton. Sun Yat-sen took refuge in Shanghai. It was at this moment that the embryonic Chinese Communist Party began to show signs of life. The theses of the Second Congress of Comintern on the national question had now been fully digested, and the Icky resolution of December 1921 on the United Front found an obvious application in China. The first proposal for a tactical agreement between Chinese Communists and Kuomintang is said to have been made at a trade union congress in Canton in May 1922, presumably before Sun Yat-sen's expulsion. In the following month the Chinese Communist Party issued its first manifesto on the current situation, which propounded a program of practical reforms of a radical democratic character, and contained a specific proposal for a conference with other left parties and groups with a view to common action. The same line was pursued in a resolution adopted at the Second Congress of the party which met in July 1922. The Chinese Communist Party is the party of the proletariat. Its aims are to organize the proletariat and to struggle for the dictatorship of the workers and peasants, the abolition of private property, and the gradual attainment of a communist society. At present the Chinese Communist Party must, in the interest of the workers and poor peasants, lead the workers to support the democratic revolution, and forge a democratic united front of workers, poor peasants, and petty bourgeoisie. No representative of Kuomintang was apparently present at the Congress, and, though it was afterwards alleged that there had been opposition in the Chinese party to any compromise with bourgeois democracy, the documents afford no evidence of precise directives from Moscow. Indeed, the absence of any such inspiration might be suggested by the omission of any reference to Soviet Russia in the resolution, and by the inclusion in it of an unqualified demand for the liberation of Mongolia, Tibet, and Xinjiang. Effect seems, however, to have been given to the decision by Dalin, a representative of the Communist Youth International, who submitted the proposal for a united front to Sun Yat-sen at an interview in Shanghai which followed the party congress. Clearly an alliance between Kuomintang and the microscopic and exclusively intellectual Chinese Communist Party presented attractions for the Communists. It would enhance their prestige, it would give them a means of access to the workers which they at present lacked, and it accorded perfectly with the policy of the United Front and of support for the democratic revolution. It is not surprising that Sun Yat-sen found it less attractive. But he apparently suggested that members of the Chinese Communist Party could, if they liked, join Kuomintang. The party would thus retain its identity, but its members would also become individual members of the larger organization. Immediately after these events, and perhaps in consequence of them, Mering reappeared on the scene. The policy which he was now seeking to promote was set forth in an article which appeared in the Journal of Kuomintang in September 1922, and represented a reversal of the policies of conciliation of the Peking government and support for Wu Peifu. Now that the Peking government was both impotent and unfriendly, and Wu Peifu had unequivocally gone over to the British and American camp, there was no further thought of toying with the North. The Hong Kong strike had revealed the strength of the labor movement in the South. The theses of the Second Congress of the party clearly pointed the way, if we Communists wish to work successfully in the southern Chinese trade unions. We must maintain the most friendly relations with the southern Chinese nationalists. The line was to support the revolutionary nationalist elements of the South and push the whole movement to the left. This was all the more necessary owing to the weakness of the party. The young intelligentsia, even those who call themselves Marxists, were too much inclined to stand aside from the workers' movement. In Shanghai Mering now had a second interview with Sun Yat-sen, and came to the conclusion that Sun Yat-sen's offer to the Chinese Communists of individual membership in Kuomintang should be accepted. He was doubtless influenced in this view by the history of the Indonesian Social Democratic Party, whose members had operated successfully within the Muslim organization Sarekat Islam. The proposal was put by Mering to the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party at a special conference in Hangzhou in August 1922, and more or less reluctantly accepted. The decision is said to have been formally communicated by Li Ta-chao to Sun Yat-sen and approved by him. At the Fourth Congress of Kuomintang in November, the Chinese delegate announced that the Chinese party had decided to form a united front with Kuomintang by entering it in the form of individual membership, and he added, in words which can hardly have been heard gratefully if they were reported back to Canton, that the purpose of this procedure was to gather the masses round us and split the Kuomintang party. 2. Radek once more accused the members of the Chinese Party of having shut themselves up in their rooms and studied Marx and Lenin as they once studied Confucius, and informed them that neither socialism nor a Soviet republic is now on the agenda. The task of the party was to regulate its relations with the revolutionary bourgeois elements in order to organize the struggle against European and Asiatic imperialism. It was the same injunction which was being simultaneously given to the Turkish, and mutatis mutandis to the German, parties. The Congress resolution gave its blessing to the United Front and to the struggle for national liberation. 4. Neither Radek nor the resolution referred to the peculiar device of individual membership of Kuomintang by which the United Front in China was to be achieved. The omission can hardly have been accidental, and suggests divided opinions at the headquarters of Kuomintang on the tactical or ideological propriety of the line proposed. 5. The strengthening and consolidation of Soviet influence in the Far East in the summer and autumn of 1922 could be attributed to several causes. In part, it was a reflection of the more assured position which the Soviet government could claim in world affairs generally after the Genoa Conference and the Rapallo Treaty. In part it resulted from the decay of any central authority in China, which relieved the Soviet government of all anxiety over its forward policy in Outer Mongolia and substantially eased the tension in Manchuria. But, most of all, it was the indirect and uncovenanted result of the Washington Conference of the preceding winter. Soviet Russia was in most respects the principal beneficiary of the Washington Conference in the Far East. Pressure at the conference compelled Japan to complete her retirement from Siberia and to abandon her remaining outposts in Shantung, and terminated the Anglo-Japanese alliance. All these moves struck deep at Japanese prestige and power in the Far East. The United States enjoyed a corresponding accretion of prestige, but was notoriously unwilling to exercise its power on the Asiatic mainland. American policy remained essentially negative. China should have benefited most from the curbing of Japanese power at the Washington Conference, but was a prey to ever-growing internal conflicts which reduced the country to anarchy and impotence. Thus the Soviet Republic, which had extended its authority over Outer Mongolia in the summer and autumn of 1921, was able little more than a year later to advance to the Pacific on the final evacuation of Vladivostok by Japan, to reincorporate the Far Eastern Republic in the RSFSR, and to resume the position of the Tsarist Empire as a major Far Eastern power. The process was far advanced when, in the late summer of 1922, about the time of Mering's bargain with Sun Yat-sen in Shanghai, the Soviet government undertook its first major and comprehensive diplomatic action in the Far East, the JOF mission, and the sequel suggested that JOF had few preconceptions and no binding instructions. 3 courses were open to the Soviet emissary, and could be pursued in such a way as to make them complementary rather than mutually exclusive. First, he could negotiate with the weak and distracted Peking government in a tone of greater firmness and authority than Soviet diplomacy had been hitherto in a position to use. The change was symbolized by the appointment of JOF, a diplomat of the first rank, to take over the task previously assigned to a Urin and a Paix. Secondly, he could encourage and stimulate the revolutionary nationalists, whose following and influence had scarcely yet begun to penetrate North China, in their campaign against the Peking government and the foreign imperialists. This was the line suggested by Mering's activities in Shanghai and Hangzhou. Thirdly, he could work to establish normal relations with Japan. The most concrete purpose of his mission to the Far East was to attend a conference with Japanese delegates at Changchun to discuss the completion of the Japanese evacuation and outstanding issues arising from it. When JOF reached Peking on August 12, 1922, he found the Chinese government in the throes of what was now almost a permanent crisis. Since the end of the Washington Conference, its position had gone from bad to worse. The authority of Wu Peifu, the most powerful warlord in central China, was undisputed in Peking. He had, however, no constructive policy, and the impotence of the central government was only the more apparent. Shortly before JOF's arrival, a new Chinese government had been installed in Peking with Wellington Koo, one of the Chinese delegates to the Washington Conference, as its Minister for Foreign Affairs. Since its writ scarcely ran outside the walls of Peking, it could have no real policy and no powers of negotiation. Its purpose, which was common to all groups in China, was to induce the Washington powers to carry out as rapidly as possible the promises, financial and other, made to China at the conference. Its attitude towards its increasingly powerful continental neighbor showed little sense of reality or of its own precarious plight. Standing on its dignity, ideologically antipathetic to Bolshevism, smarting under the high-handedness of Soviet policy in Outer Mongolia and mistrustful of Soviet designs in Manchuria once Japanese power was withdrawn, it showed no alacrity to open discussions with the new Soviet envoy. Joff's first successes were won among the teachers and students of Peking University. In the words of a Chinese witness, he was greeted with vociferous welcome by the Chinese intellectuals. Much attention was attracted by a passage in the speech delivered by the Chancellor of the University of Peking at a banquet in honor of the Soviet emissary. The Chinese Revolution was a political one. Now it is tending towards the direction of a social revolution. Russia furnishes a good example to China, which thinks it advisable to learn the lessons of the Russian Revolution, which started also as a political movement but later assumed the nature of a social revolution. Please accept the hearty welcome of the pupil to the teachers. Joff himself said nothing so compromising. But his reputation as the ambassador who, in the Berlin of 1918, had successfully instigated revolution against the government to which he was accredited, was not forgotten in Peking, and the press bureau which he hastened to set up was certainly not inactive. Even his description of his function as the establishing of good friendly relations between the Russian and Chinese peoples sounded ominous to sensitive official ears. 3. The reticence of the Chinese government apparently obliged Joff at length to take the initiative. In a press interview he stressed that formal recognition and the establishment of normal relations were a sine qua non for any negotiations with the Soviet government, which would no longer be satisfied with compromissory treaties instead of usually and commonly accepted ones. 4. On September 2, 1922, he addressed an official note to the Chinese Minister for Foreign Affairs, Wellington Koo, referring to 3 private conversations of the past 10 days, and proposing a Russo-Chinese conference to negotiate an agreement on the basis of the Soviet Declaration of 1919 and Karakhan's note of September 27, 1920. The Chinese reply of September 7 accepted the proposed conference. 5. At this point negotiations were interrupted by Joff's visit to Changchun, where the conference with Japan opened on September 4, 1922. It ended in complete deadlock, 6. Leaving Joff to make a leisurely return to Peking. Joff was back in the Chinese capital on October 3, 1922, and settled down to a game of stonewalling diplomacy on both sides which lasted for 3 months. The 3 crucial points round which the discussions revolved were the establishment of formal diplomatic relations, the position in Outer Mongolia, and the question of the Chinese Eastern Railway. Wellington Koo's first counterstroke was an attempt to make the evacuation of Outer Mongolia by Soviet forces a prior condition of any negotiations. Joff replied in a memorandum of October 14, 1922, that this question could not be isolated from the rest, and that an immediate withdrawal from Outer Mongolia would be neither in Chinese nor in Soviet interests. Meanwhile Joff himself, in a note from Changchun on September 21, 1922, had reminded the Chinese government of Soviet rights over the Chinese Eastern Railway. This provoked an acrimonious correspondence, the tone of which on the Soviet side notably stiffened after the final Japanese departure from Vladivostok at the end of October. On November 3, 1922, Joff declared that the Chinese Eastern Railway had been built with the money of the Russian people, and remained Russian property so long as Russia does not voluntarily decide to transfer possession of it to anyone else. He protested against the attempt of the Washington Conference to interfere in a matter which concerned Russia and China alone, and finally he demanded the arrest of the present manager of the railway, a nominee of the Russo-Asiatic Bank, on the ground of financial misdemeanors. 3 days later, he added that unless the Chinese government discontinued its habit of ignoring Russian interests, Russia would perhaps after all be obliged to consider herself free from promises she had voluntarily given. promises conditional on an undertaking of the Chinese government, which had notoriously not been fulfilled, to tolerate in Chinese territory no organizations conducting hostilities against the RSFSR. Later, in a speech at the celebration of the 5th anniversary of the October Revolution, read on his behalf owing to his absence through illness by a member of his staff, Joff pointedly observed that, since the Soviet government lacked the means at present to build another railway, it must perforce retain this heritage of the Tsar's regime, and hope that its interest would be understood and satisfied by China. One later still, Joff specifically denied the authenticity of the alleged undertaking in the Declaration of 1919 to restore without compensation to the Chinese people the Chinese Eastern Railway. Meanwhile the Peking government reverted to its grievances about Outer Mongolia. With these two burning questions unsettled, and neither side showing any inclination to budge, the negotiations had drifted before the end of the year into a complete deadlock. In a final note dated January 9, 1923, Joff spoke of the Chinese government's downright and irreconcilable hostility to Soviet Russia, and suggested that the time had come for it to make its choice between Reds and Whites. 3 It was the Soviet government that could best afford to wait. Whether on account of the intransigence of Peking, or in pursuance of a previous intention, Joff now turned in the direction in which Soviet policy had been pointing throughout the latter part of 1922. Having announced his intention of moving south for the good of his health, he paused in Shanghai, and had a series of conversations with Sun Yat-sen. It was the first official contact between Chinese nationalism and an emissary of the Soviet government, and was significant for both. Sun Yat-sen was smarting from the defeat of his eviction from Canton, which he attributed, in part to reactionaries in Kuomintang, and in part to the intrigues of British imperialism, anxious to be avenged for the Hong Kong strike. He was therefore well prepared both for a move to the left in his own party and for an alliance against foreign imperialism. On the Soviet side, Soviet diplomacy had always been ready, as more than one communication from Narkomindel had shown, to flirt with Sun Yat-sen as a potential claimant to power in China. Such a policy was now rendered all the more attractive by the evident bankruptcy and decay of the Peking government. Joff seems to have made the shrewd estimate, or lucky guess, that Sun Yat-sen, in spite of his temporary eclipse, was still a force to be reckoned with. The conversation between Sun Yat-sen and Mering in the previous summer had sealed the alliance between the nascent Chinese Communist Party and Kuomintang. It remained for Joff to transfer the agreement to the diplomatic plane, and to offer to Sun Yat-sen the advantages of an alliance, not with the negligible Chinese Communist Party, but with the far from negligible power of the Soviet state against the common imperialist enemy. This meant a temporary renunciation or postponement by Moscow of communist aims in China. Joff was prepared to make the sacrifice. Conversations on this basis quickly produced results, and when the two men parted on January 26, 1923, a joint statement was issued to the press. The decisive paragraph ran as follows: Dr. Sun Yat-sen holds that neither the communistic order nor the Soviet system can actually be introduced into China, because there do not exist here the conditions necessary for the successful establishment of either communism or Sovietism. This view is entirely shared by Mr. Joff, who is further of the opinion that China's paramount and most pressing problem is to achieve national unification and attain full national independence, and, in connection with this great task, he has assured Dr. Sun Yat-sen that China has the warmest sympathy of the Russian people and can count on the support of Russia. The statement continued with a reaffirmation of the principles laid down in the Karakan Note of September 27, 1920. Both sides agreed that the question of the Chinese Eastern Railway could be settled only by a Russo-Chinese conference, and, while Joff categorically declared that the Soviet government had no intention of causing Outer Mongolia to secede from China, Sun Yat-sen did not view an immediate evacuation of Russian troops from Outer Mongolia as either imperative or in the real interest of China. 1. The principles thus laid down required practical application, and, when Joff a few days later left Shanghai for Japan, he was accompanied by a member of Sun Yat-sen's staff, Liao Jungai, in order to pursue the negotiations. The whole episode now suddenly assumed a new and enhanced importance. Within a fortnight of Joff's conversations with Sun Yat-sen, a turn of the will at Canton recalled the nationalist leader to power, and a bargain struck with an exile of uncertain status in Shanghai became an agreement with the head of the effective government of a large part of southern China. What passed between Joff and Liao Chengkai in Japan is not recorded, but was later summed up by a Chinese historian in a symbolical conversation between the Chinese and Soviet negotiators. Liao asked him whether communism could be realized in Russia in 10 years' time. Joff said no. In 20 years. No, was the answer again. In 100 years? Perhaps, said Joff. Well, said Liao, what is the use of dreaming about a utopia which might or might not be realized when we are all dead? Let us all be revolutionaries today and work for the accomplishment of the national revolution on the basis of the three people's principles. These we can realize within our lifetime. 1. The same argument from the delay in the spread of the revolution, and consequently in the full realization of socialism, which had justified the introduction of NEP, led by an irresistible logic, in the Far East as elsewhere, to compromises and alliances with revolutionary nationalism. When Liao Chengkai rejoined Sun Yat-sen in Canton in March 1923, the path to cooperation seemed smooth and clear. The bargain struck between Russian communism and Kuomintang was to prove fruitful and fateful for both parties. Joff's departure for Japan early in February 1923 was the result of a private invitation from Baron Goto, mayor of Tokyo and president of a Russo-Japanese society. He spent 6 months in the country. His activities there, unlike those of his Chinese visit, were conducted in a diplomatic twilight, and no official information was ever divulged about this abortive episode in Soviet foreign relations. The minute but enthusiastic Japanese Communist Party founded in the previous summer had apparently endeavored during the winter to establish contacts with the masses. According to Bukharin's report to the 12th Congress of the Russian Communist Party, a Japanese Congress of small tenant farmers had passed at the beginning of 1923 a resolution in favor of cooperation between the peasantry and the urban working class for the remedy of their grievances, and a labor congress at the same time had voted for political action, and both these resolutions had been passed under communist influence. Some exaggeration of the role of the Japanese Communist Party may be suspected in these claims. 1. What is more certain is that communism aroused intense emotions of hatred and fear among the ruling classes of Japan, and that objections to recognition of the Soviet government or to any dealings with the Soviet envoy were scarcely less strong in influential quarters. Adverse press comment followed the announcement of the invitation to Joff, and a demonstration at the Tokyo railway station on his arrival, at which incendiary leaflets were said to have been distributed and several alleged socialists were arrested, was thought by some to have been arranged by the police in order to discredit the visitor. 2. Later in the month an attack was made on Goto by a member of an anti-Joff league, and in April 6 men were arrested for an alleged plot against Joff. 1. Whatever Joff's personal reaction to these incidents, they played no overt part in his leisurely and tentative conversations with Japanese statesmen. These conversations passed through 3 stages. For the first 3 months they seem to have been limited to wholly unofficial and non-committal talks with Goto. Joff's illness was not purely diplomatic. At the beginning of April, 1923, it was stated that he had been in bed ever since his arrival, so that, when he told an anxious Chinese correspondent in Tokyo in 1923 that he was conducting no negotiations with the Japanese government and was merely on a health visit, 3. He may not have diverged so far from the truth as most people supposed. The second stage began on April 24, 1923, when Goto informed Joff that the Japanese government was prepared for a further Japanese-Russian conference provided the questions of Sakhalin and of satisfaction for the Nikolaevsk incident were settled first. Later, the recognition of obligations of former Russian governments was also demanded from the Japanese side. 4. Conversations between Joff and Goto proceeded on this basis for some time. On May 3, 1923, it was announced that Joff's health had improved, and that he had received permission to use code for his communications with Moscow. 5 A week later Joff replied that the Soviet government refused to recognize the debts and obligations of former Russian governments, but would sell northern Sakhalin to Japan at a high price and would express regrets for the Nikolaevsk incident, though only if Japan expressed regret for similar excesses committed by Japanese forces. Some concession was also offered on the vexed question of the rights of Japanese fishermen in Russian waters. 6. At this point the question arose whether these private talks with Goto were to be put on a more official basis, and the decision appears to have become involved with events in the Japanese Communist Party. In February 1923 the party held its second Congress, and in May 1923 a special conference was held to draft a party program. This comprised demands for the abolition of the monarchy, the army and the secret police, the confiscation of estates of large landowners, of religious organizations and of the emperor, and the redistribution of confiscated land to the peasants, the withdrawal of Japanese troops from China, Sakhalin, Korea, and Formosa, and the diplomatic recognition of Soviet Russia. It is difficult to believe that Joff, with his record as a diplomatic agent of revolution in Germany and with his recent successes among Chinese intellectuals, was not privy to these developments. However this may be, external decorum was preserved on both sides throughout his visit. He took no ostensible interest in the fortunes of the Japanese Communist Party, and no charge was made against him in Japanese official quarters of being concerned in them. On the other hand, the suspicion may be felt that the Japanese police authorities, in the action taken by them at this time, were influenced by a desire, not only to nip Japanese communism in the bud, but indirectly to discredit Joff and rouse popular prejudice against the establishment of relations with Soviet Russia. In the middle of May, the police announced the confiscation of 100 copies of Bukharin's and Preobrazhensky's ABC of Communism which had arrived in a British ship. On June 5, 1923, an extensive roundup of communists and communist sympathizers took place, and on the following day it was stated that a communist plot had been discovered to assassinate the whole cabinet and set up a communist government. 3. The presumption is strong that the plot was an invention of the authorities. In the middle of June it was announced that Kawakami, an official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who had been the first Japanese minister in Warsaw, had been authorized to conduct negotiations with Joff, who now received formal credentials from Moscow for the purpose. At this moment Joff had another heart attack which caused a further postponement. But on June 28, 1923 the negotiations were opened and continued for just over a month, 12 meetings being held in all. The major issue was the fate of northern Sakhalin. Joff asked for its unconditional evacuation. The Japanese government proposed to buy it outright for 50 million yen. Between these two extreme points a number of intermediate proposals were canvassed, the most promising being a plan to accord to a Japanese company or companies long leases over the oil, coal, and timber resources of the area. From time to time Japanese demands for compensation for the Nikolaevsk massacre of 1920 were injected into the discussions. But this question was evidently used mainly as a barometer to register the pressure of the argument about Sakhalin. In the end negotiations appear to have broken down not on any specific point, but on the resistance of the most powerful forces in the Japanese government to a resumption of relations with Soviet Russia. On July 24 Kawakami informed Joff that the cabinet had rejected the terms in which the Soviet government had offered to express its regrets for the Nikolaevsk affair. On July 31 Joff announced that he had been instructed to discontinue unofficial negotiations, and was authorized to continue them officially only if Japan undertook in advance to evacuate northern Sakhalin. On August 10 he left Japan for Moscow. 3. He did not revisit China where, during the summer of 1923, disorder and confusion reached their highest point for many years, and the discredited Peking government seemed likely to lose its last vestige of authority. When Joff left the Far East after a stay of some 10 months, much had been done to clarify Soviet policy there and put it on a firm footing. If Japan still occupied northern Sakhalin and still withheld formal recognition of the Soviet government, the principle of direct discussion had been cautiously established. In Japan, as in Turkey, the persecution of local communists was not a bar to friendly relations with the government concerned. In September 1923, within 6 weeks of Joff's departure, the catastrophic earthquake in Tokyo and Yokohama was followed by a panic which led to the mass arrest of known communists, and a majority of the party's Central Committee, afterwards denounced as petty bourgeois elements and typical opportunists, hastened to dissolve the party. But for the Soviet government the Japanese disaster was an unqualified gain. In the words of a report of Iki a few months later, Japan ceased to be a great power, and her pressure on the far eastern part of our republic was considerably weakened. In China the situation was more complex. But here, too, progress had been made. About the time of Joff's return to Moscow, the announcement was made of the appointment of a new Soviet representative to the Chinese government in the person of Karakhan, who had for some time been in charge of Eastern affairs in Narkomindel. Karakhan set out from Moscow at the end of August 1923, and his mission opened a new phase in relations with the Chinese government. But the Soviet government did not intend to commit itself to the dying central authority in Peking. Soviet relations with Sun Yat-sen, now firmly re-established in Canton, were cordial and far-reaching, and seemed to provide for the first time a solid basis for Soviet policy in China. In the same month of August 1923, Chiang Kai-shek, an able and ambitious lieutenant of Sun Yat-sen, known for his support of a Soviet orientation in Kuomintang, proceeded on a mission to Moscow to obtain supplies of arms and to study questions of military organization. 4. In October 1923 Michael Borodin, the English-speaking communist who had already been actively employed in the affairs in Comintern, arrived at Sun Yat-sen's invitation in Canton. Though he brought with him a letter of introduction from Karakhan, he appears to have been designated not by the Soviet government or by Comintern, but by the Russian Communist Party. His function was that of political advisor to Sun Yat-sen. Within 6 years of the Bolshevik Revolution, Soviet Russia had emerged from the penumbra of confusion and helplessness, and was intervening decisively in the policies of a major Asiatic country. Note E. The Marxist attitude to war. The French revolutionaries established a clear distinction between wars of liberation to free peoples from the rule of oppressive monarchs and wars of conquest to bring peoples under monarchical rule, and they approved the former as heartily as they condemned the latter. No objection was felt to war in itself, or even to aggression in the popular sense of being the first to start a war. The test was whether the war was being fought on behalf of peoples or nations or on behalf of autocrats. The European democratic movements of the period from 1815 to 1848 were heirs to this tradition. At that time almost any war fought against the Austria of Metternich, then the main focus of autocracy and reaction in Europe, would have been regarded as worthy of democratic sympathy and support. Such was the attitude imbibed and wholeheartedly shared by Marx and Engels in their early years. After 1848, 2 minor readjustments were required in the doctrine. As social democracy or socialism came to be distinguished from liberal democracy or democratie tout court, the wars worthy of support were those likely to further the socialist rather than the democratic cause, and Russia replaced Austria as the principal enemy. Numerous passages can be quoted from the writings of Marx and Engels to show that one of the main criteria applied by them after 1848 to test the desirability of war was whether it was likely to weaken or destroy the Russian autocracy. There was, however, another and quite different strain in the socialist tradition. The early socialists, faithful to their utopian philosophy, stressed the universal brotherhood of men, and regarded war as monstrous and unnatural. The tradition which they inherited was that of the 18th-century philosophers from Saint-Pierre and Leibniz to Rousseau and Kant who had nourished visions of perpetual peace. Their successors were the 19th-century liberal pacifists, one whose opposition to war was based on humanitarian rather than on political grounds. But when class consciousness was bred by the class struggle, and socialism became proletarian, the opposition to war also took on a proletarian color which appeared to be reinforced by the argument that war was the necessary consequence of capitalism. National wars were waged at the behest of capitalists and for their advantage. The coming of socialism would remove the fundamental cause of war and its sole incentive. The workers, who bore the brunt of the fighting and derived no profits from it, could have no interest but in peace. The socialist tradition always embodied a strong element of opposition to war, based on a specific interest of the workers in the maintenance of peace. It thus ran parallel to the liberal tradition of the later 19th century, which attributed war to autocratic government and believed in democracy as a guarantee of peace. All these views were potentially pacifist, in that war as such was condemned irrespective of its motive or its object. Marx and Engels themselves consistently denounced all forms of pacifism as implying belief in a natural community of interests. Marx was particularly contemptuous of the opposition of Cobden and Bright to the Crimean War. 2 In general, Marx and Engels were too fully conscious of the revolutionary potentialities of war to regard it as an unconditional evil. At the end of 1848, having described England as the rock on which the waves of revolution break, Marx concluded that Old England will be destroyed only by a world war. In 1859 Engels welcomed the Franco-Russian alliance on the ground that this would force Prussia's entry into the Italian war on the side of Austria. We Germans must be in the water up to our neck before we can be transported in mass into the Furor Teutonicus, and on this occasion the danger of drowning seems to have come sufficiently near. So much the better. In such a struggle the moment must come when only the most resolute party, the party that shrinks from nothing, will be in a position to save the nation. 4. It was not easy to bring together these various strands into a consistent body of doctrine about war. The comparatively few pronouncements of the First International on War and Foreign Policy reflected these contradictions and uncertainties. The inaugural address of 1864 drafted by Marx skillfully reminded the reader of the interest of the workers in preventing wars which squandered the people's blood and treasure, of the criminal folly of the ruling classes bent on the perpetuation and propagation of slavery, and of the wickedness of yielding to the barbarous power of St. Petersburg. But the argument was more eloquent than clear, and the writer was perhaps more concerned to win the sympathy of muddle-headed English trade unionists than to expound Marxist doctrine. NQR was any action proposed except to watch, and, if necessary, protest against, the diplomacy of governments. Concrete issues of war found the First International confused and divided. On the eve of the Prussian-Austrian War of 1866, anti-war agitation began in Paris. In Marx's words, the Proudhon clique among the students in Paris preaches peace, calls war obsolete and nationalities nonsense, and attacks Bismarck and Garibaldi. Admittedly, as a polemic against chauvinism, this was useful and explicable. But nonetheless these disciples of Proudhon were grotesque. And when the General Council approved a sentimental appeal drafted by Lafargue to students and young men of all countries against war, it was contemptuously described by Marx, in whose absence it had been adopted, as silly stuff. 2 The outbreak of the war itself was followed by a series of inconclusive debates in the General Council, which at length agreed on a wholly non-committal resolution. The General Council of the International Workingmen's Association regards the present war on the continent as a war between governments, and advises the workers to remain neutral and unite among themselves for the purpose of winning power through their union, and using the power so won in order to achieve their social and political emancipation. Since the brief campaign that ended at Sadowa was over before this resolution was published, the advice to the workers had no practical consequences. But the Prussian victory, and the war scare between Prussia and France in the following spring, had a significant sequel. In the summer of 1867 a committee of bourgeois Democrats and progressives from the principal countries of Western Europe convened a Congress of Supporters of Peace which met at Geneva on September 9 of that year. This step aroused considerable sympathy in the working class groups represented in the First International, and Marx found it necessary to devote a half-hour speech in the General Council on August 13, 1867 to an attack on the peace windbag. He did not oppose individual delegates attending the Congress, but argued against any kind of official participation by the International. The International was itself already a peace congress working for unity between the workers of different countries, and, Had the organizers of the Geneva Congress understood what they were about, they would have joined the International. People who did not help to alter the relations between labor and capital were ignorant of the real preconditions of universal peace. Existing armies were mainly designed to keep the working class under, and international conflicts were favored from time to time in order to keep the soldiery in good shape. Finally, the peace at any price party would leave an unarmed Europe a prey to Russia. It was necessary to maintain armies as a defense against Russia. Marx's proposals carried the day in the General Council. But at the Lausanne Congress of the International, which preceded the Geneva Congress and at which Marx was not present, the divisions reopened in the ranks. A commission set up by the Congress reported in enthusiastic terms in favor of energetic support for the Geneva project and participation in all its undertakings. After a strenuous debate in the full Congress, a French delegate named Tolaine, who was a Prudentist, proposed, and secured the adoption of, a compromise resolution declaring that, in order to abolish war, it is not sufficient to disband armies, but also necessary to alter the social organization in the sense of an ever juster distribution of production, and making participation in the Geneva Congress dependent on its endorsement of that principle. This enabled a representative of the General Council to appear at the Geneva Congress and make, amid loud protests, a statement that social revolution was the necessary precondition of a lasting peace. Marx was annoyed when an enthusiastic delegate named Borkheim delivered to the Congress a speech advocating preventive war against Russia and thus caricatured Marx's own ideas. A further step was reached when the next annual Congress of the International met at Brussels in the summer of 1868, once more in the absence of Marx and Engels. International tension was steadily mounting and the issue of war could no longer be evaded. A German-Swiss section of the International submitted to the Congress a draft resolution inviting the workers of all countries to refuse the service of murder and destruction, as well as all work of supply for the war armies. The resolution finally adopted by the Congress merely recommended the cessation of all work in the event of war, a strike of the peoples against war. The strike against war was taken up by the dissident Bakuninist section of the International at its Congress in Geneva in 1873, and became in later years an important tenet of French and other syndicalists, who accepted it as an alternative to political action. But for the moment the Brussels resolution had no effect and was quickly forgotten. It never received the approbation of Marx and Engels, who consistently opposed any formula banning war as such or directed indiscriminately against all wars. The Franco-Prussian War exposed these conflicting views to a severe test. The mobilization on both sides and the outbreak of hostilities took place without any kind of representative pronouncement on behalf of the workers or of socialist parties or groups in either country. No question therefore arose of any practical opposition to the war, and the campaign was so quickly decided that no kind of public opinion was likely to crystallize on either side with sufficient rapidity to affect its course. Such declarations of socialist policy as were made had their influence, not on immediate issues, but on the shaping of socialist attitudes to future wars. The German divisions of 1914 were already anticipated in 1870. While Behel and Liebknecht came out in the Reichstag on July 21, 1870, with a protest against the war, the Committee of the German Social Democratic Party, in session at Brunswick, issued a statement condemning Napoleon Ill's criminal aggression and, by implication, giving support to the Prussian cause. The position of Marx and Engels was complicated. They condemned the war as a war of conquest equally on the part of Napoleon and of Bismarck. They were consistently opposed to the annexationist designs of both sides, including the annexation of Alsace-Lorraine. But, once war was in progress, a Prussian victory seemed to them, for a variety of reasons, the lesser evil. In the first place, they were bound to regard the downfall of Napoleon as a decideratum of the workers. Once that was achieved, the situation would change. As soon as a Republican and not chauvinist government is at the helm in Paris, wrote Engels to Marx on August 15, 1870, the task would be to work with it for an honorable peace. Secondly, they favored the unity of Germany, just as they favored the unity of Italy, as a legitimate satisfaction of nationalist aspirations and an advance from reactionary Kleinstaaterei. This gave rise to what seems in retrospect a somewhat exaggerated distinction between the aims of Prussia and the aims of Germany. Bismarck, thought Engels as early as July 22, 1870, had started with annexationist designs for Prussia, but the affair has already got out of his hands, and the gentlemen have evidently succeeded in bringing about in Germany a complete national war. To Marx, under provocation, it is true, from a sentimental pro-French compatriot, went so far as to speak of the defensive character of the war on the side of the Germans. J. and Engels, summing up the position from the party standpoint, thought it important to stress the difference between German national and dynastic Prussian interests. 4. Thirdly, they believed that in the event of the achievement of German unity, the German workers can organize themselves on a much broader national basis than hitherto, with the beneficent consequence of the shifting of the center of gravity of the continental workers' movement from France to Germany. Finally, a fresh blow would be struck at the traditional enemy, Russia. Marx hopefully conjectured that a showdown between Prussia and Russia would be by no means improbable, and that Germany's newly strengthened national feeling would scarcely allow itself to be pressed into Russian service. The First International was now approaching its end, and no further pronouncements were demanded from it on the question of war. But Marx himself, when he wrote in 1875 his famous criticism of the Gotha program of the German Social Democratic Party, allowed himself a last fling at the permeation of the party by pacifist illusions. And to what does the German Workers' Party reduce its internationalism? To the consciousness that the result of its striving will be the international brotherhood of the peoples, a phrase borrowed from the bourgeois League of Freedom and Peace, which has to do duty for the international brotherhood of the working class in its common struggle against the ruling class and its governments. Of the international functions of the warring class not a word. The workers' movement remained, as the sequel showed, hopelessly divided on the issue of war. Marx and Engels, themselves not wholly free from inconsistencies on the subject, had failed to win over the workers to any clear-cut international standpoint. The Second International found the dilemma harder to evade. The succession of minor wars in the 2 decades before 1914 gave no great trouble, for these were colonial wars in which Marxists had so far taken little interest. But the prospect of an impending war between the European powers soon began to loom darkly on the horizon. Engels raised the issue squarely in an article of 1891, "What war in our days means, everyone knows. It means France and Russia on one side, and Germany, Austria, and perhaps Italy on the other. Socialists of all these countries, called to arms against their will, would be compelled to fight against one another. What would the German Social Democratic Party do then? What would become of it?" Unfortunately, Engels's answer, based on Marxist tradition of the past 40 years, was one which could be, and was, used with effect in 1914. He blamed the German annexation of Alsace-Lorraine in 1871 for the present situation, and proudly quoted the prediction of the Council of the First International in its proclamation of September 9, 1870, that Prussian greed would only compel Frannie to throw herself into the arms of Russia. As between France and Germany, France still represented revolution, only the bourgeois revolution, it is true, but still revolution. But France, once she allied herself with Russia, would renounce her revolutionary role, whereas behind official Germany stands the German Social Democratic Party, the party to which the future, the near future, of the country belongs. Neither France nor Germany would start the war. Russia would move first, then France would advance towards the Rhine, and then Germany will be fighting simply for her existence. 1 And the article ended with a general prediction which, for all its aptness, offered little guidance to the Second International on the duty of socialists in the countries concerned in the event of /AR. No socialist of whatever nationality can wish the triumph of the present German government in the war, nor that of the bourgeois French Republic, and least of all that of the Tsar, which would be equivalent to the subjection of Europe, and therefore socialists of all countries are for peace. But if it comes to war nevertheless, Just one thing is certain, this war, in which 15 or 20 million armed men will slaughter one another, and all Europe will be laid waste as never before, this war must either bring the immediate victory of socialism, or it must upset the old order of things from top to bottom and leave such heaps of ruins behind that the old capitalistic society will be more impossible than ever, and the social revolution, though put off until 10 or 15 years later, will surely conquer after that time all the more rapidly and all the more thoroughly. 2 Engels's article was symptomatic of the dilemma of the Second International throughout the next 2 decades. On the one hand, the grinning realization that war between the European powers, if it occurred, would bring devastation and disaster on an unprecedented scale made it increasingly difficult to ignore the issue or to take refuge in vague declarations of protest. On the other hand, national recognition of trade unions and the gradual drawing of the workers into the framework of the nation were making it increasingly difficult to assert that the workers could remain indifferent to the victory or defeat of their country. It was Engels who, in the article already quoted, caused a rather uncomfortable sensation among German Social Democrats by calculating that in 1900 socialists would probably form a majority of the German army. But the Second International lacked even that degree of leadership which the outstanding figure of Marx had imparted to its predecessor. That war was the result of the economic contradictions of capitalism, and would vanish only when socialism replaced capitalism as the form of social organization, was accepted doctrine which found its place in the resolutions of every Congress. But no common conclusions were drawn from it. The Second International represented many shades of left-wing opinion, from pacifists of every known variety and advocates of the general strike against war, to those whose policy was confined to peaceful agitation and those who desired to safeguard in one form or another the workers' right to participate in the defense of their country if it were attacked. It was left to the Russian Social Democrats, Bolsheviks, and Mensheviks alike, to inject a further strain of thought. The Russo-Japanese War and the fall of Port Arthur at the beginning of 1905 provoked an unequivocal pronouncement from Lenin's pen. The proletariat has cause to rejoice. The catastrophic defeat of our worst enemy does not only mean that Russian freedom has come nearer, it presages also a new revolutionary upheaval of the European proletariat. Progressive, advanced Asia has dealt backward and reactionary Europe an irreparable blow. To this diagnosis, which was shared by Bolsheviks and Mensheviks as well as by most SRS, seemed amply confirmed when, little more than a week later, Bloody Sunday signaled the beginning of the Russian Revolution. Social Democrats elsewhere in Europe were not moved to dispute the view that national defeat might be an asset to the revolutionary cause so long as a Russian defeat was in question. But there was no eagerness to apply the same principle to other countries. Indeed, to make it the universal duty of socialist parties to oppose their national governments in time of war and thus to work for the defeat of their own nations would be to introduce an entirely new principle, for Marx and Engels, and Marxists since their time, had always assumed that, when war occurred, one belligerent was more worthy of socialist support than the other. Even though the right criteria for making the choice were sometimes in doubt, it had always been taken for granted that a choice could and should be made. Such were the current assumptions when the Second International, at its Stuttgart Congress in 1907, found itself obliged to make a major pronouncement of policy on the issue of war. The Stuttgart Congress was attended, on behalf of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, by Lenin, Martov, and Rosa Luxemburg. It proved a momentous occasion. The drift towards war in Europe was everywhere beginning to penetrate the consciousness of the masses and to provoke widespread pacifist reactions. The conception of war as something in itself basically inimical to the interests of the workers, and calling for condemnation and preventive action by the International, was in the ascendant. In its resolution on militarism and international conflicts, the Congress admitted that, in view of the wide prevailing differences of opinion, the International is not in a position to establish in advance strictly defined forms for the struggle of the working classes against militarism. But it made nonetheless some surprisingly definite pronouncements. The resolution declared it to be the duty of the working class and of the parliamentary representatives to struggle with all their forces against armaments by sea and land and to refuse the means for them, the famous pledge to vote against military credits. But its most sensational pronouncement was reserved for the last two paragraphs, which were originally proposed by the Russian delegation as an amendment to the draft put forward by the Bureau, and were accepted after some opposition from Behel and the German delegation. Here, for the first time in this context, the issues of the class struggle and the social revolution were specifically raised. In the event of a threatened declaration of war, the workers of the countries concerned and their representatives in Parliament, supported by the unifying activity of the International Bureau, must use all their exertions in order, by measures which seem to them most efficacious and will naturally vary with the exacerbation of the class struggle and of the general political situation, to prevent the outbreak of war. Should war nonetheless be declared, their duty is to act in order to bring it to a speedy termination, and to strive with all their forces to utilize the economic and political crisis caused by the war in order to rouse the masses of the people and hasten the destruction of the class domination of the capitalist classes. These paragraphs, though nobody seems to have drawn attention to the point, abandon the constant assumption of Marx and Engels that, in the event of war, Social Democrats would have to make a choice, and would be able to make a choice in the light of the ultimate interest of socialism, between the opposed belligerents. In the historical period on which the world had now entered, Social Democrats would be equally opposed to all belligerent capitalist governments. 2 years later, Koskai, long recognized as the leading party theorist, not only accepted and elaborated the new thesis in his book Der Weg zur Macht, but provided it with a theoretical justification. International war was now diagnosed as a crisis in the capitalist system, thus offering to the workers the best opportunity of overthrowing capitalism. The formula achieved with so much difficulty at Stuttgart was repeated and endorsed by the Copenhagen Congress of the Second International in 1910, and by a special conference convened at Basel in November 1912 to consider the issues raised by the Balkan War. This repetition appeared to lend a certain solemnity to the doctrine. Socialist and Social Democratic deputies of all countries regularly carried out the gesture of voting against military budgets, though since they remained everywhere a comparatively small minority in their respective parliaments, the gesture remained without practical effect. In reality, this picture of international social democracy speaking through the Second International in the name of the United Workers of the World remained an abstraction. In a world of uniform economic development and opportunities, national differences might, as the Communist Manifesto predicted, have progressively disappeared. But in a world where development had been highly unequal, wide divergences were bound to occur in the attitude of the workers of different countries. In the advanced countries, notably in Great Britain and in Germany, where the workers had attained a relatively high standard of living and a recognized place in the national polity, the pull of national allegiance was strong enough in the first decade of the 20th century to challenge class allegiance. In all Western European countries, pronouncements of leaders of the workers against militarism and war were apt to carry an explicit or implied reservation of the right of national self-defense, and this meant not a return to the Marxist criterion of supporting the side whose victory would further the socialist cause, but tacit acceptance of the bourgeois liberal distinction between aggressive and defensive wars. Only in backward Russia, where the workers enjoyed fewest advantages, was social democracy largely impervious to the claim of loyalty to a national government. Lenin in 1915 correctly attributed this immunity of the Russian workers from chauvinism and opportunism to the fact that the stratum of privileged workers and employees is with us very weak. 1 This, however, brought up in a new context the fundamental dilemma of the Russian Revolution. In the Marxist scheme of revolution, the difference between Russia and Western Europe in economic development was expressed in a difference between the stages reached by them in the revolutionary process. The mandate of the Stuttgart Congress to utilize war to hasten the destruction of the class domination of the capitalist class made sense, strictly speaking, only in countries where a bourgeois revolution had been completed, and capitalism had attained its maturity, and this assumption stood out even more clearly from Koskai's interpretation of war in the contemporary period as a crisis of capitalism. In Russia, as everyone agreed, the bourgeois revolution had not yet been completed and capitalism had not yet reached its maturity, so that the Stuttgart Resolution made sense for Russia only if the completion of the bourgeois revolution, which would bring capitalism to its maturity, and the onset of the socialist revolution, which would hasten the destruction of capitalism, were telescoped into a single process. Nobody except Trotsky yet openly faced this contingency. But, whether or not one plunged into the doctrinal refinements of permanent revolution, it seemed clear enough as a practical proposition, especially after 1905, that backward Russia, left to her own resources, was still far from ripe for a proletarian revolution. While Social Democrats in Western Europe might reasonably hope and work for the ultimate victory of socialism in their own countries without much regard for what happened elsewhere, Russian Social Democrats could hope for an early victory of socialism in Russia only if it was also victorious in one or more of the advanced European countries. The weaker brethren had a greater practical interest than the stronger in the brotherhood of the international proletariat. Russian social democracy remained obstinately and outspokenly international in a sense which was no longer true of social democracy in Western Europe. The outbreak of war in 1914 forced this latent divergence into the open. Western Social Democrats, after some initial divisions and hesitations, rallied with few exceptions to the support of their national governments. The Stuttgart Resolution was silently disobeyed and forgotten. The decision of the large German Social Democratic group in the Reichstag on August 4, 1914, to vote for the war budget was a crucial moment. Koskai in a series of articles afterwards collected under the title Internationalismus und der Krieg reverted to the standpoint of Marx and Engels that Social Democrats should support the side whose victory would be more likely to help the socialist Katze, and the conclusion that the victory of Germany and the defeat of Russia were preferable to the converse result followed without argument. In Russia, the initial impulse among Social Democrats was to oppose the war by every means. The Social Democrats in the Duma, Bolsheviks and Mensheviks alike, spoke and voted with a united voice against war credits. One but Plekhanov and some of the leading Mensheviks abroad followed the example of the Western Social Democrats and came out for national defense, and a patriotic attitude was not uncommon in the small group of organized and relatively privileged workers in Russia, especially those whose party allegiance was predominantly Menshevik. 2 When pressure and persecution began, many Bolsheviks in Russia, Kamina being notable among them, began to waver, and there was no unanimity even among the Bolsheviks abroad. From this welter of confusion a tripartite division soon emerged among Russian Social Democrats. On the right, a group of Mensheviks proclaimed the patriotic duty of national defense. On the left, Lenin supported by a small group of Bolsheviks in Switzerland, at first by Zinoviev almost alone, later with some reservations by Bukharin, Sokholnikov, Pyatakov, Safarov and others, maintained the cause of national defeatism and civil war. Between these extremes a large miscellaneous group, composed of both Mensheviks and Bolsheviks, occupied a centrist position, denounced the war and demanded a democratic peace without annexations or indemnities, but refrained from preaching national defeatism or civil war. This group, whose inclinations were pacifist rather than revolutionary, had its headquarters in Paris and was represented by a journal known successively as Golos, Nash Slovo and Nakolo, in which Martov and Trotsky were leading collaborators. It corresponded broadly to similar centrist groups which were beginning to emerge in other left parties, notably a section of the German Social Democratic Party headed by Koskai, and an ILP group in Great Britain led by Ramsay MacDonald. Lenin lost no time in defining his position. In a set of theses read to a tiny group of Bolsheviks in Bern in the first days of September 1914 he denounced treason to socialism of the majority of the Second International, argued that from the point of view of the working classes and of the toiling masses of all the peoples £0 Russia the least evil would be the defeat of the Russian monarchy and its armies, and demanded the extension to all the warring armies of propaganda for the social revolution, for the necessity of turning their arms, not against their brothers, the hired slaves of other countries, but against the reactionary and bourgeois governments and parties of all countries. The theses were embodied in a manifesto issued 2 months later in the name of the Central Committee of the party, in which Lenin coined the slogan of the transformation of the present imperialist war into a civil war. 2 He became increasingly impatient of the centrists, who rejected national defense but refused to accept defeatism and civil war as a logical consequence, thus keeping one foot in the camp of democratic war aims and bourgeois pacifism. In March 1915 a conference of Bolshevik organizations abroad was held at Bern. Here Lenin temporarily settled his differences with the group which had gathered round Bukharin and produced a substantial declaration of Bolshevik policy. The war was described as an imperialist war, being a war for the division of colonies by Britain, France, and Germany and the acquisition of similar territories by Russia. It was characteristic of an epoch when capitalism has attained the highest phase of development, and when the objective conditions for the realization of socialism have completely ripened. It was thus distinguished from the nationalist wars of the period 1789 to 1871. The national element in the struggle of Serbia against Austria was an exception which did not affect the general character of the war. The transformation of the imperialist war into civil war was therefore the only correct proletarian slogan. Peace propaganda not accompanied by the slogan was an illusion. In particular, the idea that a democratic peace is possible without a number of revolutions is profoundly erroneous. Later in the year, Lenin for the first time contemplated the practical situation which would arise if a proletarian revolution occurred first of all in Russia during the war. He published in the party journal Sozialdemokrat a brief statement modestly entitled Some Theses, the last of which may be described by anticipation as the first foreign policy pronouncement of the future revolutionary government. To the question what the party of the proletariat would do if the revolution put it in power in the present war, we reply, we should propose peace to all the belligerents on condition of the liberation of colonies, and of all dependent and oppressed peoples not enjoying full rights. Neither Germany nor England nor France would under their present governments accept this condition. Then we should have to prepare and wage a revolutionary war, i.e. we should not only carry out in full by the most decisive measures our whole minimum program, but should systematically incite to insurrection all the peoples now oppressed by the Great Russians, all colonies and dependent countries of Asia, and also, and first of all, incite the proletariat of Europe to insurrection against its governments and in defiance of its social chauvinists. There is no doubt that the victory of the proletariat in Russia would create unusually favorable conditions for the development of revolution both in Asia and in Europe. 2. The line was clear. The proletariat, having conquered power in Russia, would remain at first within the limits of the bourgeois revolution, making use of democratic slogans, in Europe, to discredit bourgeois governments which, owing to the now fully developed contradictions of capitalism, were unable any longer to realize even a bourgeois democratic peace, in Asia, to raise the standard of bourgeois revolution among nations still lingering in the pre-capitalist stage and lead them to throw off the yoke of the European imperialist powers. By both these procedures, reinforced if necessary by revolutionary war, the Russian proletariat would prepare the way for the triumph of the socialist revolution in Europe, and so in Russia itself. Meanwhile, several attempts had been made by socialists opposed to the war to organize international conferences on Swiss soil. In March 1915 Clara Zetkin organized a conference of socialist women at Bern, and in the following month William Linsenberg, secretary of the Socialist Youth International, convened, also at Bern, a conference of socialist youth. Bolsheviks drawn from Lenin's group attended both these conferences, but obtained no support when they put forward the slogan of the transformation of the imperialist war into civil war. In September 1915 a general international conference of socialists opposed to the war met at Zimmerwald. The numerous but much divided Russian delegation included Lenin and Zinoviev, Martov and Axelrod, Trotsky and the SR leader Chernov. Rakovsky represented the Romanian Social Democrats, Kolarov the Bulgarians. Most of the Germans were left Social Democrats who were prepared to abstain from voting on war credits, but not to break party discipline by voting against them. The rest of the participants were French, Italian, Swiss, Dutch, Scandinavian, Lettish, and Polish. 2 of the 30 or more delegates, nearly 20 formed the right wing of the conference, Lenin had the more or less qualified support of 6 or 8 for his civil war policy. The remaining delegates, of whom Trotsky was the most conspicuous, occupied a middle position and tried to mediate between the two extremes. The manifesto unanimously adopted by the conference was drafted by Trotsky, and was confined to general denunciation of the war. 6. Delegates, Lenin, Zinoviev, and Radek, together with a Swede, a Norwegian and a Lett, signed a declaration protesting against the inadequacy of the manifesto. This group formed what came to be known as the Zimmer-Wald left. 1. The conference decided to set up a standing International Socialist Committee and Secretariat at Bern. These organs arranged a second Zimmer-Wald conference, which was held at Kienthal in April 1916 with a rather more numerous attendance of delegates. The most significant change since the previous autumn had occurred in the German movement. Not only had the left wing of the German Social Democratic Party gathered strength, but a group had appeared within it whose views approximated to those of Lenin, the so-called Spartakusbund. The appeal drafted and approved by the Kienthal Conference marked a certain shift towards the left since Zimmer-Wald, but still fell far short of the Bolshevik program. 2. Throughout this period Lenin's supporters remained an insignificant minority in the anti-war wing of the International Socialist movement, and on the vital issue of civil war and national defeatism could not count on the wholehearted concurrence even of Bolsheviks in Russia or of other Bolsheviks groups abroad. In the interval between the Kienthal Conference and the February Revolution in Russia no further attempt was made to hold an international socialist conference. Lenin's main efforts during this period were devoted to a controversy in the Bolshevik ranks on the issue of national self-determination, to an abortive attempt to wean the Swiss Socialist Party from its support of national defense, and to the righting of imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism, which provided a theoretical basis for the transition from the original Marxist view that the workers should in the event of war support the side whose victory was most likely to advance the cause of socialism to Lenin's present position. Capitalism, in Lenin's analysis, had now reached its final, or imperialist, stage, in which war between the great European powers was simply a struggle for colonial territory and markets. In such circumstances none of the belligerents could be deemed worthy of support by the workers, and the fact that capitalism was now in its final phase proved that the moment was ripe for the transition to socialism and for action by the workers of all countries to hasten it. It was thus the supposed imminence of the socialist revolution which justified the abandonment of Marx's opportunist attitude towards wars between capitalist powers in favor of a position which regarded the defeat of all capitalist powers as in principle equally desirable. Through moods of alternate optimism and pessimism as the war dragged on, Lenin never lost this guiding thread. When the February Revolution broke out, he sounded a note of triumph in the farewell letter to the Swiss workers written on the eve of his departure for Russia. The objective conditions of the imperialist war serve as a guarantee that the revolution will not stop at the first stage of the Russian Revolution, that the revolution will not stop at Russia. The German proletariat is the most faithful and reliable ally of the Russian and worldwide proletarian revolution. The transformation of the imperialist war into civil war is becoming a fact. Long live the proletarian revolution in Europe, which is beginning. 1 In this dual prediction of the rapid transition of the Russian Revolution from its bourgeois democratic into its proletarian socialist phase and of the extension of the revolution to the other belligerent countries, Lenin looked forward to the coming realization of his slogan of the transformation of the imperialist war into the civil war of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. Note F. The prehistory of the Communist International. When the principal constituent parties of the Second International betrayed the cause of international socialism on the outbreak of the war in 1914 by supporting their respective national governments, they seemed to Lenin to have signed the death warrant of the International. Its political bankruptcy was proclaimed by him in the Bern Theses of September 1914. 1 For those who accepted this view, the corollary, the creation of a new international, was obvious. It is not surprising that it should have occurred simultaneously to more than one revolutionary thinker. On October 31, 1914, Trotsky signed the preface to a pamphlet, The War and the International, which was published in Munich in the following month. The whole pamphlet from the first page to the last is written with the thought of the new international which must arise out of the present world cataclysm, of the international of the last struggles and of the final victory. 2. On the following day, November 1, 1914, the Social Democrat carried a manifesto from the party Central Committee which ended with the same thought: the proletarian international has not perished and shall not perish. The working masses in the face of all obstacles will create a new international. Long live the international brotherhood of the workers against the chauvinism and patriotism of the bourgeoisie of all countries. Long live the proletarian international purged of opportunism. The manifesto, of which Lenin was the author, was followed by an article in which Lenin embroidered the theme of the bankruptcy of the Second International, and made it clear that the new international as conceived by him was not the rival, but the successor, of the second, as the second had been of the first, the representative of a new stage in the historical process. The Second International performed its part of useful preparatory work on the preliminary organization of the proletarian masses in the long peaceful epoch of the most ruthless capitalist slavery and most rapid capitalist progress in the last third of the 19th, and beginning of the 20th, century. The Third International is confronted with the task of organizing the forces of the proletariat for a revolutionary stranglehold on capitalist governments, for civil war against the bourgeoisie of all countries, for political power, for the victory of socialism. In the 3 following years, these ideas were a constant theme of Lenin's thinking and writing. The issue of the Second or Third International became closely involved with the issue of the attitude of socialists to the war, and the same tripartite division emerged with the same leading personalities in each group. The right, which supported national war policies, also remained faithful to the Second International and looked for its revival after the war. The extreme left, composed at first mainly of Lenin's immediate supporters, rejected the Second International root and branch and called eagerly for the constitution of a new international after the war to take its place. The centrists hovered uneasily between the two extremes and thought of a reformed or reconstructed Second International rather than of a wholly new organization. This was the group which would one day, logically enough, create the 2.5 International. In this question, as in the question of the war, Lenin denounced social patriots and centrists alike. But the question remained academic, and he made little headway. The Zimmerwald Manifesto of September 1915, representing the preponderance of centrist elements at the Zimmerwald Conference, ignored the issue. The draft manifesto of the Zimmerwald left ended with the call for a powerful international, the international which will put an end to all wars and to capitalism. At the Kienthal Conference of April 1916, the Zimmerwald left was strengthened by the appearance of representatives of the newly formed German Spartacus group. The resolution submitted to the conference by this group proclaimed that the new international, which must rise again after the collapse of the old one on August 4, 1914, can be born only of the revolutionary class struggle of the proletarian masses in the most important capitalist countries, but hinted at a possible future divergence from Lenin's position when it added that this was not a question of organization, not a question of agreement between a small group of persons acting as representatives of the opposition strata of the workers, but a question of a mass movement of the proletariat of all countries. Lenin, however, never wavered in his opinion. In the latter part of 1916, according to Krupskaya, he thought that the time was ripe for a split on an international scale, that it was necessary to break with the Second International, with the International Socialist Bureau, to break forever with Koskyenko, to begin with the forces of the Zimmerwald lefts to build a Third International. 3 The February Revolution and the return of all the leading Bolsheviks to Petrograd reopened the debate within the party. The 10th of Lenin's April theses ran, Renewal of the International. Initiative in founding a revolutionary international, an international against the social chauvinists and against the center. 4 In the pamphlet Tasks of the Proletariat in Our Revolution he elaborated the theme, and turned his heaviest guns against the center. The whole Zimmerwald majority, composed primarily of centrists, had taken the slippery path into social pacifism. Meanwhile the Standing International Socialist Committee set up at Zimmerwald had moved from Bern to Stockholm, and throughout the summer of 1917 Lenin waged a single-handed fight against the general party view that the party should remain in the Zimmerwald organization and send delegates to a projected Third Zimmerwald conference at Stockholm. 6 The April Party Conference adopted a long resolution which condemned the centrists and demanded the foundation of a Third International, but decided, against Lenin's opposition, to remain for the time being in the Zimmerwald organization. At the end of May 1917 Lenin wrote impatiently to Radek in Stockholm that it was imperative to sever connections with Zimmerwald, we must at all costs bury the rotten Zimmerwald, and found a real Third International consisting only of lefts. If we could get quickly an international conference of lefts, the Third International would be founded. 2 But lack of interest in the party was once more shown at the Sixth Party Congress, held in Petrograd in August 1917 while Lenin was in hiding in Finland, at which the question of a break with Zimmerwald was not raised at all, and Lenin reiterated his views in a long letter to the Central Committee. The Third Zimmerwald Conference finally met in Stockholm early in September 1918, the Bolshevik delegates being Vorovsky and Semashko. Its sole achievement was to draft a manifesto on the war which was to be submitted to the constituent parties for approval before publication. The most striking paragraph was one which called for an international proletarian mass struggle for peace which would signify at the same time the rescue of the Russian Revolution. 4 On the eve of the conference Lenin wrote an angry note in which he complained that we are taking part in a comedy and demanded that we should leave Zimmerwald at once. But very soon events nearer home absorbed his attention, and the October Revolution relegated Zimmerwald to a backwater. The Bolsheviks never formally broke with it. The International Socialist Committee continued from time to time to issue pronouncements which attracted little or no notice, including one welcoming the Bolshevik Revolution. In March 1919 the Communist International at its founding Congress received a report from Angelika Balabanov as secretary of the Zimmerwald Committee, and a statement signed by Rakovsky, Lenin, Zinoviev, Trotsky, and Platon as former participants in the organization, expressing the view that it had outlived itself. On the strength of these documents the Congress formally dissolved the Zimmerwald Union, thus declaring itself the heir of any goodwill that Zimmerwald still possessed. 6